Chapter 441. Not only was the third emperor shocked, all the other men were shocked as well. The 9 stars killing formation was their trump card, and it was specifically prepared to deal with Jiang Qin. But they never expected Jiang Qin to be so miraculous, and be able to recognize the 9 stars killing formation with just a single glance. If that was the case, since Jiang Qin was able to recognize the 9 stars killing formation with just a single glance, could he possibly have a way to break it? At this moment, these people who were extremely confident in themselves started to feel nervous. After all, this monster in front of them was really amazing, and it seemed like there was nothing impossible for him to do. However, since it had come to this, it was impossible for them to back down now. This group of several hundred people were all elites of the Martial Saint dynasty, and the emperors and crown princes represented the face of the Martial Saint dynasty. If they were scared off by a single man, it would be too humiliating. Furthermore, they still had a trump card. The third emperor had a king weapon, and as a late combat soul warrior who was only one step away from the combat king realm, they knew very well how frightening a king weapon could be. The 9 stars killing formation is just an ordinary killing formation. Is it really that strange to be recognized? Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and said in an indifferent manner. His words caused the third emperor's expression to turn ugly. The 9 stars killing formation was an extremely mysterious and rare killing formation, and it was extremely difficult to construct. There were only a few people in the entire eastern continent who could construct such a formation. But, when it came to Jiang Qin, he actually said that such a frightening killing formation was just an ordinary one. Wasn't this a huge blow to their confidence? Of course, they didn't know that Jiang Qin wasn't exaggerating at all. Perhaps the 9 stars killing formation might be a top killing formation in the eyes of the third emperor and the others, but in Jiang Qin's eyes, it was just an ordinary formation. After all, the world he lived in was different, and the place he lived in was different as well. Compared to the 5 elemental life-killing formation constructed by those superpowers in the Divine Continent, this 9 stars killing formation was just too weak. Jiang Qin, I admit that you're a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, but since you've chosen to become the Martial Saint dynasty's enemy, only death awaits you. Although your combat strength is formidable, and you're able to kill late combat soul warriors, do you have the confidence to protect yourself in a situation like this? I advise you to surrender and avoid suffering. If you sincerely plead guilty, His Majesty might be merciful and take back the imperial edict to exterminate your entire family. The third emperor said. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my breath here. Jiang Qin coldly snorted as a tidal wave of aura gushed forth from his body. Jiang Qin's black hair fluttered in the wind, his battle intent was unparalleled as the bones in his body creaked. Not only did the 9 stars killing array not cause him to feel the slightest bit of fear, it actually stimulated his battle intent. If that's the case, I won't hold back any longer. Kill them all. The third emperor let out a loud shout, causing all 9 late combat soul warriors to unleash their auras at the same time. At this moment, the entire sky above the mountain range was filled with frightening energy waves. Countless rainbow-colored beams shot out from the 9 stars killing array, and each beam looked like a sharp sword that sliced through the air. The entire sky was covered in killing intent. The combination of 9 late combat soul warriors, and a few hundred more mighty warriors who were constantly pouring their energy into the array, this was a frightening lineup. Just thinking about it was enough to make anyone's scalp numb. In the distance, Daoist Black and Guoshan raised their heads and stared at the battlefield in the sky. Both of them had pale faces, and even though they were quite far away from each other, both of them felt their bodies trembling, and they felt like they were suffocating. This lineup is too strong. Let's move back a bit more. If not, when the battle starts, the shock waves will spread out, and will be caught in the crossfire. Daoist Black reminded them. After that, he pulled Guoshan and continued retreating. With their strength, not to mention being in the middle of a battle, even just watching from afar was enough to make them feel scared. Damn it, 9 late combat soul warriors, dozens of combat soul warriors, and over 200 divine core warriors. I'm afraid only the Martial Saint Dynasty can come up with such a huge lineup. Brother Jiang Qin is really amazing. He's fighting against such a powerful group all by himself, and he doesn't show any signs of fear on his face. Guoshan said with mixed emotions. Just by watching from afar, he could feel his blood boiling, as if he was fighting against the entire world all by himself. If Jiang Qin didn't die in today's battle, his reputation in the Eastern continent would definitely reach new heights. I wonder if Jiang Qin can fight against such a powerful group. Daoist Black was still worried. Although he knew how strong Jiang Qin was, the enemy's group was simply too frightening. It was a group that he had never even dreamed about. I'm very confident in Brother Jiang. Sect Chief, let's make a bet. One day, the Black Sect will definitely stand at the top of the Eastern continent under Jiang Qin's name. Guoshan's eyes lit up. Although this was a kind of awakening, it wasn't impossible. The 9 stars killing formation was instantly activated, and all the energy was gathered onto the Third Emperor's body. Right now, the Third Emperor's body was bursting with energy. He threw his head back and let out a loud roar. The powerful feeling made him yearn for it. Jiang Qin, I don't believe I can't kill you in my current state. Take this, Heavenly Imperial Finger. The Third Emperor's voice rumbled like a thunderclap. He pointed his finger toward Jiang Qin, unleashing a huge golden finger that carried the might of an emperor. The finger was like a pillar that could support the heavens, and it was powerful enough to crush a mountain. Humph. Competing in finger techniques. Your crude Heavenly Imperial Finger is too weak. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed. He raised both of his hands and unleashed a golden light from his fingertips. After that, he suddenly pointed his finger forward. In an instant, 6 gigantic fingers appeared. The 6 solar fingers merged into one, then they collided with the Third Emperor's Heavenly Imperial Finger. Boom! 2 gigantic fingers collided with each other. The shockwaves generated from the collision caused the sky to change color. A mountain underneath was struck by the shockwaves, and it was instantly turned into dust. The scene was filled with golden lights. This ultimate confrontation couldn't be described with just the word terrifying. Tap tap tap, under the impact of the Heavenly Imperial Finger, Jiang Qin was forced to take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. He could feel the blood and qi in his body tumbling, and he felt an indescribable discomfort. After the Third Emperor merged with the 9 stars killing formation, although the energy unleashed by his attack wasn't as strong as a combat king warrior, it was equivalent to the combat strength of a half-step combat king warrior. Jiang Qin was only an early combat soul warrior, so of course, he was no match for the Third Emperor. Seeing this, the Third Emperor and the others immediately revealed joyful expressions. It looked like the power of the 9 stars killing formation had exceeded their estimation, and Jiang Qin was no match for it. But, at the same time, they were shocked. Their combined combat strength was incredibly strong, and Jiang Qin was only an early combat soul warrior, but he wasn't killed by the Third Emperor's attack, and he wasn't even injured. This showed how frightening this abnormal young man was. Ha, Jiang Qin, just give up, don't struggle for nothing. The Third Emperor burst into laughter. Right now, he felt like he was extremely powerful, like a combat king warrior, standing high above the masses, omnipotent, and dominating everything. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. This situation was within his expectations, and it was also the reason why he released the Crown Prince without hesitation, and didn't injure the Crown Prince at all. In fact, Jiang Chen had many ways to break the 9 stars killing formation. With Jiang Chen's abilities, breaking the 9 stars killing formation was just too easy. It was impossible for these 9 men to have perfect teamwork, and there were bound to be loopholes in the formation. Therefore, Jiang Chen could first cut off the connection between these 300 men and the formation, then break the formation one by one according to the loopholes. In less than 10 minutes, he would be able to break the 9 stars killing formation. However, Jiang Chen didn't choose to break the formation. He chose to face it head-on, as he needed the pressure from the 9 stars killing formation. Normally, this kind of pressure would be useless to him, but it was different now. The dragon transformation skill was on the verge of transforming. Last time in the Fragrant Sky City, it had increased by 1,000 dragon marks, but the dragon transformation skill had yet to complete its transformation. For Jiang Chen, this was a rare opportunity. He wanted to use the pressure from the 9 stars killing formation to stimulate the dragon transformation skill, so that it could stimulate his potential and undergo a true transformation. This was Jiang Chen's biggest goal. Initially, Jiang Chen thought that the Imperial Emperor would personally attack him, and if that was the case, he would have no choice but to give it his all and complete his transformation under the pressure from the Imperial Emperor. However, the Imperial Emperor was a true combat king warrior, and fighting him would be extremely dangerous. On the other hand, the 9 stars killing formation created by the Third Emperor was perfect. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. With his current condition, he wasn't suitable to fight a combat king warrior, but it was perfect for him to collide with a half-step combat king warrior. Only by doing so would he be able to obtain the result he wanted. Just like when he collided with the heavenly imperial finger just now, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill had started circulating at a high speed. What a joke! Do you see me struggling? 9 murdering flood dragons. Jiang Chen was fearless. Facing such a powerful formation, he took the initiative to attack. Both his arms glowed brightly, unleashing one terrifying flood dragon after another toward the Third Emperor. He didn't attack the others, and only targeted the Third Emperor, who was the strongest among them. Even the Third Emperor didn't expect to use such a fighting method. According to the Third Emperor's expectations, Jiang Chen would definitely choose to attack them one by one, and wouldn't dare fight him head-on. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to do the exact opposite, and use the most suicidal fighting method. However, this was exactly what the Third Emperor wanted. He wanted to use his strength to kill Jiang Chen. Rumble, the battle became even more intense. Another collision occurred, and Jiang Chen was once again sent flying away. This time, blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and his aura was in a mess. In the distance, Daoist Black and Guoshan were shocked. Why would Jiang Chen choose such a stupid fighting method? This doesn't seem like his style. Daoist Black was stunned. With his understanding of Jiang Chen, this was definitely not the fighting method Jiang Chen would use. Jiang Chen has always been a smart guy. Can't he see that if he continues fighting like this, it will be disadvantageous for him? Daoist Black was puzzled. Don't worry, Jiang brother must have his own reasons. Guoshan was still very confident in Jiang Chen. Chapter 442. Under the influence of the 9 stars killing array, Jiang Chen was like a mad ancient beast, attacking again and again without any regard for his own life. He was beaten by the Third Emperor until he kept coughing up blood. This scene was extremely frightening. Jiang Chen was obviously in a disadvantageous position, and it seemed like his life was in danger at any moment. However, the Third Emperor and the others didn't feel happy at all. Damn it, what is this kid made of? He's already injured, but he's still getting stronger and stronger. He's like a cockroach that can't be killed. What the hell? The Third Emperor felt depressed. He had never seen such a crazy man before. Jiang Chen was fighting like a madman, without any regard for his own life. He was now a half-step combat king warrior, and Jiang Chen was no match for him. However, the third emperor was still fighting with fear. Every time he attacked, he could injure Jiang Chen, but he couldn't kill Jiang Chen. Right now, Jiang Chen was in a very mysterious state. He had cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which gave him a very strong body. After experiencing the heavenly tribulation and being tempered by the heavenly lightning, his body had become even more terrifying. Therefore, these injuries were nothing to him. Little did the third emperor know that Jiang Chen wasn't fighting at all. Instead, he was using this method to squeeze out his potential and stimulate the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. Right now, the dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed, and it would never stop. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, new dragon marks would be formed in his body. In just a short period of time, he had formed 500 dragon marks. These dragon marks were formed when the dragon transformation skill stimulated the potential in his body, and their quality was much higher than when he absorbed demon spirits. With this method, no matter how many dragon marks he formed, it wouldn't affect Jiang Chen's foundation. Ever since the last transformation of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen had gained a certain amount of experience, and he knew how frightening it was. It could bring him unimaginable benefits. Putting aside the fact that the dragon transformation skill could allow him to awaken the true dragon combat skill, just the number of dragon marks and the increase in his cultivation base brought him unimaginable benefits. This time, the dragon transformation skill was about to undergo its second transformation. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of such a rare opportunity. The 9 stars killing array had condensed everyone's combat strength to the half-step combat king level, and under such pressure, Jiang Chen would benefit the most. The third emperor and the others didn't know that not only did their continuous attacks not cause any damage to Jiang Chen, they were also helping Jiang Chen. Again, Jiang Chen burst into laughter as he unleashed all of his skills. The Firethorn combat armor covered his body, and his hands were covered with blood-red dragon scales as he unleashed the true dragon palm at the third emperor. Although Jiang Chen wanted to use the pressure from the intense battle to stimulate the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen had to give it his all. Otherwise, he might suffer unimaginable injuries. Furthermore, using a combat skill under such pressure was also a kind of tempering for the combat skill itself. I don't believe I can't beat you to death. Sky flipping seal. The third emperor's eyes turned red. Jiang Chen's stubbornness had infuriated him, and he didn't believe that he couldn't kill him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Martial Saint Dynasty's terrifying combat skill, the Sky Flipping Seal. Its power was even greater than the Heavenly Imperial Finger, and with the third emperor's cultivation base, he could unleash its full power. Rumble, the air trembled, and a gigantic golden seal appeared in the sky. It looked like a mountain of treasures, and its surface was covered with runes. Then, it collided with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. The earth trembled, and the mountains shook. Although the 9 stars killing formation was impregnable, the mountain range underneath it was still shattered into pieces. Huge craters appeared on the ground, and black smoke kept rising up from the craters. Puff under the violent impact of the sky-flipping seal, Jiang Chen spurted out another mouthful of blood. However, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he became even crazier. Ha! Let's fight! Jiang Chen's laughter was like the 9 heavens' thunder, roaring across the sky. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were glowing with blazing light. Both of his hands were covered with dragon scales and his sharp dragon claws were terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely turned into a madman, a peerless madman. In his eyes, there was only battle left. His monstrous battle intent turned into endless blazing flames, rushing forward with indomitable will. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a dragon roar. As the dragon transformation skill continued to transform, and the number of dragon marks in his body continued to increase, Jiang Chen's roar now contained the might of a dragon. How can this madman be so tenacious? Sheng Guanxing's expression turned extremely unsightly. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Is he still human? The crown prince gnashed his teeth. Although he hated Jiang Chen so much that he wished he could eat Jiang Chen alive, he had to admit that he, the so-called number one genius of the Eastern continent, was still far from being comparable to Jiang Chen. This man must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. Tiangang Yi was shocked as well. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a peerless madman existed. Kill him. He must be killed. I must avenge my father. Wu Zong, who was in the back of the crowd, tried his best to channel his Yuan energy into the 9 stars killing formation, supporting its operation. Jiang Chen was truly terrifying. He wasn't a human, but a peerless monster. Rumble, Jiang Chen continued attacking the formation for a dozen more times, but each time, he would be repelled by the Third Emperor's powerful attacks. Each time, he would be severely injured and throw up blood. However, it was as if the blood would never run out, and it was as if his combat strength would never be depleted. His entire body was glowing with a bright light, like a blazing sun that would never fall. Up until now, Jiang Chen had a total of 9,000 dragon marks in his body, and he was only 1,000 away from 10,000 dragon marks. He was getting closer and closer to the mid-combat soul realm. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement. The Crown Prince's combat weapon was an upper-tier peerless weapon, but it was broken by his opponent's sword. Could it be that his opponent's sword was also a king weapon? Obviously, it wasn't a king weapon. However, when it collided with the king weapon, the power unleashed by Jiang Chen's sword was no weaker than the golden spear. How could this be? Sheng Guanxing was dumbfounded. They all knew that Jiang Chen had a mystical and sharp longsword, but they never expected it to be this terrifying. Now, the situation had changed. The Third Emperor had a king weapon, and Jiang Chen also had a combat weapon that could fight against a king weapon. The gap between them had been pulled back, and it seemed like killing Jiang Chen had become even more difficult. Chapter 443. You bunch of old fools, do you really think you can kill me? What a joke. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. With the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand, he once again dashed toward the Third Emperor. He discovered that after the Third Emperor's combat strength had increased after using the king weapon, the pressure he was feeling had become even greater. The circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill had doubled, and the speed at which dragon marks formed had increased as well. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before he broke through to the mid-combat soul realm. Boom! Ignoring the shocked expressions of the Third Emperor and the others, Jiang Chen continued slashing down with the Heavenly Saint sword. The Third Emperor knew that his opponent was using the pressure he was giving him to increase his combat strength. However, he had no other choice but to defend with all his strength. Sheng Guanxing and the others were gnashing their teeth in anger. However, as they were supporting the 9 stars killing formation, they didn't even have the chance to attack. Unless Jiang Chen arrived in front of them, he would be able to use the formation to transfer everyone's energy to them and defend against Jiang Chen. If they chose to attack now, they would only disperse the energy of the 9 stars killing formation, and the effect would be much better than if the Third Emperor attacked alone. Boom! Once again, the golden spear collided with the Heavenly Saint's sword. Once again, Jiang Chen was knocked flying back. However, in the next second, Jiang Chen once again dashed toward the Third Emperor like a madman, causing everyone to gnash their teeth in anger. This was the most depressing and frustrating situation. You're obviously stronger than your opponent, and you're able to injure your opponent every single time, but your opponent just won't die. Not only that, he's getting stronger and stronger. Third Emperor, what should we do now? Tiangang Yi couldn't help but ask. There's no other way, I don't believe I can't kill this guy. Everyone, let's put in more effort. With my king weapon, I want to see how much blood he can shed. The third emperor said in a vicious manner. With the current situation, apart from fighting Jiang Qin head-on, there was no other way for him to kill Jiang Qin. The situation was clear. Jiang Qin was using the pressure from the 9 stars killing formation to temper himself, stimulate his potential, and improve his combat strength. As for the third emperor and the others, they had no choice but to fulfill Jiang Qin's wish, because they had no other choice but to continue fighting with Jiang Qin. If they removed the 9 stars killing formation right now, with Jiang Qin's strength, none of them would be able to withstand his attack. At that point of time, hundreds of them would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Jiang Qin. Even the third emperor who possessed a king weapon wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Qin's attack. Therefore, they had no other choice but to continue fighting. Their only hope was that Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous injuries, and would eventually be killed by the king weapon. Although they didn't know how high the probability of that happening was, they had no other choice. In fact, since the beginning of the battle, all the great warriors, including the third emperor, were regretting their decision. If they knew that Jiang Qin had become so frightening, even if it meant losing face, they would still inform the imperial emperor and ask him to deal with Jiang Qin. If that was the case, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Jiang Qin was extremely arrogant, and he kept laughing crazily. He knew that the third emperor and the others were feeling very aggrieved right now. But too bad, it was already too late. Today, his enemies were going to help him achieve his goal. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin's aura was growing like a tidal wave, and it kept rising. Huge amounts of earthly elixir were tossed into Jiang Qin's mouth by Jiang Qin, as if it was free. The third emperor and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Qin had actually broken through to the next realm. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from Jiang Qin's bones. All the injuries he suffered just now had completely healed, and not a single scar was left on his body. At the same time, Jiang Qin's energy was like a pillar that could support the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Right at this moment, 10,000 dragon marks had been formed, and Jiang Qin had truly broken through to the mid-combat soul realm. The only flaw was that the dragon transformation skill still hadn't completed its transformation. However, after breaking through to the mid-combat soul realm, Jiang Qin could no longer feel the pressure coming from the third emperor and the others. In his eyes, these existences in front of him were just too weak. Right now, Jiang Qin was strong enough to fight any ordinary combat king warrior. This was the frightening power of the dragon transformation skill. In the distance, Daoist Black and Guoshan finally understood what Jiang Qin was trying to do. Sensing the massive energy coming from Jiang Qin's body, both of them felt their nerves going numb. Heavens, is this the powerful energy that a mid-combat soul warrior should have? How could he be so strong? Daoist Black felt his mouth going dry. However, seeing Jiang Qin undergo such a powerful transformation, he was extremely happy and excited. This is Jiang Qin, a peerless monster. You'll never know how much potential he has. Guoshan said with mixed emotions. When he recalled the first time he met Jiang Qin, he felt as if it was a lifetime ago. Who would have thought that an outer circle disciple of the Black Sect would be able to reach such a terrifying level in such a short period of time? To be able to reach such a terrifying level in such a short period of time, who would have thought that the unknown youth would one day stir up a storm in the eastern continent? Not good. The third emperor had a bad feeling about this. Right at this moment, everyone's expressions turned ugly. Before Jiang Qin attacked, just the energy unleashed from his body had caused the 9 stars killing formation to violently tremble, and it looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. Humph. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and cruel. He harumphed, then he unleashed the true dragon palm and grabbed the air. Crack, the 9 stars killing formation instantly shattered. The stubborn formation couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen. It was simply too powerful, they were not on the same level at all. Right now, Jiang Chen was like a real combat king warrior. Ah, miserable screams sounded out, especially those 300 men who were constantly supplying energy to the formation. All of them were throwing up blood, as the backlash from the 9 stars killing formation was simply too powerful for them to handle. Puff! Not only them, even the 9th Emperor and the other late combat soul warriors were throwing up blood. Their bodies were swaying, and they were staring at Jiang Chen with a frightened expression. 3rd Emperor, you've been fighting for so long, it's my turn now. After saying that, Jiang Chen unleashed the true dragon palm. The 3rd Emperor was shocked, and he immediately unleashed the golden spear. However, the 3rd Emperor had suffered serious injuries, and he couldn't unleash the full power of his king weapon. Also, the gap between him and Jiang Chen was too huge, he was no match for him at all. King weapon, give it to me. Jiang Chen extended his hand and forcefully snatched the golden spear from the 3rd Emperor's hand. Give me back my combat weapon. The 3rd Emperor's expression changed dramatically. If it wasn't for you guys worrying about me, Jiang Chen, my entire family would have been turned into corpses by now. If I spare your lives, those souls who died because of me will never forgive me. Jiang Chen said with a stern voice. He didn't show any mercy, and with a single slap, he shattered Tian Gangyi's head. Sect Chief. The late combat soul warrior from the Myriad Sword sect couldn't help but roar out. Stop shouting, none of us are going to live today. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned red. He dashed toward the Myriad Sword sect elder and killed him with a single slap. After breaking through to the late combat soul realm, Jiang Chen had become really frightening. Killing late combat soul warriors was like killing ants to him. In just the blink of an eye, all 5 late combat soul warriors were killed by Jiang Chen. The remaining 4 late combat soul warriors were all high-ranking men of the martial Saint dynasty, the Crown Prince, the 4th Emperor, the 5th Emperor, and the 6th Emperor. But right now, all 4 of them had lost their previous elegant demeanor. Their bodies were trembling, and they were looking at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a devil. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's ice-cold gaze landed on the 4th Emperor. His killing intent soared into the sky. Men always carried all kinds of responsibilities on their shoulders. Sometimes, they had to kill to protect their loved ones. They had to kill, this was the law of survival. Wait! The 4th Emperor hurriedly shouted out. Do you have anything to say before you die? Jiang Chen stood in front of the 4th Emperor and spoke in a Langlang manner. Jiang Chen, let me give you a piece of advice. You better not become the martial Saint dynasty's enemy. The martial Saint dynasty's overall strength is not something you can fight. If you don't kill us today, I'll write off all the grudges between us. With your talent and cultivation, as long as you serve the martial Saint dynasty wholeheartedly, your future will be limitless. The 4th Emperor said. Slap. Right after the 4th Emperor finished speaking, Jiang Chen immediately slapped his face, causing him to spin 3 times on the spot. How dare you say such bullshit? Do you think Daddy is an idiot? Nobody can live, but you people from the martial Saint dynasty must die. Jiang Chen cursed, then he thrust out his palm again, causing the 4th Emperor's body to explode. His head was now in his hand. The 4th Emperor's words were simply bullshit. Jiang Chen had killed 3 emperors of the martial Saint dynasty, and he had even castrated the Crown Prince. How could he possibly write off all the grudges between him and the Martial Saint dynasty? A life-and-death battle between him and the Martial Saint dynasty was unavoidable, and he couldn't let these mighty warriors of the Martial Saint dynasty go. If he let them go today, they would become the executioners who killed his family and friends tomorrow. This scene had completely frightened the 5th emperor and 6th emperor. They could tell that Jiang Qin was a mad devil who killed without batting an eyelid. He didn't care if they were emperors or not, he just killed them without any hesitation. He didn't care if they were emperors or not. From the moment the imperial emperor issued the imperial decree, the annihilation of the Martial Saint dynasty was already fated. Since you want to annihilate my clan, I'll annihilate your clan as well. Emperors, don't you think what I said is reasonable? Step by step, Jiang Qin walked toward the 5th and 6th emperors and said with a sneer on his face. The 2 emperors' hearts clenched. It seemed like Jiang Qin's words were right. Since they wanted to annihilate Jiang Qin's family, why would Jiang Qin be polite to them? Jiang Qin, you're going against the Martial Saint dynasty, you won't have a good ending. Chapter 445. Boom! Jiang Qin slammed his palm onto the 5th emperor's body. The 5th emperor could only let out a miserable shriek before he was turned into a mist of blood and died on the spot. His head was held in Jiang Qin's hand. Arg! The 6th emperor, who was standing not far away, let out a roar. He took out the combat weapon in his hand and unleashed a powerful aura, then he took the initiative to attack Jiang Qin. He knew that he was going to die, therefore, he no longer begged for mercy, nor did he try to threaten the Martial Saint dynasty. He knew that both begging and threatening were useless. After falling into the hands of a ruthless man like Jiang Qin, his fate was sealed. Rather than begging for mercy, he might as well fight with his life on the line. You're quite courageous, but the ending will be the same. Jiang Qin glanced at the 6th emperor, then he punched out with lightning speed. This punch contained a tremendous force. The 6th emperor felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and he felt as if his body was going to be torn apart. In the end, the 6th emperor let out a miserable shriek. Even though he had used all his strength, he still couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin took another head. From now on, the heads of the 3rd emperor, 4th emperor, 5th emperor, 6th emperor, 7th emperor, and 10th emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty had fallen into Jiang Qin's hands. For the Martial Saint dynasty, not only was this an unimaginably huge loss, it was also a serious provocation to the dynasty's dignity. After the Martial Saint dynasty had been established for so many years, this was the first time someone dared to disregard the dynasty's dignity like this. Killing 6 emperors of the Martial Saint dynasty was a heaven-defying act. In the entire eastern continent, only Jiang Qin had the ability to do such a heaven-defying thing. The entire scene instantly became silent. The remaining 300 people all looked at Jiang Qin pitifully. They did not continue to escape, nor did they have the slightest intention to resist. This was because they knew very well that regardless of whether they tried to escape or resist, it was useless. All of their fates were now in the hands of this young man before them. The crown prince was so nervous that he couldn't even breathe. Although he had become a eunuch, he didn't want to die. 8 of the 9 late combat soul warriors had been killed, and all his imperial uncles were dead. He was the only one left, and he didn't dare hope that Jiang Qin would let him go. At this moment, the crown prince was no longer high and mighty in front of Jiang Qin. He was like a stray dog. However, Jiang Qin didn't even glance at the crown prince. Instead, he was looking at the crowd in front of him. His eyes were ice cold, and anyone who looked at him would feel a chill. It was as if under his gaze, they would be executed by 1,000 cuts. In the end, Jiang Qin's gaze landed on a certain person, Wu Zong. "Get out here!" Jiang Qin shouted at Wukong. Wu Zong's body trembled, and his face turned pale, as if he was about to collapse. He never thought that Jiang Qin wouldn't kill the crown prince first, but him. The mid-combat Soul Wuzong's body was trembling, and he couldn't control his body at all. Seeing this, a disgusted look emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. He extended his hand and grabbed Wuzong's body, unleashing a powerful suction force that pulled Wuzong toward Jiang Qin. If I remember correctly, you were the one who planned this from the beginning to the end, right? Jiang Chen stared at Wuzong Lengleng, as if he was looking at a man who was about to die. However, there was no pity in his eyes. Jiang Chen had learned from De Huang Dog that all of this was because Wuzong had instigated the crown prince to meet Yan Qinyu. Since the emperors of the martial Saint dynasty were dead, they would definitely return to their ancestral lands. In order to get those heads back, the imperial emperor would do anything. Jiang Chen didn't like using other people's relatives to threaten him. Even if they were his mortal enemies, he still hated doing this. But now, he had no other choice, because the people closest to him were still in the imperial emperor's hands, imprisoned in the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, and Wu Zhou. The lives of these people were too important to him. If he didn't leave some leverage behind, he would only be threatened by the imperial emperor. Furthermore, the lives of Jiang Zhenhai and the other two couldn't be guaranteed. Jiang Chen had no doubt that after the imperial emperor found out that he had killed so many emperors, he would probably kill Jiang Zhenhai and the other two to vent his anger. Therefore, Jiang Chen spared the crown prince's life. Sparing the crown prince's life was equal to sparing the lives of Jiang Zhenhai and the other two for the time being. Jiang Chen, you slap before the crown prince could finish his words. Jiang Chen slapped his face. Lang Lang said, I've told you before, eunuchs shouldn't talk. Didn't anyone tell you that your voice is disgusting? Also, from this moment onwards, remember your identity. You're just my Jiang Chen slave. Puff Jiang Chen's words were much more powerful than the slap. The crown prince immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was the crown prince of the imperial emperor, a man who stood above the imperial emperor. He had never been humiliated like this before. But now that he was in Jiang Chen's hands, he could neither live nor die. He didn't even have the ability to kill himself. At the same time, the crown prince kept quiet. He knew very well that Jiang Qin wouldn't show any mercy to him. The only reason he spared his life was to threaten the imperial emperor. If he didn't have this little bit of value, he would have ended up like the other imperial uncles. In fact, the crown prince hated his own voice. Right at this moment, two figures flew over from afar. They were Daoist Black and Guoshan. Both of them had been hiding far away, and when they saw Jiang Qin slaughtering his enemies, they were shocked as if they were struck by lightning. Only now did they react, and when they saw that Jiang Qin had taken control of the situation, they flew over. Jiang Qin casually waved his hand and tore open a gap on the barrier formed by the Heavenly Saint sword, allowing both of them to enter. Right at this moment, the way both of them looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. The scene of Jiang Qin slaughtering his enemies was like a dream to them. It was extremely frightening. If the news of today's battle spread out, Jiang Qin's reputation would reach an unimaginable height. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Although they knew Jiang Qin was one of their own, subconsciously, both of them had developed a sense of respect and fear towards Jiang Qin. Brother, what should we do with these people? Are we going to kill them all? Guoshan looked at the 300 men who were trembling in fear. Killing them all is indeed against the heavenly Tao, but some people must die. Older brother Gua, sect chief, how many people have died in the black sect? Jiang Qin asked. I don't know. We've been imprisoned here, so we don't know what's going on outside. Daoist Black said. Then let's bring these people back to the black sect and let the disciples of the black sect identify them. Those who deserve to die will die, and those who don't deserve to die will be crippled. We have to avenge those disciples of the Black Sect. I need to give them an explanation." After saying that, Jiang Qin flew toward the Black Sect. Under the protection of the Heavenly Saint Sword, the 300 men had no choice but to follow him. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew that there was no way they would be able to resolve this peacefully today. Jiang Chen had said that some of them would be killed because they had killed disciples and elders of the Black Sect, and those who didn't would be crippled. Daoist Black and Guoshan looked at each other. Excitement could be seen in their eyes. With Jiang Chen around, the Black Sect would rise again sooner or later. Chapter 446. These 300 men were from different factions. No matter if it was the Martial Saint Dynasty, the Shangguan clan, or the Myriad Sword Sect, they were all extremely prestigious existences. Normally, any one of these men would be proud and arrogant, no matter where they went. Wherever they went, they could show off their strength. But right now, all 300 men were like stray dogs. Their lives were in someone else's hands, and they couldn't even fight back. All they could do was wait for the god of death to deal with them. It was a tragic scene, especially for those from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. They used to be the overlords of the Jian province, and their pride was ingrained in their bones. But today, 2 of the strongest men in the Jian province had been killed, and even 2 of their late combat soul great elders had been killed. This was a huge loss, and even if they didn't die, these 2 superpowers would never be able to dominate the Jian province again. Their decline was inevitable. The people of the Martial Saint Dynasty were even sadder. Their 6 emperors were dead, their princes were dead, and even the crown prince had become a prisoner, tightly controlled by Jiang Qin. The crown prince, who used to be in a high position, didn't even dare let out a fart when he was with Jiang Qin. This was a situation that couldn't be described with just the word tragic. Right now, the Black Sect was in an extremely restless state. The scene of Jiang Qin fighting so many enemies alone was something that they couldn't help but care about, because it concerned their lives. If Daoist Black hadn't given the order that no one was allowed to leave the Black Sect, many of them would have gone to the battlefield by now. The truth proved that Daoist Black's order was a wise one. The battle was too intense, and the shock waves from the battle swept across the entire mountain range. Even with Daoist Black and Guoshan's cultivation, they were still having a hard time breathing because of the shock waves. If it were the other disciples of the Black Sect, they would have been killed by the shock waves. Did you guys hear that? I can hear the intense shock waves from 1,000 miles away. Senior disciple Jiang Qin has started fighting with them. This is really worrying. I wonder if senior disciple Jiang Qin can win. I don't think it's going to be easy, they are just too strong. There are so many late combat soul warriors, and a few hundred powerful warriors helping them, but senior disciple Jiang Qin is all by himself. This is really worrying. Just wait and see. Senior disciple Jiang Qin has always been good at creating miracles. During the war between the northern and southern dynasties, he created a miracle, and I'm sure it will be the same this time. All of the Black Sect's hopes are placed on senior disciple Jiang Qin. Bless senior disciple Jiang Qin's victory, bless the Black Sect's prosperity. Many disciples of the Black Sect were praying for Jiang Qin. In their minds, Jiang Qin was like a god, and they naturally hoped that their god would win. If the god in their minds fell, the Black Sect would fall as well. While everyone was discussing amongst themselves, a gigantic golden barrier appeared from afar, and it was flying towards the Black Sect at an incredible speed. On top of the gigantic golden barrier, a gigantic sword that was several hundred meters long was hovering in midair. Within the golden barrier, a few hundred men were forced to move at the same speed as the golden barrier. Damn it, these bastards have been bullying and cursing us for the past few days. What goes around comes around, Daddy wants to find those two scumbags who killed junior disciple Lu. A hot-tempered disciple was the first one to step forward while cursing. He arrived in front of the group of over 300 disciples, and when he glanced at them, many of them immediately lowered their heads. Senior disciple Jiang, it's him, he killed junior disciple Lu. The disciple pointed at a man from the Shengguan clan and said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, he just stretched out his hand and grabbed the man. Under Jiang Chen's control, the man couldn't even breathe, and he had completely lost his freedom of movement. I'll leave him to you. Jiang Chen handed the man over to the black sect's disciple. Thank you, senior disciple Jiang. The disciple bowed deeply toward Jiang Chen. After that, he took out a sharp blade and stabbed it into the man's chest without saying anything. Junior disciple Lu was tortured to death by you, and I'm showing him mercy by stabbing him. The disciple said with hatred in his voice. Jiang Chen, you cruel executioner. If you want to kill us, just kill us. Why do you have to humiliate us like this? Someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted out loudly. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the man, he just casually pointed his finger and unleashed a golden beam. The golden beam was like an indestructible sword, and it instantly pierced through the man's head, leaving behind a bloody hole. He died on the spot. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is so amazing. That man was an early combat soul warrior, but senior disciple Jiang just casually pointed his finger at him and killed him. This is terrifying. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is only 17 years old this year, but he already possesses such formidable combat strength at such a young age. It's not something we can imagine. If I could have half of senior disciple Jiang's ability, I'd be thanking the heavens. Half? What are you thinking? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Don't compare yourself with senior disciple Jiang Chen. All the people of the Black Sect were amazed by Jiang Chen's abilities. They didn't witness the fight from 1,000 miles away, but they did witness how Jiang Chen killed an early combat soul warrior with just a single finger. At this moment, everyone's admiration for Jiang Chen was like a raging river. Let me tell you, this isn't a humiliation, it's a reversal of your positions with the Black Sect. I'll let you have a taste of what it's like. If anyone else wants to die, you can do so right now. If you don't want to die, just stand here obediently, and you might be able to keep your lives. Jiang Chen looked at these people in front of him and said with an indifferent tone. After that, all the disciples of the Black Sect stepped forward to identify these people. In their minds, they wanted to kill those who had humiliated them, even in their dreams. Therefore, these people had left a deep impression on them, and they would be able to recognize them even if they were burned to ashes. During the past few days, all the disciples of the Black Sect had been imprisoned in different groups. Every place was guarded by people from the Shengguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. The people from the Martial Saint dynasty had just arrived yesterday, and their main goal was to deal with Jiang Chen. Therefore, they didn't really treat the disciples of the Black Sect. In the past few days, countless disciples of the Black Sect had been killed. This debt of blood had to be repaid with blood. After nearly half an hour of identification, all the people from the Shengguan clan and Myriad Sword sect had been identified. All of their hands were stained with the blood of the disciples of the Black Sect. For people like this, Jiang Chen would never show any mercy. Jiang Chen decisively gave the order, handing all these people over to the Black Sect's disciples, letting them do whatever they wanted. They had been imprisoned for more than a dozen days, and they had suffered all kinds of inhumane humiliation. Even the slightest bit of annoyance would cause them to be beaten and scolded. It wasn't hard to imagine how the disciples of the Black Sect were feeling right now. Now that they had the chance to fight back, those who had bullied them would never have a good time. Following a series of miserable screams, all the men from the Shengguan clan and myriad sword sect fell into a pool of blood. Chapter 447. The entire training ground was covered in blood, and the pungent smell of blood made people frown. This place had turned into a living hell, and the remaining 200 men from the martial Saint dynasty were so scared that their faces had turned deathly pale. They didn't even dare breathe. Jiang Chen was too frightening, and in their eyes, he had turned into a devil. Soon, all the men from the Shengguan clan and myriad sword sect were executed. Next, it was the men from the martial Saint dynasty's turn. Jiang Chen didn't look at them, he turned to the men from the black sect and asked, "Are they here?" "Senior disciple Jiang, they just arrived yesterday, and they didn't bully us," a disciple from the black sect said. Upon hearing this, the men from the martial Saint dynasty couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It looked like they had a chance to keep their lives. At least, they would have a better ending than the Shengguan clan and myriad sword sect. Very good. I've said it before, kill all those who deserve to die. In fact, all of you deserve to die as well. If I fell into the hands of the martial Saint dynasty today, I'm sure all of you know what would happen to me. Once I die, you'll attack my family and friends mercilessly. Am I right? Jiang Chen glanced at all the men with an interested expression. When they looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, all of them felt like they were suffocating. However, what Jiang Chen said was right. If the ending was reversed, and instead of them falling into the hands of Jiang Chen would be captured by them, Jiang Chen would have a miserable ending. Once something bad happened to Jiang Chen, the imperial decree of exterminating all his family and friends would be carried out immediately, and everyone in the black sect would die a miserable death. Therefore, none of them dared to refute Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen was a smart man, and he could see everything clearly, so it was useless to refute him. In front of such a person, your life was completely at his command. Everything depended on whether Jiang Chen was happy or not. Begging for mercy or threatening him were all useless. But like I said before, as long as your hands aren't stained with the blood of the black sect's disciples, you won't have to die. But you can still be punished. I'll give you two choices now. The first choice, cut off your arms and leave this place. The second choice, I'll cripple your cultivation and spare your lives. Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, although the faces of these people from the martial Saint dynasty were drenched in cold sweat, many of their eyes were filled with joy. That's right, such a punishment was indeed a pleasant surprise. They thought they were dead for sure. Although losing 2 arms was a severe punishment, it was still better than losing their lives. I lost my arm. Without hesitation, a combat soul warrior took out a sharp long sword and chopped off his left arm. After that, he threw the long sword away and chopped off his right arm. Since someone had made his move, the others didn't waste any time either. They all took out their own weapons and chopped off their own arms. The entire scene was filled with blood and violence, but the people of the black sect were excited. Chopping off their own arms, no ordinary man would have the courage to do so. However, none of these people dared hesitate. They weren't familiar with Jiang Chen, but after today's battle, they had completely understood what kind of man Jiang Chen was. He was a cruel and merciless man who would never go back on his words. They could imagine that if they were a little bit slower, Jiang Chen would have killed them. Although Jiang Chen had given them 2 choices, everyone chose the first one. For powerful warriors, even an idiot would know which one to choose between losing one's arm and crippling one's cultivation. Losing one's arm would have a great impact on one's future cultivation. The atmosphere of the black sect was unparalleled, and even Daoist Black and Guoshan had joined in the cheering. Although Daoist Black was the black sect's sect chief, ever since Jiang Chen defeated the northern and southern dynasties and conquered the Qi province, the black sect's true sect chief was Jiang Chen. Therefore, the threat Jiang Qin posed to the Black Sect was much higher than Daoist Black. This could be seen from the statue of Jiang Qin that was erected in the center of the Black Sect. Daoist Black knew this very well, and in his mind, Jiang Qin was the Black Sect's savior. This was the second time he had saved the Black Sect. Jiang Qin waved his hand and the screams came to an abrupt end. Fellow disciples, I, Jiang Qin, have returned, and I won't let anything bad happen to the Black Sect. From now on, the Black Sect will return to the right track. Everyone, go back to cultivating. After saying that, Jiang Qin waved his hand and unleashed a sea of fire onto the training field. The corpses and severed limbs on the ground were burned into nothingness in the blink of an eye, not even a speck of ash was left behind. With a strong gust of wind, the training field became clean again, as if nothing had ever happened. What a powerful flame! Guishan's eyes lit up. As an alchemist, he had some knowledge about flames, but he had never heard of such a terrifying flame like Jiang Qin's. After the true dragon flame had merged with the heavenly thunder flame, Jiang Qin's flame had reached a new level. Not to mention these dead bodies, even the hardest rock would be burned into ashes in an instant. Jiang Qin, Father will never forgive you for what you've done. The crown prince who stood next to Jiang Qin said while gnashing his teeth in anger. It's still too early to say who will forgive who. Also, you damn eunuch, from now on, don't say another word. If you say another word, I'll cut off your tongue. Jiang Qin glared at the crown prince. The crown prince gnashed his teeth in anger, but he dared not say another word. He didn't think Jiang Qin was joking with him. On the same night, within the Black Sect, Han Yen, the Huang Dog and the others had returned one after another. When they heard about Jiang Qin's achievements, they were extremely excited. Little Qinzi, you're too fierce. I think those imperial emperors are going to be pissed now. Yu Zihan said. This is too fierce. He's simply inhuman. All 6 emperors of the Martial Saint dynasty are dead. Such a great loss has never happened in the history of the Martial Saint dynasty. But this battle is really exciting. That's right. Yu Zihan burst into laughter. His admiration for Jiang Qin had increased to another level. How are things on your side? Jiang Qin asked. Don't worry, as long as I, De Huang, am involved, nothing will go wrong. Up until now, all the hostages are safe. However, Lord Zhou, your father, and Yan Zhanyun are still in the Martial Saint dynasty. The Huang Dog said. Humph. I'll settle this score with the Imperial Emperor. If anything happens to my father, I'll make the Martial Saint dynasty fall. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed. 2 cold beams flickered within his eyes. It was a frightening scene. By imprisoning Jiang Zhenhai, the Imperial Emperor had crossed Jiang Qin's bottom line. Little Qinzi, the Martial Saint dynasty is still a very powerful dynasty. You've killed so many of their men today, I'm sure the Imperial Emperor is going to be furious. If he sends his army to our border, how are we going to defend ourselves? Han Yan said with a frown on his face. The war with the Martial Saint dynasty is unavoidable. Tomorrow, I'll head to the Martial Saint dynasty with the crown prince and the heads of those emperors. I'll rescue my father, father-in-law, and brother Zhou. Jiang Qin said. The reason why he kept the crown prince alive was to save them. When he arrived at the Martial Saint dynasty, his speed didn't slow down at all. Soon, 6 golden guards approached him. Stop right there. Who are you? The leading golden guard shouted out loudly. A few of them lined up and blocked Jiang Qin's path. They didn't know who Jiang Qin was, but they knew the people around Jiang Qin. Crown Prince. The few of them cried out in shock at the same time, and their expressions changed dramatically. Not only was the crown prince the martial Saint dynasty's crown prince, he was also the leader of these golden guards, the true commander. I'm Jiang Qin. Tell the imperial emperor that I'm here to give him a gift. Let me see what this is. After saying that, Jiang Qin waved his hand. In an instant, a series of heads flew up into the sky. 6 emperors, Prince Wu Zong, and the vice commander of the Golden Guards, Yuan Long. All these hideous human heads were hovering in midair, emitting a frightening coldness. What? Those are the emperor's heads. Oh heavens, something big has happened. The few Golden Guards instantly panicked, and the shock on their faces had reached an extreme level. The leading Golden Guard immediately gave out an order, and it echoed throughout the entire martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Qin stood there with a faint smile on his face. He didn't stop the Golden Guards from giving out the order, and he just stood there, waiting for the imperial emperor to arrive. Swoosh, 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 numerous powerful auras soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of powerful figures appeared in the sky outside the martial Saint dynasty, surrounding Jiang Qin and the crown prince. These people were the prestigious Golden Guards of the martial Saint dynasty, and the powerful imperial army. Every single one of them was a mighty warrior. At this moment, the gazes of these people landed on the floating heads, and their expressions changed drastically. Something big had happened. This was something that had never happened in the history of the martial Saint dynasty. So many emperors were killed, and someone even brought their heads to the martial Saint dynasty to show off. Such a provocation was the biggest humiliation to the martial Saint dynasty. These heads and the imprisoned crown prince made everyone look at Jiang Qin with fear in their eyes. They had heard about Jiang Qin's name before, and the imperial emperor had given the imperial decree to exterminate all of his family and friends. It was all for the sake of this young genius. But who would have thought that this young man would become so terrifying all of a sudden? Not only did they fail to capture Jiang Qin, they were all killed by him. To the martial Saint dynasty, this was an unimaginable loss. Imperial Emperor, why don't you come out and welcome your people? Jiang Qin ignored the people who surrounded him and shouted at the martial Saint dynasty with a loud voice. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, echoing through the sky above the martial Saint dynasty. His words were filled with hostility. Boom! A towering wave suddenly soared up from the center of the martial Saint dynasty. It was a thick flame of anger, and it turned into a golden pillar of light that shot up into the sky. In the next moment, a muscular middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe flew out. He was furious, and no one could see how he moved. In the next moment, he appeared outside the martial Saint dynasty. That was the aura of a combat king warrior, and it was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. When the Golden Guards and Royal Guards saw the Imperial Emperor, they immediately bowed and loosened the encirclement. The Imperial Emperor's gaze fell onto the heads of the third emperor and the others, and the anger between his brows had reached its peak. As the Imperial Emperor, he would never allow such a provocation to happen. The martial Saint dynasty was a prosperous dynasty that ruled the entire eastern continent, and no one dared to defy it. But today, someone had killed all the emperors and imprisoned the crown prince. This wasn't just a simple slap to the imperial emperor's face, it was a slap to the left and a slap to the right. Jiang Qin, it looks like I've underestimated you. The imperial emperor's voice was so cold that it could freeze a savage beast to death. However, he still managed to remain calm. Yesterday, when all the emperor's soul jade slips were destroyed, the guards who were guarding the room immediately knew that something big had happened. Without any hesitation, they immediately reported the news to the imperial emperor. However, what the imperial emperor didn't expect was that Jiang Qin would be so daring. Before he could do anything, Jiang Qin had actually invaded the martial Saint dynasty all by himself, and he had even brought the heads of all the emperors to the imperial emperor's palace. Jiang Chen was simply a madman. Of course you've underestimated me. Since you've done something wrong, you'll have to pay the price. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Chapter 449. There was no need for Jiang Chen to be polite when talking to the Imperial Emperor. Both of them were now mortal enemies, and only one of them would survive. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't plan to be polite with the Imperial Emperor today. "Father, save me." When the Crown Prince saw the Imperial Emperor, it was as if he had seen his savior. He immediately cried out in surprise. In his mind, he would be safe now that he could see the Imperial Emperor. His father was an omnipotent existence, not someone that a puny Jiang Chen could deal with. Since Jiang Chen dared to come to the martial Saint dynasty alone, he was courting death. "Shut up, trash!" The Imperial Emperor glared at the Crown Prince and shouted coldly. The son he had high hopes for had turned into the most useless one. If it wasn't for the Crown Prince's lust, he wouldn't be in this situation today. The heads floating in the sky all had ferocious expressions on their faces. It was impossible for the Imperial Emperor to not feel bad. Not only did the emperors threaten the martial Saint dynasty's reputation, they were also the Imperial Emperor's blood brothers. Now that all of them were dead, the Imperial Emperor would be left alone. "Jiang Chen, I'll give you a chance now, hand over the Crown Prince and these heads to me," the Imperial Emperor said. "Ah, Imperial Emperor, your words are too funny. With the grudge between us, isn't it a little too much to say something like that? The war between the martial Saint dynasty and me has been decided since the day you gave the imperial decree to kill all my family members. I'll cut the crap, release my father, father-in-law, and brother Joe, then I'll hand over the Crown Prince and these heads to you." Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh and told the Imperial Emperor the reason why he came here today. "You're threatening me." A bright light flickered in the Imperial Emperor's eyes. He was getting angrier and angrier. As the Emperor, no one had ever dared to threaten him like this, and Jiang Chen was definitely the first. "Of course, I'm threatening you." Jiang Chen shrugged and said, "As a matter of fact, this is just a deal. The Crown Prince's life is extremely precious, and the heads of these emperors have to be returned to the martial Saint dynasty after they die. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be good for the martial Saint dynasty's reputation if I just bury their heads in some desolate mountain." This was a blatant threat, and Jiang Chen wasn't doing anything wrong. On the other hand, the reason why the Imperial Emperor imprisoned Jiang Zhenhai was to threaten Jiang Qin. "No one dares to threaten me, Jiang Qin. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. After I kill you, I'll wipe out your entire clan." The Imperial Emperor's tone was extremely cold. As the most respected man in the Eastern continent, he would never allow anyone to challenge his authority, and he would never allow anyone to threaten him. "Is that so? Why don't you try? Let's see who's faster. I guarantee that before you do anything, I'll kill the Crown Prince and destroy all these heads," Jiang Chenlengleng said. He wasn't threatened by the Imperial Emperor at all. In terms of temperament, he was much calmer than the Imperial Emperor. He knew that the Imperial Emperor would definitely compromise today. No matter what the Crown Prince had become, he was still the Crown Prince. In the Imperial Emperor's mind, the Crown Prince's life was more precious than Jiang Zhenhai's. Furthermore, these emperors' heads were related to the martial Saint dynasty's reputation. Now that they had been killed, the Imperial Emperor's reputation had been ruined. If someone burned these heads in front of the Imperial Emperor, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. More importantly, these were all emperors, the Imperial Emperor's blood brothers. Now that they were dead, they couldn't even return their heads to the Imperial Emperor. The Imperial Emperor was a failure as an emperor. "Don't think I'm joking, I only joke with my friends. I'll count to 3, and if I don't see my father by then, I'll break one of the crown prince's arms right in front of you," Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. He placed his palm on the crown prince's shoulder. The crown prince's face turned pale because of fear. He knew how terrifying Jiang Qin was. With just a little bit of force from Jiang Qin, the crown prince's arm would be crippled. The imperial emperor clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Ever since he became the emperor, he had never been so angry. However, the imperial emperor could tell that Jiang Qin wasn't joking. "Humph." The imperial emperor coldly harumphed. With a wave of his hand, he tore a crack in the air, and a chilly wind came gushing out from it. This was the frightening ability of a combat king. After comprehending the spatial laws, he could easily tear the space apart. The imperial emperor waved his hand again, and 4 figures were pulled out from the crack. These 4 were none other than Wu Jiu, Xian Yi, Jiang Zhenhai, and Yan Zhanyun, who had been imprisoned in the martial Saint dynasty. The 4 of them staggered and nearly lost their balance. When they finally steadied themselves, they saw Jiang Qin standing in front of them. They were startled at first, but soon after, their faces turned into wild joy. "Shin Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun cried out at the same time. During the days they were imprisoned, there was only one thing that kept them going, and that was their beloved son and son-in-law. They firmly believed that Jiang Qin would come and save them. "Brother, this." Wu Jiu saw Jiang Qin as well. But soon after, he threw his glance at those heads. When he saw the faces of those heads, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he let out a long sigh. No matter what, these were his brothers. Although they had always made things difficult for him when they were alive, and were his enemies, Wu Jiu still felt it was a pity that they had ended up in such a miserable state. Of course, Wu Jiu only felt it was a pity. Ever since the imperial emperor gave the order to annihilate his entire family, and even his own son, Wu Jiu had cut off all ties with the martial Saint dynasty. However, Wu Jiu and Xian Yi were still shocked. They were shocked because of Jiang Qin. When Jiang Qin left the martial Saint dynasty, he was only a peak divine core warrior, not even a combat soul warrior. In just a short period of time, not only had he broken through to the combat soul realm, his combat strength had also reached a heaven-defying level. So many great warriors of the martial Saint dynasty had been killed by him, and after seeing what had happened to all the emperors, they knew without a doubt that Sheng Guanxing and Tian Gangyi's ending would be even more miserable than theirs. "Wu Jiu, did you see that?" Chapter 450. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky above the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Qin and the imperial emperor were standing opposite each other, both of them emanating incredible killing intent. This Jiang Qin has overestimated himself. Does he really think he can fight the imperial emperor just because he killed all the emperors? He's simply courting death. That's right, the imperial emperor is a true combat king warrior. Let alone 3 strikes, Jiang Qin won't be able to withstand even 1 strike. Fighting the martial Saint dynasty won't end well for anyone. However, this Jiang Qin is a heaven-defying man. He has killed so many emperors and caused an unprecedented loss to the martial Saint dynasty. Even if he dies, his name will still spread far and wide. The Golden Guards and the imperial army were all sighing. In their minds, Jiang Qin was undoubtedly a peerless demon king. He had achieved so much at such a young age, and even if he were to die in the hands of the imperial emperor today, his name would still be recorded in the history of the Eastern continent. In the next 100 years, his name would be known by everyone. Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun clenched their fists tightly. Their faces were filled with nervousness, especially Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Qin was his everything, and if anything bad happened to Jiang Qin, there would be no point for him to continue living in this world. "Lord Zhou, do you think Brother Jiang Qin can withstand 3 strikes from the Imperial Emperor? Xian Yi asked worriedly. A mid-combat soul warrior fighting against a combat king warrior, this has never happened before. Normally, it's impossible, but with my understanding of Brother, he would never do something he's not confident in. He has always been able to create miracles, and perhaps he will do the same this time. Wu Jiu said. He had no idea if a mid-combat soul warrior could fight against a combat king warrior in this world, but he knew Jiang Qin well. Although this man was young, he was an astute man, and he would never do anything he wasn't confident in. Furthermore, this involved the safety of 2 important figures, Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun, so Jiang Qin wouldn't do anything reckless. Up in the sky, the Imperial Emperor's divine aura was unfathomable. As a combat king warrior, as well as a high and mighty emperor, he had always looked down on others. Jiang Qin, I admire your courage. You actually dared to take 3 of my moves. The Imperial Emperor said with a sneer on his face. Make your move. Jiang Qin was very straightforward, and he didn't want to waste any time. With his eyesight, not only could he tell that the Imperial Emperor was only a first-grade combat king, he could also clearly tell how strong the Imperial Emperor's combat strength was. With his 10,000 dragon marks, he was more than enough to fight or even suppress a first-grade combat king. Humph! The Imperial Emperor let out a cold snort, then he suddenly threw out a punch. The punch caused the surrounding space to distort, causing cracks to appear in the space around it. The punch carried the power of space as it flew towards Jiang Qin. The attack of a combat king warrior was extremely ferocious, causing the weather to change in an instant. If it was any ordinary man, even if he had the combat strength to fight a combat king warrior, he would still be at a loss when facing an unfamiliar power of space. The biggest difference between a combat soul warrior and a combat king warrior was the power of space. A combat king warrior was able to use the power of space to attack, but a combat soul warrior was not familiar with the power of space, so they were usually unable to defend themselves, or even had no idea where to attack. However, Jiang Qin was different. Although he was unable to use the power of space, he was very familiar with it. Therefore, he didn't panic when facing the Imperial Emperor's attack. Jiang Qin was able to accurately see the trajectory of the power of space, allowing him to accurately defend himself. In fact, in the path of cultivation, there was a saying, a single force can break all skills. In front of absolute power, everything else was nothing. Jiang Qin had 10,000 dragon marks, so he could easily unleash a force of over 1,000,000 kilograms. A first-grade combat king is only so-so. Jiang Qin let out a loud shout and threw out a punch as well. His palm was fully covered with blood-red dragon scales, and when he threw out his punch, an illusory dragon appeared. The dragon was completely condensed from a frightening amount of energy, and it contained the true dragon flame and thunder flame, causing it to be even more ferocious, causing no one to dare look directly at it. As the saying goes, when an expert makes his move, everyone's expression changed. When Jiang Qin attacked, everyone's expressions changed, including the Imperial Emperor's. Those golden guards and royal guards who thought the Imperial Emperor would be able to smash Jiang Qin into pieces with just a single strike had their smiles frozen on their faces. They could clearly feel that the aura unleashed by Jiang Qin's punch was not any weaker than the Imperial Emperor's. It was so ferocious, so powerful that it could destroy anything. Jiang Qin's attack was a typical example of ferocity. Rumble, both attacks collided with each other. The spatial force and ferocious energy interweaved with each other, causing the surrounding space to distort. Shockwaves swept across the place, and the entire sky was distorted. The sky was trembling, and black smoke could be seen drifting in the air. Everyone's hearts were palpitating, and they could all feel the tremendous pressure. The battle between these two men was simply too ferocious. Luckily, they were fighting in the sky. If not, just the shockwaves from their battle would be enough to destroy the entire Martial Saint dynasty, and countless buildings would be destroyed. Jiang Chen and the Imperial Emperor's bodies swayed at the same time. Their attacks were equally matched. As for Jiang Chen, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill. Not only did he have a strong body, he also had a very fast recovery ability. In just an instant, he had returned to his peak condition. In this aspect, he had an advantage over the Imperial Emperor. How could this be possible? The Imperial Emperor's expression changed dramatically. The shock in his heart was like a raging ocean. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. He had never thought that there would be a day where a combat soul warrior could fight him. Furthermore, this young man was only a mid-combat soul warrior. This was simply too shocking. What was the definition of a monster? This was a monster. One could never use an ordinary person's eyes to judge a monster. He had something that surpassed ordinary people, and this kind of man was the scariest. Good. Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun couldn't contain their excitement, and they immediately shouted out. Jiang Chen's ferocious strength was something they were proud of. He's amazing. Brother Jiang Chen has really broadened my horizons. He can actually fight a combat king warrior with just a mid-combat soul cultivation, and he's not in a disadvantageous position at all. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Shocking, this is really shocking. Xian Yi was extremely shocked. He knew how frightening Jiang Chen was, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Fighting a combat king warrior with just a mid-combat soul cultivation, this was truly heaven-defying. Judging from the current situation, not only would the Imperial Emperor not be able to kill Jiang Chen in 3 strikes, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang is the most heaven-defying existence I've ever seen in this world. Wu Jiu said with mixed emotions. Of course, they didn't know that Jiang Chen had attracted heavenly tribulation back in the southern continent. A man who could attract heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm, it was impossible for him not to be heaven-defying. For a monster like him, no matter what he did, it was normal. Under the heavens, there were only a few people who could attract heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm. At least, with Jiang Chen's status as the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, he had never seen one before. Imperial Emperor, let's do this, I still have 2 strikes left. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit soared into the sky. Fighting a combat king warrior was the real thrill, and it was the only thing that could truly make his blood boil. Jiang Chen, even I have to admit that you're a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. However, if you want to fight me with just a mid-combat soul cultivation, you're taking it too lightly. That strike just now was just a casual strike, and I'd like to see how you're going to defend against the next 2 strikes. The Imperial Emperor unleashed his energy and said with a cold voice. To be honest, when he saw Jiang Chen in this state, the Imperial Emperor felt a bit regretful. He should have tried to rope in a genius like this, instead of making him his enemy. When they first met in the Martial Saint Palace, if the Imperial Emperor had treated Jiang Chen a little better and offered him an olive branch, with Wu Jiu's help, perhaps Jiang Chen would have really chosen to serve the Martial Saint dynasty. At the very least, things wouldn't have come to this. However, since things had come to this, there was nothing else the Imperial Emperor could say. A genius like this had to be killed as soon as possible, and it wasn't too late to kill him now. However, the Imperial Emperor could never give Jiang Chen the chance to continue growing. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just use whatever you have. Jiang Chen didn't show any fear. The Imperial Emperor, who was a first-grade combat king warrior, was no longer a threat to him. A golden light burst out from the Imperial Emperor's eyes. He slowly raised both of his hands and pointed his fingers like a sword. A bright light flickered between his fingers. Suddenly, the Imperial Emperor shouted out, "Heavenly Imperial Finger!" Rumble, a loud explosion sounded out in the sky. The Imperial Emperor's finger caused a spatial crack to appear in the air. He then pointed his finger forward, unleashing a gigantic golden finger. It carried a boundless divine might that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path, and it dashed toward Jiang Qin. The Heavenly Imperial Finger was a unique combat skill of the Martial Saint dynasty. The third emperor had used it when he was fighting against Jiang Qin, but when the Imperial Emperor used the same combat skill, the third emperor couldn't compare with it at all. "I've told you before, this finger skill is too clumsy. 9 solar fingers, 7th finger." Jiang Qin shouted out as well and struck out with his own finger skill. Before this, he was only cultivating the 6 solar fingers, which was a branch of the 9 solar fingers. But now, after forming 10,000 dragon marks, Jiang Qin was able to use the 7th finger of the 9 solar fingers. Rumble, the air trembled, and the sky changed color. 7 gigantic fingers appeared at the same time, emitting a dazzling golden light. Each of the fingers was fully covered with golden symbols, giving them a mystical appearance. The 7 fingers quickly merged into one, and collided with the Imperial Emperor's Heavenly Imperial Finger. Everyone on the ground held their breaths. They had no idea who would emerge victorious in this collision. In terms of aura alone, both men were equally matched. The expressions of the Golden Guards and Royal Guards changed once again. They couldn't see any hope anymore. This monster was simply too heaven-defying, even a combat king warrior like the Imperial Emperor couldn't defeat him. Rumble, the Heavenly Imperial Finger and the mysterious 9 solar finger collided violently once again. The void was shattered once again. This time, the collision was much more intense than the previous collision. After saying that, Jiang Qin took out the heads of the crown prince and the other emperors from his storage ring, and without saying anything, he threw them over to the Imperial Emperor. Although the Imperial Emperor wished he could eat him alive and kill his entire family, he was still the Martial Saint dynasty's emperor, the supreme ruler. The Imperial Emperor's words were like gold and jade, and the Imperial Emperor had given him 3 moves in front of so many people. So, Jiang Qin wasn't worried that the Imperial Emperor would go back on his words, unless the Imperial Emperor really didn't care about his face anymore. Of course, that was impossible. The Imperial Emperor might not care about his face, but the Martial Saint dynasty did. Hearing that, Wu Jiao and the other 3 didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately flew over to Jiang Qin's side, their faces filled with pleasant surprise, especially Wu Jiao. When he was locked up in the heavenly prison, he thought he was done for, and it was only a matter of time before he lost his life. He never thought he would be rescued so quickly. "Jiang Qin, my words are like gold and jade, and they are like gold and jade. All of you can leave now. However, the war between us has just begun. I'll give you 3 days to linger on your last breath. 3 days later, I'll personally lead the army and crush the Black Sect, and kill your entire family. At that point of time, it won't be as simple as 3 moves." The Imperial Emperor Lengleng said. "I'll be waiting for you. I'd like to see if I, Jiang Qin, will have my entire family killed in 3 days, or if your Martial Saint dynasty will be overturned." Jiang Qin's energy soared into the sky, and his entire body was filled with a domineering aura. He wasn't afraid of the Imperial Emperor's threat at all. This war was inevitable, and 3 days was just the right time for him to prepare. He won't show up in the final battle in 3 days, and the Imperial Emperor won't bother him because of something like this. However, once the Martial Saint dynasty is in danger, the old great emperor will definitely strike, and he will become our biggest threat. Wu Jiu said. After listening to Wu Jiu's words, not only did Jiang Qin not worry, a pleasantly surprised look could be seen in his eyes. Currently, first-grade combat king warriors could no longer give him any pressure, and his dragon transformation skill was on the verge of transforming. It was obviously impossible for him to stimulate the potential of the dragon transformation skill with the help of the Imperial Emperor and the Old Emperor. However, every time the dragon transformation skill underwent a transformation, it would be a huge opportunity for Jiang Qin, and it was extremely important. Jiang Qin would never let this opportunity slip away. Judging from the current situation, if he wanted to truly transform the dragon transformation skill, he would need the help of the old Great Emperor. According to Jiang Qin's estimation, once the dragon transformation skill finished its transformation, he would be able to break through to the late combat soul realm. Once that happened, he would have the confidence to kill a second-grade combat king warrior. At that point of time, the martial Saint dynasty would have nothing to fear. Qin, the martial Saint dynasty is really powerful, are you sure you can defeat them? Jiang Zhenhai worriedly asked. Don't worry, Dad, everything is under my control. Besides, the war between us and the martial Saint dynasty is unavoidable, and we can't just stand here and wait for them to kill us all. Jiang Qin said with a confident smile on his face. Sigh. Brother, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Wu Jiu said with a bitter smile. But, Jiang brother can always create miracles, and each miracle is bigger than the one before. I have a feeling that the martial Saint dynasty that has ruled the eastern continent for so many years will be destroyed by Jiang brother in the near future. Xianyi said. Xianyi said. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have believed what he said, but now, he could see many possibilities from Jiang Qin. Or, it could be said that nothing was impossible when it came to Jiang Qin. Brother Zhou, aside from the combat king warriors, how strong is the overall strength of the martial Saint dynasty? For example, do they have any late combat soul warriors? Jiang Qin continued asking. The war would definitely be a large-scale one, and a lot of people would be participating in it. They're still very strong. They have a lot of combat soul warriors, and they can easily mobilize a few hundred combat soul warriors. As for those late combat soul warriors, you've already killed the emperors, but I don't think it'll be a problem to mobilize another 20 late combat soul warriors. Wu Jiu said. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. This was a difficult problem. He would have to deal with the Imperial Emperor and the Old Emperor in 3 days, so he would have no time to deal with the martial Saint dynasty's army. If that happened, the Black Sect would suffer a great loss. Jiang brother, I'm afraid we're no match for them if we're only fighting combat soul warriors. Xianyi said. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with them. We have to fight this war no matter what. Jiang Qin said. There was no way out now, and they had to fight. The Black Sect. When Jiang Qin and the group came back, all the disciples below the Divine Core Realm had been sent away from the Black Sect. In a war of this scale, all those below the Divine Core Realm were nothing but cannon fodder. Within the Black Sect's meeting hall, Han Yan and the others were overjoyed when they saw Wu Jiu, Jiang Zhenhai, and the others. Chapter 453. Whether or not we can gather them all depends on whether the Imperial Emperor is willing to help us or not. If the Imperial Emperor is willing to help us, then we'll be able to gather a lot of people. Furthermore, you should know that there are always restless people in this world, they just want to see the world in chaos. Now is the perfect time for us to change, and many people will want to experience the changes themselves. Jiang Qin leaned back on the rattan chair with a slight smile on his face. His eyes were glowing brightly. Not only was he a powerful cultivator, he was also a wise and resourceful man. He always looked like he had everything under his control. Why would the Imperial Emperor help us? He can't wait to kill us. Yu Zihan was shocked, he couldn't understand what Jiang Qin was talking about. Just wait and see, I'm sure he will help us. You guys, spread the news immediately. From tomorrow onwards, the Black Sect will open its doors and welcome all the heroes of the Eastern continent. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Really? Will it work? Daoist Black was startled as well. He had a feeling that this wasn't a reliable plan. The martial Saint dynasty was so powerful, and even if Jiang Qin could fight the Imperial Emperor, it didn't mean that the tiny Black Sect could. Facing a colossus like the martial Saint dynasty, who would want to get involved and become their enemy? Just do as I say. Whether it will work or not, we'll know in the future. Jiang Qin said. The crowd was still skeptical. They felt that it was too unrealistic to gather so many heroes to help them. However, Jiang Qin had a radiant smile on his face, as if he had a card up his sleeve. No one knew what he was up to. Ask the Imperial Emperor for help. Was that even possible? Obviously, it was impossible. The Imperial Emperor wasn't an idiot, there was no way he would help Jiang Qin fight them. However, they still obeyed Jiang Qin's words. In the Black Sect, Jiang Qin's words were like the Imperial Edict. His prestige was even greater than the Imperial Emperor's in the martial Saint dynasty, so no one dared to disobey him. On the same day, the Black Sect spread the news that Jiang Qin had killed 6 emperors of the martial Saint dynasty, captured the crown prince, invaded the martial Saint dynasty alone, and rescued the hostages. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had fought the Combat King Realm Imperial Emperor in the sky above the martial Saint dynasty, and not only did he not lose, he even gained the upper hand. As if the news had grown wings, it spread across all the provinces in the eastern continent at an incredible speed. Many people had heard about the news of Jiang Qin killing the martial Saint dynasty's emperor, and it was shocking enough. However, the news of Jiang Qin being able to fight a combat king warrior was even more shocking. Besides that, the Black Sect had also announced that they were going to fight the martial Saint dynasty to the death in 3 days. Jiang Qin had even declared that he was going to overthrow the martial Saint dynasty and change the structure of the eastern continent. He was going to change the history of the eastern continent being ruled by someone else. Therefore, he had invited all the warriors under the heavens to help the Black Sect. Once the martial Saint dynasty was destroyed, they would be rewarded with endless benefits. When the news spread out, the martial Saint dynasty remained silent, and no one came out to refute the rumor. This made everyone believe that Jiang Qin was strong enough to fight the Combat King realm. After the news spread out, the martial Saint dynasty still remained silent. No one came out to refute the rumor, which made the people believe that the news was accurate. Everyone believed that Jiang Qin now had the ability to fight a combat king. After cultivating for a whole day, a cracking sound suddenly sounded out from Wu Jiu's body. It was the sound of a bottleneck breaking through. Swoosh! Wu Jiu abruptly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. Brother Jiang is really a man of God. I never thought the bottleneck that had been bothering me for so many years would be broken just like that. The simpler the Tao of war is, the better it is. I've broken through to the Combat King realm, and I'll be able to break through to the Combat King realm in 1 day. Wu Jiu's face was filled with joy. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. In his excitement, Wu Jiu slapped himself in the face, cursing himself for not following Jiang Qin's instructions earlier. If he had, he would have broken through to the Combat King realm long ago, and none of this would have happened. The change in Wu Jiu's aura didn't escape Jiang Qin's senses. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. Everything was under his control. Aside from Wu Jiu and Yan Qinyu, there was another good news for Han Yan and De Huang Dog. It was as if they had felt the pressure before the upcoming battle, and their potential had been stimulated. The Gu Tianma bloodline in Han Yan's body had started burning since yesterday, so he immediately went into secluded cultivation. As for De Huang Dog, he immediately found a place to sleep. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, both of them would break through to the mid-combat soul realm on the day of the upcoming battle. With the strength of Gu Tianma and Dragon Horse's bloodline, their combat strength would be comparable to Yan Qinyu's. Ordinary late combat soul warriors would be no match for them. Right when it seemed like Jiang Chen's invitation to all the heroes was going to fail, an imperial decree was announced from the martial Saint dynasty. It was an imperial decree that could shake the entire world. The content of the imperial decree was that the imperial emperor was going to hold a memorial ceremony for the 6 emperors and princes of the martial Saint dynasty, and he wanted everyone in the eastern continent to wear mourning clothes to comfort the 6 emperors' souls in heaven. This was a mandatory requirement, and no one was allowed to disobey it. Everyone had to wear mourning clothes. When this news was announced, it immediately caused a lot of people to feel dissatisfied. Damn it, the martial Saint dynasty shouldn't go too far. The 6 emperors are dead, why do they want us to wear mourning clothes? What the hell is this? That's right, I can't accept this. I don't even know what the 6 emperors look like. The martial Saint dynasty can inform the entire eastern continent, but do you think they can make billions of people wear mourning clothes? There is no such thing under the heavens. This is too much. I don't want to wear mourning clothes. Of course, Jiang Chen was the first to receive this news. He chuckled and said with an indifferent tone, I told you the imperial emperor would help us. Spread another news, tell everyone that the 9th emperor has broken through to the combat king realm. Including me, the black sect now has 2 combat king warriors. As long as all the heroes come and help us, we will definitely destroy the martial Saint dynasty and bring a new dynasty to the eastern continent. Most importantly, no one will have to wear mourning clothes. Daoist Black, Yu Zihan, and the others immediately spread Jiang Chen's words. What? Wu Jiao has broken through to the combat king realm. Doesn't that mean the black sect now has 2 combat king warriors? I heard that Jiang Chen is someone who can suppress combat king warriors. It looks like Jiang Chen really does have what it takes to fight the martial Saint dynasty. Damn it, the martial Saint dynasty has gone too far. They want us to wear mourning clothes. They only care about the dignity of the martial Saint dynasty, but they don't care about our dignity at all. Jiang Chen now has the strength to fight the martial Saint dynasty. He is a man with extraordinary talent, and he is good at creating miracles. If we follow him, we might be able to achieve something great. I'll do it. I'll go help the martial Saint dynasty right now. That's right. Jiang Chen said that once we defeat the martial Saint dynasty, we'll be rewarded handsomely. The martial Saint dynasty has a deep foundation, and I'm sure they'll pay us a lot of attention. Let's go, I'll go as well. I'm a combat soul warrior now, and I'll definitely be valued by the black sect. Since the martial Saint dynasty wants us to wear mourning clothes, there's no need to be polite anymore. I'm sure many great warriors from the eastern continent will join the black sect, and with the 2 combat king warriors, defeating the martial Saint dynasty won't be impossible. The most important thing is, being able to participate in such an unparalleled war. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Jiang Chen's plan had worked once again. The imperial emperor's decision to make everyone wear mourning clothes had completely infuriated everyone, and without a doubt, it had helped Jiang Chen. If it was during normal times, even if these people were angry, they wouldn't dare say anything. But it was different now. With Jiang Chen, they now had a choice. They could choose not to be humiliated by the imperial emperor. Chapter 454. The entire eastern continent was in an uproar. After the imperial emperor announced that everyone in the world had to wear mourning clothes, many warriors were discontented, especially those combat soul warriors. As combat soul warriors, they all had their own pride and dignity, and they couldn't accept being asked to wear mourning clothes for no reason. If it was during normal times, they wouldn't be able to resist, as they wouldn't be able to fight against the martial Saint dynasty. But now, it was different. There was another power that could fight against the martial Saint dynasty, and they had another option. Therefore, many combat soul warriors started heading toward the Black Sect in the Qi province. They were planning to join the Black Sect and fight against the martial Saint dynasty. It could be said that the imperial emperor had unintentionally helped Jiang Qin. What the imperial emperor did was to show the dignity of the martial Saint dynasty. Because of Jiang Qin's existence, the dignity of the martial Saint dynasty had been greatly challenged. Now, all the emperors had been killed, and the martial Saint dynasty had lost all its face. The imperial emperor wanted to regain this face and defend the dignity of the martial Saint dynasty. He wanted the world to know that no one in the eastern continent could shake the martial Saint dynasty's dignity. Therefore, he asked everyone to wear mourning clothes, showing the dignity of the martial Saint dynasty and the imperial emperor's words. However, right at this moment, Jiang Qin had broken through to the combat king realm. The news that Jiang Qin had released attracted many people. The difference between one combat king warrior and two combat king warriors was completely different. Two combat king warriors made people feel that Jiang Qin really had the ability to fight against the martial Saint dynasty. That was the reason why so many great warriors wanted to join him. Outside the Black Sect, Daoist Black, Guoshan, Yuzihan, and a few others were pacing back and forth. Following Jiang Qin's request, they were here to welcome the heroes of the eastern continent. Will it work or not? Not a single one of them has shown up yet. Yuzihan said in a gloomy manner. Since Jiang brother has said so, I'm sure it will work. Let's just wait here. Right after Guoshan's words left his mouth, three figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Each of these figures were unleashing powerful auras, and obviously, they were combat soul warriors. With incredible speed, they arrived in front of the Black Sect in the blink of an eye. Where's brother Jiang Qin? The person in the lead was extremely muscular and had an imposing appearance. He immediately asked after arriving. Seeing this, a pleasantly surprised look emerged in everyone's eyes. All three men in front of them were combat soul warriors, and the leading man was a peak mid-combat soul warrior, just one step away from the late combat soul realm. Since this man addressed Jiang Qin as brother, it seemed like he knew Jiang Qin a long time ago. Now that he had appeared in the Black Sect, he was definitely here to help. Jiang Qin is waiting for you in the Black Sect's main palace. I'm the Black Sect chief, Daoist Black. May I know your names? Daoist Black said. So it's Daoist Black. I've heard so much about you. I'm Master Blissful from overseas, this is Jin Shi, and this is Old Man Ling Shan. All of them are brother Jiang Qin's old friends, said the Lord of the Blissful Island. Hearing this, Daoist Black and the others were shocked. These three men were all famous men, especially Master Blissful, a demon lord from the overseas, and his combat strength was immeasurable. Although he was only a peak mid-combat soul warrior, his combat strength was equivalent to a late combat soul warrior. Master Blissful is here, what an honor. Zihan, bring them to Jiang Qin as soon as possible. Greetings, Imperial Uncle. The Imperial Emperor bowed deeply toward the old emperor. This old emperor was the previous emperor, but he wasn't the Imperial Emperor's father. The martial Saint dynasty didn't choose the crown prince through the direct line of descent, but through selecting the strongest warrior of the new generation. How come the Imperial Emperor has the time to come here? The old emperor opened his eyes and said. His gaze was as sharp as the stars in the sky, and the aura he was unleashing was stronger than the Imperial Emperor's. Obviously, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the first-grade Combat King realm, and he was only a step away from the second-grade Combat King realm. Imperial Uncle, I've come here to ask you to come out of seclusion. Chapter 455. Oh. Didn't I tell you that the Martial Saint dynasty has been handed over to you? With your strength, is there anything you can't handle? The old emperor was surprised. The Imperial Emperor was a man who wanted to be strong. No matter if it was his intelligence or strength, he was the best. If not for that, he wouldn't have been appointed as the Imperial Emperor. Furthermore, the Imperial Emperor was a proud man. If it wasn't something really troublesome, he wouldn't come and disturb the old emperor. Imperial Uncle, a peerless monster has appeared in the eastern continent recently. His name is Jiang Qin, and he is going to declare war with the Martial Saint dynasty tomorrow. Before this, he has killed a few emperors of the Martial Saint dynasty, including the fifth brother. The Imperial Emperor said. When he mentioned the fifth emperor, his voice was clearly trembling. What? Did you just say my son is dead? As expected, the old emperor was instantly enraged. The fifth emperor was his son, and when he heard that his son was killed, even the old emperor couldn't control his emotions. Humph. I've handed the Martial Saint dynasty to you, but what the hell are you doing? You are a first-grade combat king warrior, but you can't even protect your own brother. The old emperor was furious, and he loudly scolded the Imperial Emperor. Please calm down, Imperial Uncle. Although that Jiang Qin is only a mid-combat soul warrior, he already possesses the combat strength of a first-grade combat king warrior. I fought him 3 times just now, and I couldn't gain the upper hand. In order to defend the Martial Saint dynasty's dignity, I've decided to attack the Black Sect tomorrow. However, including Wu Zhou, there are 2 first-grade combat king warriors in the Black Sect, and I'm afraid I can't handle them alone. So, just in case, I've asked Imperial Uncle to help me. The Imperial Emperor said. Old Zhou. Isn't he from the Martial Saint dynasty? The old emperor was startled. Wu Zhou was the most outstanding genius of the Martial Saint dynasty, and if it wasn't for him, the current Imperial Emperor wouldn't have become the Imperial Emperor. Imperial Uncle, you might not know this, but because of old Zhou, the Martial Saint dynasty has suffered such a great loss. When mentioning Wu Zhou, the Imperial Emperor's eyes immediately flickered with a brutal light. After that, he used his divine sense to tell the old emperor everything about Wu Zhou and Jiang Qin, including the loss of the Martial Saint dynasty. Fine. Old Zhou is a member of the Wu family, but he actually betrayed us. I'll follow you into battle tomorrow, and I'll personally kill old Zhou. I'll let him know the consequences of betraying the Martial Saint dynasty. And that Jiang Qin, I'll tear him into 1,000 pieces to avenge Wu heir. The old emperor was furious, and he decided to come out from his secluded cultivation and help the Imperial Emperor deal with Jiang Qin and Wu Zhou. He wanted to avenge his son. On the night before the final battle, the Black Sect had gathered more than 150 combat soul warriors. Among them, there were 3 late combat soul warriors, and the rest were mid and early combat soul warriors. Even so, this was still a rare lineup, and it was the largest lineup in the eastern continent apart from the Martial Saint dynasty. Rumble, 2 energies turned into bright beams and shot up into the sky, lighting up the entire night sky. Everyone from the Black Sect turned their gazes over. It's senior brother Han and De Huang. They broke through at the same time. Yuzi Han was pleasantly surprised. De Huang Dog was an expert in the heavenly book of source formations, and he was able to create all kinds of frightening formations. When he used them, his enemies wouldn't even be able to see them before. In a large-scale battle, a good formation would be extremely useful, as it could greatly increase one's combat strength. With this, they would be able to fight twice as many enemies as before, and shorten the gap between them and their enemies. Jiang Qin didn't have to worry about leaving this task to De Huang Dog. The next day, dawn had just arrived. The Black Sect's war drums were thundering, and all the mighty warriors had gathered outside of the Black Sect, waiting for the final battle with the Martial Saint Dynasty. No matter what the result of today's battle was, it would be recorded in the Eastern Continent's history. This was a symbolic battle, and it had the potential to overturn the entire Eastern Continent. Rumble. Chapter 456. It was a gigantic golden battleship, with a circumference of over 300 meters. The dragon head at the front of the battleship represented the domineering aura of the Martial Saint Dynasty. On top of the battleship, a powerful aura shot up into the sky, forming beams of light that shook the space around them. The morning sunlight was immediately covered by this powerful aura. Right at this moment, two men were standing at the front of the battleship with their heads held high. One of them was wearing a dragon robe, and he had an imposing appearance. He was the Imperial Emperor. The other was an old man in a gray robe, and he was the previous emperor of the Martial Saint Dynasty, the Old Emperor. Two combat king warriors had personally arrived, and there was a gigantic army on top of the battleship. This was the first time in the history of the Eastern Continent that such a huge army had ever appeared. During the many years that the Martial Saint Dynasty had ruled the Eastern Continent, no one had ever dared challenge the Martial Saint Dynasty's authority. The combat king warriors of the Martial Saint Dynasty were all high and mighty existences, and they didn't even have the chance to strike. The only time they could strike was when the dimensional cracks suddenly appeared, and they had to repair them. What powerful auras! Do you guys see those beams of light? There are at least 400 combat soul warriors. We have less than 200 combat soul warriors, and that's less than half of their strength. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to fight them. That's right, the Martial Saint Dynasty's resources are too powerful. Although both Jiang Qin and Wu Jiu are combat king warriors, the enemy has two combat king warriors as well. This formation is really frightening. Don't be afraid, what's there to be afraid of? It's our honor to be able to participate in such a great war. Besides, we have no other way out now, we can only die together with Jiang Qin. If not, with the Imperial Emperor's vengeful character, we'll be dead for sure. That's right, they have the advantage in numbers, but we have a frightening formation, it's more than enough to fight them. The Martial Saint Dynasty's army was too powerful, and they had shown their powerful resources as soon as they attacked. Facing such a formation, many of those who had come to join Jiang Qin felt regretful. However, they had no other choice but to fight with all their strength and die together with Jiang Qin. If they were lucky enough to overthrow the Martial Saint Dynasty, they would be able to obtain endless benefits, but if they were defeated, they would have no choice but to accept reality. If they backed out now, not only would they be looked down upon by others, the Imperial Emperor would never forgive them in the future. Rumble, the golden battleship traveled with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above the Black Sect. It stopped a few miles away from the Black Sect's camp. After that, the gigantic golden battleship disappeared, as the Imperial Emperor had stored it away. Now, the Martial Saint Dynasty's camp was completely revealed. A combat soul warrior wearing a golden armor was leading the group, and he was carrying a combat weapon in his hand. From the looks of it, there were more than 400 men, and less than 500 of them. In the Eastern Continent, a group like this could no longer be described with just the word powerful, it had reached a frightening level. With over 400 combat soul warriors, it wasn't difficult to imagine how powerful this battle would be. Even the sky would be shattered by it. Jiang Qin, I've given you 3 days to linger on with your last breath. From today onwards, there will no longer be a Jiang Qin in the eastern continent. Also, all of you who have submitted to Jiang Qin in an attempt to go against the martial Saint dynasty are laughable and ignorant. He turned his huge body around, and once again aimed his fat butt at the crown prince's face. Fuck! The crown prince's expression instantly changed, and he cursed out. This scene seemed familiar to him, and he would never be able to forget it for the rest of his life. De Huang Dog's enchanting fart had left an unerasable shadow in his heart. Recalling the taste of that enchanting fart, no matter how strong the crown prince was, he didn't dare frown. With incredible speed, he immediately dodged the fart. Rumble, although the crown prince managed to dodge the attack, Big Yellow still released his fart. A green stream of energy shot out like a sharp sword toward the face of one of the late combat soul warriors who was emitting an imposing aura. What the hell? That expert was startled at first, then he casually struck out a wave of origin energy light wave, colliding with that green stream of air. Unfortunately, that green stream of air couldn't be dispersed, and without any deviation, it directly hit that expert's face. The Yuan energy beam unleashed by the late combat soul warrior had neutralized the force of De Huang Dog's fart, but the power of the enchanting fart couldn't be dispelled. Therefore, the green stream stuck onto the warrior's face like a parasite, then it covered his entire body. It kept wriggling like a snake. Ugh, it stinks. The late combat soul warrior who was in high spirits just a moment ago had instantly lost all of his elegance. He immediately started vomiting, and his face became twisted. He was vomiting so much that he felt like he was vomiting. Fuck, what the hell is this? It stinks, ugh, what a stinky fart. I'm dying from the smell. Ugh, it wasn't just one man who was attacked by De Huang Dog's enchanting fart. More than a dozen combat soul warriors were also attacked by the fart, and all of them started vomiting. However, the rest of them looked much better than the one who was attacked head-on. What the fuck, this dog is amazing. Han Yen, who was standing next to De Huang Dog, staggered and nearly fell to the ground. This dog was truly the weirdest creature under the heavens. Even the innate ability he awakened was so disgusting. Damn it, this skill is so brutal. What an amazing skill. This dog is so despicable. Even his skill is so despicable. All the combat soul warriors of the Black Sect were shocked. De Huang Dog's skill was really brutal, and none of them had ever thought that they would be able to witness a peerless late combat soul warrior vomiting to such an extent. This was unbelievable. Swoosh! With incredible speed, De Huang Dog unleashed a pair of wings of light from his back. He turned into a trail of light and dashed into the enemy's group. After that, he opened his mouth and bit down on the head of the late combat soul warrior who was still vomiting. Crack! The late combat soul warrior was on the verge of losing his mind, and he was completely defenseless. Therefore, there was no way he could withstand De Huang Dog's attack. Too bad, just the Ice Demon King alone couldn't change the overall situation. Arg, another formation was destroyed by the Martial Saint Dynasty's warriors. The miserable cries from the Black Sect side were getting louder and louder, and many of them were feeling regretful. If they knew the Martial Saint Dynasty had such a powerful foundation, they wouldn't have come here. Judging from the current situation, the Black Sect clearly had no advantage. They were hoping that Jiang Qin could kill the old emperor in a short period of time, or Jiang Qin could kill the imperial emperor in a short period of time. But judging from the current situation, it was unrealistic. Let alone killing the old emperor, Jiang Qin was still in a disadvantageous position. Finished, we're finished. Someone shouted. Haha, kill them all. Don't worry about that monster, just focus on killing the others. The crown prince who was fighting Big Yellow burst into laughter, then he told the 2 combat soul warriors who were fighting the Ice Demon King to leave it alone. He knew that this big guy couldn't be killed, and if it wasn't for this big guy, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state right now. Rumble, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A muffled rumble could be heard from afar as 20 silhouettes could be seen madly rushing towards the battlefield. These silhouettes all had unparalleled auras, tyrannical to the extreme. The 2 in the lead were a man and a woman. The man was tall and burly, exuding an unparalleled aura. He held a long blue ruler in his hand, while the woman was dressed in tight black robes. She was enchanting and beautiful, without the slightest blemish on her face. She was so beautiful that people couldn't open their eyes. She held a black zither in her hands, exuding an unparalleled aura. Haha, the Nangong family is here to help. Before the man arrived, a hearty laughter sounded out. The man who spoke was none other than Nangong Wendian. After comprehending the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill, Nangong Wendian had improved tremendously, and he was now a mid-combat soul warrior. Many people threw their glances at the group of 20 figures, and a joyful expression immediately emerged on their faces. Even an idiot could sense how powerful these men were. Han Yan and De Huang Dog were even more excited. However, aside from Nangong Wendian, they didn't know anyone else. Brother Nan, you're finally back. Han Yan said with a loud voice while fighting against 3 late combat soul warriors. Kill! Nangong Wendian let out a loud shout, then he took the lead and charged into the group of Nangong family warriors. At the same time, all the warriors from the Nangong family attacked with all their strength. Wu Ningzhu didn't attack. Instead, she threw her glance at Jiang Qin, who was fighting the old emperor. An infatuated look could be seen in her beautiful eyes. This guy has become stronger again. He's strong enough to fight a combat king warrior. Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but shake her head. Today, she wasn't wearing a veil, and her beautiful face was fully revealed. Yan Qinyu, who was standing far away from the battlefield, saw Wu Ningzhu, and she was instantly shocked by her beauty. However, the way Wu Ningzhu was looking at Jiang Qin made her feel extremely uncomfortable. As a woman, Yan Qinyu could easily understand the meaning behind those eyes. Miss Wu, don't tell me you came all the way from the southern continent just to watch the show. Jiang Qin turned to look at Wu Ningzhu and said with a teasing tone. He didn't expect the Nangong family would suddenly show up to help him, and even Wu Ningzhu was here as well. This made Jiang Qin feel relieved. Not only Nangong Wendian, even Nangong Yunfan and Tu Yi were here. What surprised Jiang Qin even more was that Nangong Yunjing and his father were here as well. However, Jiang Qin wasn't an idiot. She kept glancing at Yan Qinyu's body, then finally nodded her head and said, she has a miraculous physique, and with just a mid-combat soul cultivation base, she can already fight a late-combat soul warrior. She also carries an aura of the heavens and earth, no wonder that little bastard fell in love with her. However, I think only a girl like her is worthy of that little bastard. This was Wu Ningzhu's first impression of Yan Qinyu. For a girl, especially a proud one, it was not easy for her to give another girl such a high evaluation. Little sister you, big sister will help you. With a sway of her body, Wu Ningzhu arrived next to Yan Qinyu. She gave Yan Qinyu a sweet smile and said, my name is Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen's friend. Yan Qinyu glanced at Wu Ningzhu, but didn't say anything. Both girls attacked the crown prince at the same time. Ice Seal. Illusionary Zither Melody. Both Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu shouted out at the same time and unleashed their powerful attacks. Wu Ningzhu's illusionary zither melody was much faster than the crown prince's. The musical notes unleashed from the zither turned into a rainbow-colored light wave and shot toward the crown prince. The crown prince was extremely furious. He kept swinging his blade, but he couldn't defend against Wu Ningzhu's attack. The blade in his hand was knocked away, and the frightening sound wave had severely injured the crown prince's soul. Pooh! The crown prince coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. At the same time, Yan Qinyu's attack had also arrived. The extremely cold air pressed down on the crown prince's body, and it landed right on his body. The crown prince could no longer defend against Yan Qinyu's cold chill. In an instant, he was turned into an ice sculpture, and was completely frozen. Die! Both girls shouted out at the same time. With great teamwork, they attacked once again. Wu Ningzhu unleashed a light wave, and Yan Qinyu unleashed an ice sword. Both attacks landed on the crown prince's body. Pucci under the combined attack of both girls, the pitiful crown prince couldn't even defend against a single attack. In an instant, he was cut into 3 pieces, and because he was frozen, he didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before he died. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu looked at each other and smiled. After that, they both charged into different battlefields. This was the first time they had met, and their first time working together was perfect. The crown prince is dead. Someone shouted out. The Marshal Saint Dynasty's camp, which had been thrown into chaos by Wu Ningzhu and the Nangong family, was thrown into chaos once again. The crown prince was dead. He was their leader, and now, even the crown prince was dead. How could they possibly defeat them? The crown prince's death was a huge blow to the Marshal Saint Dynasty. At this moment, the morale of the Marshal Saint Dynasty's side had dropped to one side. Although the Black Sect didn't have many people, their morale was skyrocketing, and they were full of fighting spirit. On the other side, the Marshal Saint Dynasty's side looked like a drowned rat. My son! Up in the sky, when the Imperial Emperor saw the Crown Prince's death, he immediately let out a loud roar and unleashed a beam of light towards Wu Ningzhu. But too bad, it was blocked by Wu Ningzhu. Imperial Emperor, your opponent is me. Wu Jiu said with a grin on his face. Wu Jiu, get out of my way. Those 2 little bitches killed my crown prince. The Imperial Emperor shouted out. The crown prince should have died long ago. If not for him, this wouldn't have happened. He deserved to die. Furthermore, he is just a castrated bastard. Do you really think he can inherit the throne of the Marshal Saint Dynasty? Wu Jiu's words had touched the Imperial Emperor's sore spot, causing him to go berserk. His attacks became even fiercer and fiercer. On the other side, the battle between Jiang Chen and the old emperor had reached its climax. Jiang Chen was fighting like a madman, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. In just a short period of time, another 1,500 dragon marks had formed in Jiang Chen's body. Including the previous 10,000, he now had a total of 11,500 dragon marks. As long as he could form 15,000 dragon marks, Jiang Chen would be able to break through to the late combat soul realm. Brother Jiang Chen is truly a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Back in the southern continent, he wasn't this powerful, but in such a short period of time, he is already able to suppress a combat king warrior. I'm sure his future achievements will be immeasurable. Making an enemy out of a monster like this is indeed an unwise decision. Nangong Yunfan and Tu Yi were both shocked as well. When they recalled the first time they met Jiang Chen in the Nangong family, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. When they first met Jiang Chen, none of them thought highly of him. Kaka, good. Little Chenzi, kill that old bastard. The Huang dog let out a loud laugh. Many people had their eyes fixed onto the battle between Jiang Qin and the old emperor. The situation had been completely reversed. Jiang Qin, who had been suppressed by Jiang Qin, had now turned the tables, suppressing the old emperor. If Jiang Qin could kill the old emperor, there would be no point in today's battle. However, the old emperor was a famous first-grade combat king warrior, and he was at his peak condition, only one step away from the second-grade combat king realm. Although Jiang Qin was able to suppress him, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the old emperor. Arg! The old emperor cried out in pain. Only he knew the grievance he was feeling. He had stopped caring about what was happening in the outside world for a long time, and this was his first battle, but he was forced to retreat by a junior whose cultivation base was much lower than his. This was simply too humiliating. The more Jiang Qin fought, the more courageous he became. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only suppress the old emperor. It was still extremely difficult for him to kill the old emperor. Humph. There are more powerful existences in the martial Saint dynasty. Today, I have to kill this old bastard and the imperial emperor. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed as he continued to ponder. In the end, he decided to use the Great Illusion Realm. He rarely used the Illusion Heart Sutra, but it might prove useful in this battle against the old emperor. Illusion Heart Sutra, Great Illusion Realm. Jiang Qin suddenly let out a shout. Both of his hands kept drawing in the air, unleashing one mystical symbol after another. In an instant, the space in front of him began to distort, and the old emperor felt as if everything around him had changed, as if he had been transported to another dimension. The noisy battlefield could no longer be heard. The imperial emperor and Wu Jiao were nowhere to be seen, and Jiang Qin had no idea where his enemy, Jiang Qin, had gone. After that, with a flicker of light, the old emperor reappeared in a dazzling palace within the martial Saint dynasty. After that, he suddenly let out a crazy roar. A heart-wrenching howl rang out from the sky. Everyone turned their gazes over, only to see the old emperor suddenly going crazy. The long sword in his hand danced unceasingly, slicing the void into pieces. No one knew what was going on inside. Why did the old emperor suddenly go crazy? Outside the Great Illusion Realm, Jiang Qin couldn't help but shake his head and say, "This Illusion Heart Sutra is really frightening. It can trigger the deepest secrets hidden in one's heart." It looks like the old emperor has gone crazy because he saw something he didn't want to see the most. Jiang Qin couldn't deny how frightening the Illusion Heart Sutra was. However, due to the fact that it was extremely dangerous to use an illusion technique like this, he rarely used it. He never expected that he would be able to achieve such a great result today. It's about time. Jiang Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately retracted the Great Illusion Realm, and everything in front of the old emperor's eyes disappeared in an instant. Once again, he reappeared on the violent battlefield. The sudden change of environment made the old emperor unable to adapt to it. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot. Both of his eyes had turned red, and he was panting heavily. He still hadn't recovered from the sudden change of environment. The old emperor's stunned state was undoubtedly fatal, because Jiang Qin would never let go of such an opportunity. With a shake of his feet, his speed increased to the extreme, and he arrived in front of the old emperor in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, the heavenly saint sword in his hand slashed down toward the old emperor's head. A peerless abnormal monster has been born. He killed a combat king warrior with just a combat soul warrior. This is a miracle. Today's battle will definitely be recorded in the history of the Eastern continent. That's right, Jiang Qin's name will definitely be recorded in history, and he will become the idol of countless young men. Compared to the people of the martial Saint dynasty, the people of the Black sect were the ones who were celebrating. In a war like this, the most powerful warriors were the ones who could decide the outcome of the war. Since Jiang Qin had killed the old emperor, it basically represented the Black Sect's victory. Furthermore, the death of the old emperor meant that the imperial emperor wouldn't have a good ending either. The imperial emperor's cultivation was far weaker than the old emperor's, and since Jiang Qin was able to kill the old emperor, killing the imperial emperor would be a piece of cake for him. Furthermore, he had the help of Wu Jiu. You can rest in peace now. Jiang Qin shook his arm and unleashed a powerful energy wave from the heavenly saint sword. In an instant, the old emperor's head was crushed, and he died on the spot. Jiang Qin didn't show any expression when he killed a combat king warrior, the old emperor of the martial saint dynasty. It was as if killing the old emperor was no different than killing an ordinary man. In fact, in Jiang Qin's hands, the old emperor was no different from an ordinary man. What? On the other side, the imperial emperor, who had witnessed everything with his own eyes, cried out in shock. He couldn't accept this result, and it was something he had never expected. He had come here in high spirits, but he had ended up like this. First, it was the crown prince, and now, it was the old emperor. He had underestimated Jiang Qin's ability. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked the old great emperor to come out from his secluded cultivation. He would have been able to tear Jiang Qin into pieces. Jiang Qin, I'll definitely kill you next time. The imperial emperor yelled at Jiang Qin. After that, he tore open the void with his bare hands and stepped into the space. The imperial emperor was a very shrewd person. He knew that he had lost today's battle, and even the old emperor was dead. If he continued to fight, he would die as well. Therefore, the imperial emperor decisively chose to run away. Since you're already here, don't leave. Brother Zhou, stop him. Jiang Qin shouted. He had even killed the old emperor, so there was no way he would let the imperial emperor go. Leaving such a dangerous person alive would only bring him a great disaster. Even without Jiang Qin's reminder, Wu Jiu had already made his move. The moment the imperial emperor entered the space, Wu Jiu followed behind him. A series of rumbling sounds could be heard as the two of them began to fight. Jiang Qin unleashed his energy and once again thrust the heavenly saint sword in his hand forward. With the great soul derivation skill, he could easily find the imperial emperor's exact location and severely injure him. The old emperor was killed by the great soul derivation skill. Buzz, the space trembled as Jiang Qin's long sword pierced into the imperial emperor's body. In the next second, two figures jumped out from the space. The imperial emperor's body was swaying, and he couldn't even stand straight. There was a bloody hole on his chest, and blood was pouring out from it. Obviously, this was caused by Jiang Qin. Imperial Emperor, surrender yourself, you won't be able to run away. Jiang Qin stood in front of the Imperial Emperor. After forming another 2,500 dragon marks, his combat strength had surpassed the Imperial Emperor's. With Wu Jiu's help, the Imperial Emperor didn't even have a chance to escape. Hearing Jiang Qin's words, all the survivors of the martial saint dynasty immediately let out a long sigh of relief. They felt the gloominess in their hearts had been swept away. Initially, they thought they were going to die, but they never thought they would have a chance to live. Jiang Qin was like a devil king, an existence who killed without blinking his eyes, but he was willing to spare their lives. This was really rare. Surrender, they had to surrender. What else was there to think about? All of them had witnessed Jiang Qin's performance. With the death of the old emperor and the imperial emperor, the martial saint dynasty was truly finished. Jiang Qin had created one miracle after another, and even they believed that even if there were still second-grade combat king warriors in the martial saint dynasty, they would still be destroyed by Jiang Qin sooner or later. The Marshall Saint dynasty was about to change, and the situation in the eastern continent would be completely changed. The fall of a dynasty meant the rise of another dynasty. For these people, it didn't matter who they served. If they followed Jiang Qin, they might be able to obtain more benefits. More importantly, their lives were more important. Apart from surrendering, what else could they do? Fight back. What a joke. That was no different than courting death. Let alone Jiang Qin, just look at Wu Ningzhu and the others, any one of them could kill them with a single slap. In the end, all 300 combat soul warriors of the Marshall Saint dynasty surrendered. Under the leadership of Jiang Qin, the Black Sect had achieved an unprecedented victory. The result of the war quickly spread across the entire eastern continent. In fact, everyone in the eastern continent was paying close attention to this war, as it was impossible to hide the news. The death of the imperial emperor and the old emperor had undoubtedly shaken the entire eastern continent, causing a huge uproar. Heavens! Why did it end like this? I can't believe it. Both the old emperor and imperial emperor of the Marshall Saint dynasty were killed by Jiang Qin. He is truly a peerless god of slaughter. Now, all 300 combat soul warriors have surrendered, the Marshall Saint dynasty's foundation has been completely depleted. The time for a new dynasty is about to arrive. This is terrifying. This Jiang Qin has only appeared for a short period of time, but he has already changed the entire situation of the eastern continent. He is truly a monster. Now, the Black Sect's fame has surpassed the Marshall Saint dynasty. Since the imperial emperor is dead, doesn't that mean the Marshall Saint dynasty is finished? Not necessarily. I heard that there is an even stronger old great emperor in the Marshall Saint dynasty who hasn't joined the battle yet. Since the old emperor and imperial emperor are dead, the old great emperor will definitely join the battle soon. I wonder if Jiang Qin can handle this. Everyone were talking about the war. This was a turning point in the history of the eastern continent, and Jiang Qin had created a miracle. On the Black Sect side, more than half of the buildings had been destroyed, but many of them were still intact. Today's war had brought great satisfaction to everyone, and the entire Black Sect was celebrating. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu were chatting happily. After fighting side by side, their relationship had become much closer. Usually, beautiful and talented women were prideful, and both Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu were like that. The man they chose to be friends with must be someone equally outstanding, someone they would look up to. Obviously, no matter if it was in terms of talent or appearance, both of them had conquered each other. Wu Ningzhu knew that Yan Qinyu was Jiang Qin's fiancée. Yan Qinyu had no idea about the relationship between Wu Ningzhu and Jiang Qin, but her woman's instinct told her that Wu Ningzhu liked Jiang Qin. While the Black Sect was celebrating, Jiang Qin had chosen to enter secluded cultivation. Since the end of the war, he had immediately entered secluded cultivation, and he didn't say a single word to anyone. Right now, Jiang Qin had locked himself in a secret room. Both of his eyes were closed, and from time to time, explosive sounds could be heard coming out from his body. His energy was rising bit by bit. Today's war had given Jiang Qin a huge harvest. The dragon transformation skill was on the verge of transforming, and after killing the imperial emperor, it was as if Jiang Qin had achieved a goal, as if he had fulfilled a long-cherished wish. His state of mind was suddenly opened, and the dragon transformation skill had completely transformed at this moment. Chapter 463. Within the Black Sect's conference hall, over 30 upper echelons were sitting in 2 rows. 2 men were sitting at the top of the hall, and one of them was Wu Zhou. With Wu Zhou's status, as well as his first-grade combat king cultivation base, no one had any objections to him sitting at the top of the hall, because it was a matter of course. Right now, the other man sitting at the top of the hall with Wu Jiu was a divine core warrior. The weakest among these men was a mid-combat soul warrior, and even late combat soul warriors like Wu Ningzhu and Nangong Yunfan were sitting at the bottom of the hall. There was only one divine core warrior who was sitting calmly at the top of the hall, and he was sitting at the same level as Wu Jiu. Normally, this divine core warrior was overestimating himself, but no one in the hall thought so. If only one person could sit at the top of the hall, this man would be given priority to Wu Jiu, and no one would have any objections. Even Wu Jiu didn't have any objections. Because this man was Jiang Zhenhai. That's right, he was Jiang Chen's father. Just this identity alone was enough to give Jiang Zhenhai the highest status in the entire eastern continent. There were so many mighty warriors in the hall, and none of them dared show any disrespect to Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai didn't have a high cultivation base, and his talent wasn't great either. However, he had a son like Jiang Qin. Just this alone was enough to make him look down on Jiang Zhenhai. Right now, Jiang Zhenhai was sitting at the top of the hall, and a bright smile blossomed on his face. The scene in front of him was like a dream to him. Even if it was just a dream, Jiang Zhenhai had never thought that he would have a day like this. Although Jiang Zhenhai was sitting calmly at the top of the hall, he was actually extremely nervous. All of these men in front of him were famous warriors, and none of them had cultivation bases that Jiang Zhenhai could compare with. Pride. Pride. Having a son like this, Jiang Zhenhai was naturally proud of himself. Under the heavens, Jiang Zhenhai was the only one who could make a combat soul warrior, or even a combat king warrior, respect a divine core warrior. This was a supreme honor, and from now on, no matter where Jiang Zhenhai went, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Brother Jiang has a good son. Wu Jiu turned around and cupped his fists towards Jiang Qin. The speed of Jiang Chen's growth had caught him off guard, and today's battle was even more unexpected. Jiang Chen was growing at a rapid pace. From the time he killed the third emperor to the time he killed the old emperor, it had only been a few days. This kind of progress could only be described as heaven-defying. Not at all. It's all because of everyone's support. Jiang Zhenhai was grinning from ear to ear. He was so happy that even the Battle King was calling him brother. That's not right. This Wu Jiu seems to be calling my son brother, and now he's calling me brother as well. What kind of seniority is this? Of course, Jiang Zhenhai didn't care about all this. A combat king warrior calling him brother Jiang was already an unprecedented honor, and it was all because of his son. If it wasn't for his son, a country bumpkin like him wouldn't even be noticed by a combat king warrior. Kaka, old man, since you have such a heaven-defying young man in your family, I'm sure your ancestors must have died before. The Huang dog was laughing out loudly. He was the closest to Jiang Zhenhai and the others, and he was the first to follow Jiang Qin. Therefore, he didn't hold back his words. The Huang dog's words immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. A stream of information that seemed to originate from ancient times appeared in Jiang Chen's mind like a spring. The information quickly merged with Jiang Chen's mind, and a powerful true dragon skill had been awakened once again. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and an ancient dragon pressure emerged from his body. You guys didn't see it, that Jiang Chen is really frightening. He has an extremely sharp sword in his hand, and with just a swing of it, he easily chopped off the old emperor and the imperial emperor's heads. This is really frightening. Come on, it's as if you were there to witness it. But that Jiang Chen is indeed frightening. He is only a mid-combat soul warrior, but he was able to kill combat king warriors. To be honest, I still can't believe it, but it's the truth. The Eastern continent is going to undergo a complete change. The Marshal Saint dynasty is done for, the Imperial Emperor and the Old Emperor are dead, and all the remaining combat soul warriors have surrendered to Jiang Qin. From now on, the Eastern continent will belong to Jiang Qin. It's hard to say. I heard that the Marshal Saint dynasty still has an old great emperor, and he has a frightening cultivation base. He is many times stronger than the old emperor and the imperial emperor. I think he will strike soon, and no matter how strong Jiang Qin is, I don't think he will be able to defend himself. It's hard to say. This Jiang Qin has become famous too quickly, and he has created many miracles. This time, he fought against the Marshal Saint dynasty in a domineering manner, causing them to suffer an unprecedented loss. Perhaps, he will continue to create miracles and defeat the old great emperor. If that happens, the Eastern continent will undergo a complete change. Discussions could be heard everywhere. Many people were heading toward the Qi province. They all knew that the old great emperor of the Marshal Saint dynasty was going to fight Jiang Qin, and everyone wanted to witness this battle with their own eyes. They wanted to know if Jiang Qin would be able to turn the tables and completely change the Eastern continent. Of course, such a shocking news would reach the Marshal Saint dynasty as well. The entire Marshal Saint dynasty and the imperial city were in a state of panic. When an old eunuch heard the news, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Without any hesitation, he rushed toward the deepest part of the Marshal Saint dynasty. This old eunuch had a strong cultivation base, he had reached the peak late combat soul realm. He was quite old, and he had served 3 generations of emperors, so he could be considered an old man who would never die. Yesterday, when the old emperor and the imperial emperor led an army to attack the Black Sect, the old eunuch thought it would be a piece of cake. But, he never expected to receive such a shocking news. In the deepest part of the Marshal Saint dynasty, there was a place that was completely sealed off from the outside world. The spatial ripples in this place were different from the outside world, and it was obvious that this was a space created by a combat king warrior. It had isolated this place from the outside world, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to find their way in. In the entire Marshal Saint dynasty, there were only a few people who were qualified to enter this place, and this old eunuch was one of them. The air rippled, and the old eunuch walked in while trembling. He arrived in front of an old man, then he bowed deeply toward the old man. "Not good, old great emperor, something bad has happened." The old eunuch's voice was hoarse, and his forehead was covered with sweat. The old man slowly opened his eyes. At first, his eyes were cloudy, but in the next second, they became extremely bright. This old man looked like he was over 100 years old, and he was very skinny. He was wearing an imperial robe that looked very loose. Although this old man was very skinny, the aura that was casually unleashed from his body was something that no one dared to look down upon. Just a casual glance from him was enough to make one's heart tremble with fear, as if they had fallen into hell. "Old servant, didn't I tell you? From now on, I won't interfere with the affairs of the Marshal Saint dynasty anymore. If you need anything, go find the imperial emperor," the old man said. It seemed like he hadn't spoken for a long time, and his voice was a little hoarse. However, it didn't take long for him to get used to it. This old man was none other than the old great emperor of the Marshal Saint dynasty, the strongest man in the Eastern continent. He had reached the peak of the 2nd grade combat king realm, and was half a step away from the 3rd grade combat king realm. "Old great emperor, something bad has happened. The imperial emperor and the old emperor are both dead." The old eunuch dared not hide anything. "What did you say?" 2 icy cold beams shot out from the old great emperor's eyes. It was a tangible light, and like a sharp sword, it pierced through the air, causing cracks to appear on the void. "Tell me, what happened?" The old great emperor's tone had obviously increased, and the anger in his words could be felt by anyone. The old emperor and the imperial emperor were both dead. What kind of joke was this? The Martial Saint dynasty had ruled the eastern continent for so many years, and since when had something like this happened? Furthermore, both the old emperor and the imperial emperor were combat king warriors, and there was no one in the eastern continent who could kill them. Old great emperor, this is what happened. The old eunuch dared not hide anything from the old great emperor. He told him everything about Jiang Chen and the Black Sect, from the beginning to the end. He even told him what happened yesterday in detail. Of course, what he knew was only what he heard from others. However, it was a fact that both the imperial emperor and the old emperor were killed by Jiang Chen, and it was also a fact that all those combat soul warriors who came with them were either killed or surrendered. Not a single one of the 400 men had escaped. Boom! A powerful shock wave burst out from the old great emperor's body, causing the old eunuch to cry out in pain. He was knocked dozens of meters away, and a trace of blood could be seen coming out from the corner of his mouth. However, the old eunuch dared not show any neglect. He quickly walked up and kneeled down in front of the old great emperor. "You're saying that young man named Jiang Chen, who is only a mid-combat soul warrior, is able to kill both the imperial emperor and the old emperor, who are both first-grade combat king warriors?" The old great emperor stared at the old eunuch with a pair of bright eyes. "That's right, old great emperor. This Jiang Chen is a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. He fought against the Martial Saint dynasty, and now, the entire Martial Saint dynasty has been destroyed by him. Many of their people have died, and only the old great emperor can defeat him." The old eunuch said. "Jiang Chen, the Black Sect, good, very good. You've destroyed my imperial family, I'll definitely tear all of you to pieces. Also, all those useless fools who surrendered, I'll kill them all." The old great emperor was furious, he had never been so furious before. All of his descendants had been killed, and no matter how good his temperament was, he couldn't withstand this kind of anger. Swoosh! In the next moment, the old great emperor disappeared. The old eunuch wiped off the sweat on his forehead and slowly walked out from the sealed space. The sky had just turned bright, and most of the people in the Black Sect were still immersed in the excitement of yesterday's victory. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful aura came from afar. In just a few breaths of time, an old man wearing an imperial robe appeared in the sky above the Black Sect. "Jiang Chen, get your ass out here." The old great emperor immediately shouted out. He waved his hand and unleashed a palm strike, shattering a towering mountain. "Not good, the old great emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty is here. What a powerful aura. Judging from his aura, he is at least a second-grade combat king warrior. I think he can kill all of us by himself. Hurry up and find Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is the only one who can defeat the old great emperor." The people of the Black Sect immediately fell into a panic. The appearance of a second-grade combat king warrior was like a disaster to them. Even with Wu Zhou's help, it wouldn't be enough. In the entire Black Sect, aside from Jiang Chen, no one could defeat the old great emperor who was a second-grade combat king warrior. Chapter 465. The aura of a second-grade combat king warrior was too powerful, not to mention that the old great emperor was now a peak second-grade combat king warrior. Right now, the old great emperor was hovering in the sky above the Black Sect. His fury and killing intent filled the sky. It looked like the old great emperor was determined to wipe out the entire Black Sect today. All the disciples of the Black Sect raised their heads and stared into the sky. None of them had the courage to show themselves. They had no doubt that if they dared to show themselves now, that old man would definitely tear them apart. In the entire Black Sect, only Jiang Qin had the ability to deal with the old Great Emperor. Right at this moment, in a place not far away from the Black Sect, many figures had arrived. All of them were here to watch the battle, and when they saw a second-grade combat king old monster from the Martial Saint dynasty, they couldn't help but sigh. This is terrifying. Is this the aura of a combat king warrior? That's the old great emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty. He has been living in seclusion for many years, and now, the Martial Saint dynasty is facing a crisis. Even the old emperor and the imperial emperor were killed by someone. There's no way the old great emperor won't be furious, and he won't continue living in seclusion. Why don't I see Jiang Qin? I wonder if Jiang Qin can deal with a true warrior from the Martial Saint dynasty. If he can't defeat the old great emperor, perhaps the Black Sect will still face destruction, and the Eastern continent will still belong to the Martial Saint dynasty. It's hard to say. Let's just wait and see. Jiang Qin will definitely show up. Those who were watching from afar began discussing the battle. For many of them, this was the first time they had witnessed the mighty aura of a combat king warrior. None of them weren't shocked. Although Jiang Qin was extremely frightening, many of them couldn't help but worry for Jiang Qin when they saw the old great emperor. Ever since Jiang Qin became famous in the Eastern continent, he had created miracles time and time again. Therefore, everyone was hoping that Jiang Qin could create another miracle. If they could witness the destruction of a dynasty with their own eyes, witnessing a turning point in history, it would be a great honor for them. Rumble. Right when the crowd was discussing amongst themselves, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from within the Black Sect. The aura turned into a golden airwave, and it looked like a dragon was swaying in the sky. It was accompanied by deep dragon roars, and it looked extremely mighty. After that, a white-clothed figure appeared in the sky like a flash of lightning, standing opposite the retired emperor. The white-clothed figure was none other than Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had successfully broken through to the late combat soul realm last night, and formed 16,000 dragon marks. After that, he went into secluded cultivation to stabilize his cultivation, waiting for the old great emperor's arrival. However, he didn't expect the old great emperor to arrive so quickly. After sensing the aura of a second-grade combat king warrior, Jiang Qin immediately left his secluded cultivation. Look, it's Jiang Qin. Amazing. Jiang Qin has been in seclusion for a day, but his aura is much stronger than yesterday. It's simply too abnormal. What a monster. He has broken through to the late combat soul realm. This is unbelievable. With this, Jiang Qin should be able to fight a second-grade combat king warrior. When the people of the Black Sect saw Jiang Qin, excited expressions immediately emerged on their faces. All of them were combat soul warriors, and their eyesight wasn't bad. Therefore, they could easily see the huge change in Jiang Qin compared to yesterday. In the sky, Jiang Qin and the old great emperor were staring at each other. Sparks could be seen in their eyes. The old great emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty has arrived faster than I expected, Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. He didn't show any signs of nervousness when facing a second-grade combat king warrior. So, you're Jiang Qin. The old great emperor's words were filled with an ice-cold killing intent. He could sense the aura unleashed from Jiang Qin's body, and he was shocked as well. At the same time, he was able to confirm Jiang Qin's identity. Under the heavens, perhaps only Jiang Qin, who had killed the old emperor and imperial emperor, could possess an aura that could match that of a combat king warrior at the combat soul realm. That's right, it's me. Jiang Qin nodded his head. If it was yesterday, he might be afraid of the old great emperor. But today, the old great emperor, who was a second-grade combat king warrior, was no longer a threat to Jiang Qin. You killed the old emperor and imperial emperor, and all the emperors of the martial Saint dynasty. Who gave you the courage to do that? The old great emperor furiously shouted. When he thought about how this young man had caused a huge loss to the martial Saint dynasty, the old great emperor couldn't help but feel furious. Since you've done something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. Your martial Saint dynasty is destined to be destroyed by me, Jiang Qin, and you are no exception. From today onwards, the martial Saint dynasty will cease to exist. Jiang Qin said with a loud voice. He didn't take the old great emperor's threat seriously. Young man, you're really courting death. Do you really think you can ignore everything just because you have some innate talent? Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone stronger than you. I'll let you know how frightening a second-grade combat king warrior is. Not only will I kill you today, I'll also wipe out the entire Black Sect. The Eastern continent will still belong to the martial Saint dynasty. The old great emperor's hair was fluttering, and his eyes were glowing like sharp swords. He was emanating an extremely sharp aura. What's the point of talking so much? Let's fight now. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. Both of his hands were suddenly covered with blood-red dragon shadows, and they turned into two extremely sharp dragon claws. With just a casual movement of the dragon claws, the void would be torn apart. Jiang Qin stretched his hand forward, and with a loud rumbling sound, a blood-red dragon claw over 30 meters long descended from the sky, grabbing toward the old great emperor. So powerful! The old great emperor's expression changed. With Jiang Qin's attack, the last bit of underestimation he had for Jiang Qin had completely disappeared. It was hard for him to imagine how a young late combat soul warrior could possess such formidable combat strength. Sky-flipping seal. The old great emperor stretched both of his hands upward, then a gigantic golden seal the size of a mountain suddenly appeared. The illusionary golden mountain seemed extremely heavy, as if it weighed millions of kilograms. The old great emperor forcefully threw it toward the true dragon palm. Rumble. In an instant, the void was shattered, and streams of black energy kept pouring out from within the void, forming into a black storm. This was the power of a battle between combat king warriors, and just the shockwave alone was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Tap tap tap, the old great emperor was forced back dozens of steps before he could stabilize his body. On the other hand, Jiang Qin was only forced back 5 or 6 steps. On the surface, it seemed like Jiang Qin had gained the upper hand in this collision. What? The old great emperor cried out in shock. Sparks almost shot out from his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. With his abilities and the sky-flipping seal, he was actually defeated by a young combat soul warrior. This was something he had never even dreamed about. Amazing! Jiang Qin is too frightening. He actually defeated a second-grade combat king warrior. Oh heavens, what did I just see? Jiang Qin has really created another miracle. Looks like the martial Saint dynasty's luck has come to an end. Nothing is impossible when it comes to Jiang Qin. Amazing! It has only been a day, and he has already improved so much. However, that old great emperor is not someone who can be easily dealt with. Both of them were just probing attacks. Only now will we have a good show to watch. Excited expressions emerged on the faces of everyone from the Black Sect. All the worries they had before were gone. The first collision between Jiang Qin and the old great emperor had given them enough confidence. A peerless genius. Wu Jiu shook his head. When it came to Jiang Qin, he had no idea what to say. This guy. Wu Ningzhu's eyes became brighter as she stared at Jiang Qin. A smile emerged on the faces of Nangong Wendian, Han Yan, and the others. They were happy about Jiang Qin's incredible strength, but at the same time, they also felt a tremendous pressure. Each of them could be considered as rare geniuses, and no matter if it was their talent or cultivation base, they were all top-notch existences. No matter where they went, they would always be valued. However, when compared to Jiang Qin, the gap between them was instantly revealed. This is really unexpected. Jiang Qin has actually become so formidable. No wonder he was able to kill the old emperor and the imperial emperor. Now, even the old great emperor is no match for him. It looks like the Martial Saint dynasty's luck has come to an end. That's right, he's a peerless genius. Even the Martial Saint dynasty has become his stepping stone. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. A powerful combat king warrior isn't that easy to kill. Jiang Qin only gained the upper hand in the first exchange. He hasn't truly defeated the old great emperor. As the #1 warrior of the Martial Saint dynasty, I'm sure he has more tricks up his sleeves. The onlookers in the distance started discussing among themselves. Many of them could sense that the Martial Saint dynasty was truly doomed. Second great combat king warrior is only a so-so. Jiang Qin shouted out loudly, then he once again leapt toward the old great emperor. He once again unleashed the true dragon palm. This was a powerful true dragon combat skill, and it was extremely ferocious. It was perfect for taking the initiative to attack. As Jiang Qin was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he was destined to be much stronger than ordinary people. If he had just broken through to the late combat soul realm, with 15,000 dragon marks, Jiang Qin's combat strength would be on par with the old great emperor's. But now, with 16,000 dragon marks, his combat strength was slightly higher than the old great emperor's. Furthermore, he wasn't even using the Azure Dragon incomparable skill. Heavenly Imperial Finger. The old great emperor was furious. He exerted all his strength and unleashed the Heavenly Imperial Finger. The bright golden finger tore the space apart and flew toward the blood-red dragon claw. Rumble. Another world-shaking boom rang out as the heavenly royal finger and the true dragon palm collided. The void space was once again shattered and the two powerful attacks were destroyed. In this collision, due to the retired emperor going all out, the two of them could be said to be equally matched. On the surface, both of them seemed to be equally matched, and they were much stronger than the first time. However, the old great emperor didn't feel happy at all. Jiang Qin's mighty strength had made him feel that it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Jiang Qin. Chapter 466. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook, and the entire sky was destroyed. Jiang Qin and the old great emperor turned into two beams of light and fought fiercely in the sky. Both of them were moving at an incredible speed, and the onlookers could only see two afterimages. The fierce battle between two second-grade combat king warriors was extremely intense. Every time they collided with each other, the sky would collapse and the earth would crumble, and the surrounding space had been destroyed beyond recognition. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Jiang Qin and the old great emperor had been fighting for 10 minutes. No one knew how many rounds they had exchanged, but there was still no winner. Just as many people thought, as the strongest existence in the Martial Saint dynasty, the old great emperor must have some powerful skills. As a matter of fact, the old great emperor was indeed ferocious in the following battle with Jiang Qin. Even so, he was still suppressed by Jiang Qin. Although the old great emperor had a lot of skills, Jiang Qin's skills were extremely powerful as well. This is too intense. Let's not talk about who will win in the end. Just being able to witness a battle of this level with our own eyes will benefit us a lot. That's right, being able to witness a battle between two combat king warriors is indeed a rare opportunity. Experiencing the atmosphere of a battle of this level will bring us unimaginable benefits. The old great emperor has been suppressed by Jiang Qin, and I'm afraid he's going to die today. Jiang Chen is not an easy opponent, and I'm guessing Jiang Chen must have more powerful skills up his sleeves. The martial Saint dynasty is in a real crisis. Everyone was shocked. However, being able to witness a battle of this level with their own eyes was a rare opportunity for any cultivator. In the Eastern continent, being able to witness a battle between combat king warriors was more difficult than ascending the heavens. An opportunity like this was simply too rare. Up in the sky, the old great emperor became more and more frightened as the battle went on. During the intense battle just now, he had used all of his skills and trump cards, but he still failed to gain the upper hand. Even if the battle continued, he might not have a chance to win. However, even if there wasn't a chance, he still had to kill them. The old great emperor had no other way out. So many of his descendants had been killed, and the martial Saint dynasty was about to be destroyed. Now, he was the only one left. Was he really going to stay here and drag out an ignoble existence? This was a blood feud. Therefore, even if he had to risk his life, he had to kill this young man in front of him. Boom! The old great emperor's aura shook once again, becoming even stronger than before. At the same time, a dazzling blade appeared in the old great emperor's hand. It was also a king weapon, but it was just an ordinary king weapon. After all, the old great emperor was only a second-grade combat king. In the Eastern continent, a cultivator like him could be considered an ancestor, but in the divine continent, he was nothing. If king weapons were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade, then a second-grade combat king's king weapon could only be considered as low-grade. At this moment, the old great emperor's body emitted an incomparably crazy aura. It was the kind of insanity that didn't care about one's life. Is he going to risk his life? Seeing this, a sneer emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Two cold beams shot out from his eyes, and a killing intent burst out from his body. He could tell that the old great emperor was going to risk his life, but Jiang Chen didn't care. Jiang Chen, take out your combat weapon. The old great emperor said. I don't need a combat weapon to deal with you. Jiang Chen's face was filled with confidence. He wanted to test the power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Since you've overestimated yourself, you can die now. The retired emperor's footsteps paused, creating a crack in the void. Then, the retired emperor shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. He raised the large saber in his hand high up in the air and channeled all the elemental energy in his body into the large saber. He even ignited his own blood essence. This was a suicidal attack. The old great emperor only wanted to kill Jiang Chen, no matter what price he had to pay. The all-out attack of a second-grade combat king was undoubtedly terrifying. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jiang Chen shouted out. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that resounded across the entire sky, causing many people's ears to buzz. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang Chen took a mysterious step forward. No one was able to see the pattern of this step, but when Jiang Chen's body moved, his foot landed right on top of the old great emperor's blade. Roar! Underneath Jiang Chen's feet, there was a flickering shadow of a dragon, and it was accompanied by a dragon's roar that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Bang! Jiang Chen's foot landed on the old great emperor's blade, using his body to collide with a king weapon. Perhaps only Jiang Chen would dare to do something like this. No one knew how much force Jiang Chen's foot carried, but when it collided with the king weapon, they were actually equally matched. The collision produced a terrifying shockwave that swept across the entire sky like a tsunami. Second step. Jiang Chen's divine might was matchless. After taking the first step, he immediately took the second step, and the force exerted by his foot was doubled. Under such a tremendous force, the old great emperor almost lost his grip on the blade. What? The old great emperor cried out in shock. The combat skill Jiang Qin used was too frightening, and the force contained in each step was unimaginable. The first step was enough to resist his king weapon, but the second step was so powerful that even his king weapon couldn't resist it. Ha! Shake! Jiang Chen laughed out loud. Once again, he exerted force with his foot, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the old great emperor to lose his grip on the blade. Give it to me. Jiang Chen extended his hand and grabbed the blade, then put it away without any hesitation. Old great emperor, you don't even have a combat weapon, what else do you have to fight me? Jiang Chen's voice shook the heavens, and the shadow of a dragon could be seen flashing beneath his feet. It seemed like he was about to take the third step at any time. As for how powerful the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was, one could only find out after he used it. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could only take the third step. However, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps had given Jiang Chen great confidence. With the third step, he would be able to take the old great emperor's life. Heavens! What did I just see? Jiang Chen's steps are way too terrifying. Even a king weapon is no match for him. What an overbearing step. With the shadow of a dragon flickering, it's extremely powerful. This is Jiang Chen's trump card. The old great emperor is already injured, and I'm afraid he won't have a good ending today. Those steps are way too terrifying. If Jiang Chen takes the third step, the old great emperor won't be able to defend himself at all. The martial Saint dynasty will be finished for sure. Jiang Chen's wings have grown, and he will be invincible in the eastern continent. Everyone were shocked. The old great emperor had unleashed his king weapon, and everyone thought that Jiang Chen would unleash his combat weapon as well. After that, the two of them would have another ultimate battle. However, never did they expect that Jiang Chen would actually unleash an extremely powerful combat skill at the last moment. Even the old great emperor's combat weapon was no match for it. It wasn't hard to tell that the old great emperor had unleashed all his trump cards. Furthermore, his desperate attack had greatly affected him. Not only that, he had been severely injured by Jiang Chen, and he had also lost his king weapon, which he relied on the most. On top of that, it was obvious that Jiang Chen still had more powerful skills. Under such circumstances, there was no way the old great emperor would be a match for him. Impossible. You're just a late combat soul warrior, how could you be so powerful? The old great emperor couldn't accept this reality. Nothing is impossible in this world. You said it's impossible because you're ignorant. I've told you before, I'm going to overturn the martial Saint dynasty. Today, I'm going to kill you, and the history of the martial Saint dynasty will come to an end. Come, let's see how you're going to take my third step. Jiang Chen said with a mighty aura. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was glowing with a golden light, making him look like a god of war. He raised his foot and took the third step. Boom! This step nearly created a hole in the air. With incredible speed, Jiang Chen arrived above the old great emperor's head in just a blink of an eye. The old great emperor's face turned pale with fright. The movement skill Jiang Chen was using was extremely frightening, and the strength of the third step was double that of the second step. There was no way the old great emperor could withstand it, and if this step landed on his head, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps his head would explode in an instant. Damn it! The old great emperor cursed angrily. At this critical moment, he forcefully tore open the space and jumped into the void. Jiang Chen was too strong, and there was no way he could defeat him. It looked like the only thing he could do now was to stay alive. Humph! I'm going to kill you today. You won't be able to run away. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He had long since unleashed the Great Soul Derivation skill in order to prevent the old Great Emperor from escaping. Today, he had to kill the old great emperor. If not, a second great combat king warrior would bring unimaginable harm to the Black Sect. It wasn't difficult to predict that after the old great emperor escaped, he would definitely hide himself. From then on, the Black Sect and everyone close to Jiang Qin would have to face the threat of a frightening second great combat king warrior, and it was a hidden one. If that happened, the entire Black Sect would never be able to live in peace. According to Jiang Chen's plan, once the martial Saint dynasty was dealt with, he would start his journey to the Divine Continent. However, if the old great emperor was still alive, he wouldn't have the courage to leave. He was afraid that if he left, the old great emperor would strike and kill everyone related to him. Therefore, Jiang Qin would never let the old great emperor escape. Come out. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up like torches. With his third step, he forcefully stomped on the void. A miserable shriek sounded out from the void, and the old great emperor was forced out from the void by Jiang Chen's kick. Right now, the old great emperor's body was swaying. One of his arms had been completely crushed by Jiang Chen's kick, and blood kept flowing out from it. True dragon palm. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, not giving the old great emperor any chance to escape. The gigantic dragon claw smashed down and trapped the old great emperor. Compared to Jiang Qin, the old great emperor was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and had lost all strength to fight back. I have nothing to say to you. Go down there and reunite with your descendants. Jiang Qin attacked without any mercy. A vast force suddenly burst out from the dragon claw and pressed down on the old great emperor. No. Chapter 467. Following this miserable shriek, the former strongest man in the Eastern Continent had fallen. From now on, the martial Saint dynasty would become history, and the Eastern Continent would welcome a new order. Everyone was terrified. When the gigantic and frightening dragon claw disappeared, everyone could only see a mist of blood spreading in the air. After that, there was nothing else. A second great combat king, the old great emperor of the martial Saint dynasty, the undisputed strongest man of the Eastern Continent, had died in Jiang Chen's hands, becoming a thing of the past. The scene became strangely quiet, and not even a single exclamation could be heard, because everyone was so shocked that they couldn't even speak. The scene was too shocking, and it was something that no one dared to imagine even in their dreams. At this moment, the image of the white-clothed youngster in everyone's mind had become incomparably lofty. Especially those from the martial Saint dynasty who surrendered after the defeat yesterday. Right now, all of them felt lucky that the martial Saint dynasty was finished. Now, it seemed like their decision to surrender yesterday was a wise one. The battle was over. Jiang Chen stood in the sky, his hair fluttering in the wind. He had a faint smile on his face, and everyone could sense the strong aura of a superior being from him. It was the aura of a true king, causing people to feel a sense of reverence and fear towards him at the same time. He was a born superior, a peerless monster. He was destined to walk an extraordinary path in the future, and at the same time, he was destined to bring chaos wherever Jiang Chen went. Sigh. Jiang Chen won in the end. He has once again created a miracle. From now on, everything in the Eastern Continent is going to change. The old great emperor is dead, and the martial Saint dynasty will no longer exist in Jiang Chen's hands. Along the way, Jiang Chen has offended countless powers and people. Back in Inferno Hell, Jiang Chen went on a killing spree and offended most of the powers in every province in the Eastern Continent. Countless experts wanted to kill him, but fortunately, those powers were wise enough to stop. Otherwise, I'm afraid they wouldn't end up any better than the martial Saint dynasty. Those forces that have offended Jiang Chen in the past still have to thank Jiang Chen for forgiving them. If Jiang Chen were to flip out now, none of those forces would be able to stop him. Of course, with Jiang Chen's current identity and status, he wouldn't lower himself to deal with those small forces. From today onwards, Jiang Chen's name will forever be recorded in the annals of history, marking the birth of the god of war and madman. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Amidst the shock, everyone began to discuss amongst themselves. Today's battle would forever be recorded in the history of the Eastern continent. Jiang Chen's name would also be placed at the highest position in history. The shocking battle had spread across the entire Eastern continent at the fastest speed. Everyone was shocked. From now onwards, the Martial Saint dynasty would no longer exist in the Eastern continent, and it would be replaced by another superpower led by Jiang Qin. Those superpowers who had grudges with Jiang Qin were secretly feeling lucky. Jiang Chen's existence had taught them one thing: there were some people that they couldn't afford to offend. Once they did, they would have to pay a heavy price. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen didn't go and occupy the Martial Saint dynasty like the others had expected. He didn't even touch the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. For Jiang Chen, the Martial Saint dynasty, Shangguan clan, and Myriad Sword sect, all the grudges between them had come to an end. Those who were left behind could no longer fight against Jiang Chen. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't want to waste his time on them. Within the Black Sect's conference hall, dozens of combat soul warriors had gathered. Jiang Chen was wearing a white robe, and he was sitting in the main seat. Jiang Zhenhai and Wu Jiao were sitting on either side of Jiang Chen with smiles on their faces. Under Jiang Chen's invitation, Yan Zhanyun was also sitting in the same position as Jiang Chen. Yan Zhanyun was so excited that his body was trembling. Never in his wildest dreams had he ever thought that he would be able to participate in such an event, and sit in such a high position. Being honored couldn't even begin to describe what Yan Zhanyun was feeling right now. Brother, the situation in the Eastern continent has been stabilized, but we still need to reorganize it. What do you think? Wu Jiao asked with a smile on his face. The Martial Saint dynasty was finished, and although the situation in the Eastern continent was clear, it would still take some time for the situation to change. Someone needed to stand out, and apart from Jiang Qin, there was no one else who could do this. What do you all think? Jiang Qin asked with a smile on his face. Isn't that obvious? The Martial Saint dynasty is finished, and we need to establish a new dynasty to rule over the Eastern continent. Nangong Wendian said. What Brother Nangong said is correct. The Martial Saint dynasty is finished, and we need to establish a new dynasty. Brother Jiang Qin will be the founder of this dynasty, the true leader. With Brother Jiang Chen's current cultivation base and status, you are undoubtedly the strongest man in the Eastern continent. If you become the new emperor, who would dare defy you? The Golden Lion said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. They all agreed with what the Golden Lion said. If they were going to establish a new order, the one who would create it would be Jiang Qin. This was an undeniable fact. Brother Jiang Qin, since everyone has the same opinion, why don't we establish a new dynasty? You will be the new emperor, and everyone will listen to you. What we need to do now is to think of a name for the dynasty. Master Blissful said. The rest of the people in the palace were also discussing among themselves. Everyone had the same opinion, they all wanted Jiang Qin to be the new emperor. Only De Huang Dog, Han Yan, Yan Qinyu, and the others remained silent. They all knew Jiang Chen's ambition. Jiang Chen would never place a mere emperor in his eyes, and most likely, he wouldn't have the heart to become the new emperor. Now that everything in the Eastern continent had been settled, and Jiang Chen had become the strongest man in the Eastern continent, there was no reason for him to stay in the Eastern continent any longer. Next, Jiang Chen would definitely head to the Divine Continent. That place was the center of the Saint Origin realm, the true world of cultivation. How could a genius like Jiang Qin hide in a small place like the Eastern continent and be a local emperor? I wonder if any of you have heard of the Divine Continent? Jiang Qin asked. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment before revealing a trace of longing in their eyes. Obviously, they had heard of the Divine Continent. Being able to cultivate to their level, they had some understanding of the Saint Origin world. The Saint Origin world was divided into 5 continents, East, West, South, and North, and the Divine Continent at the center. Everyone knew that the Divine Continent was the place with the most abundant natural yuan energy in the entire Saint Origin realm, and it was the center of the Saint Origin realm. It was a place where many geniuses and mighty warriors were born. With their combat soul cultivation bases, they could be considered as the top warriors in the Eastern Continent, but when they arrived in the Divine Continent, they were nothing but small shrimps. Furthermore, the distance between the Eastern Continent and the Divine Continent was very far. Therefore, none of them had ever thought about the Divine Continent, and they had never thought that they would go there one day. But, none of them were idiots. Since Jiang Qin mentioned the Divine Continent, it was obvious what he wanted. But, it made sense. With Jiang Qin's talent, he had become the strongest warrior in the Eastern Continent at such a young age, so it was meaningless for him to stay here any longer. Therefore, it was perfectly normal for him to want to explore the Divine Continent. With brother Jiang Qin's talent and strength, it's natural for him to want to go to the legendary Divine Continent. However, we still need to establish a new order here, and we still need to build a new dynasty. Since brother Jiang Qin wants to leave, I'll recommend someone to be the new emperor, and that person is Master Jiang. The dynasty was built by brother Jiang Qin, and that makes it the foundation of the Jiang Qin family. Master Jiang is Jiang Qin's biological father, so he is qualified to be the new emperor. Although Master Jiang's cultivation base isn't that high right now, with the resources we have now, it won't take long for him to improve his cultivation base. Master Blissful said. Master Blissful is right, Master Jiang is the best candidate. Besides, with the help of all of us here, brother Jiang Qin can leave without any worries. It's only natural for the Jiang family to rule the world in the future. Old man Ling Shan agreed with Master Blissful's suggestion. Good, this is a good idea. I'll be the first one to agree. The world was built by the Jiang family, and only the Jiang family is qualified to be the emperor. That's right. Let's not talk about anything else, just the fact that Master Jiang is able to raise a genius like brother Jiang Qin is enough to make him the most qualified emperor. Everyone were talking at the same time. They had shifted their focus to Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Qin was definitely going to the Divine Continent, because if they were Jiang Qin, they would definitely go to a better place to cultivate. After reaching Jiang Qin's realm, it was extremely difficult for him to improve his cultivation base in the Eastern Continent. Since the world was built by the Jiang family, it was only natural for Jiang Zhenhai to be the emperor. The reason why everyone said this was to please Jiang Qin. Everyone knew the relationship between Jiang Qin and Jiang Zhenhai. Although Jiang Zhenhai was only a divine core warrior, he was the man that Jiang Qin respected the most. Therefore, no one dared to show any disrespect to him. Right at this moment, Jiang Zhenhai couldn't sit still anymore. He felt as if there were stars above his head, and he was struck by a sudden wave of happiness. He wasn't prepared for this at all. This was too sudden. He was going to be the emperor. And he was going to be the emperor of the entire Eastern Continent. Damn it, was this a joke? Was he dreaming? No, this was a scene that Jiang Zhenhai had never thought of even in his dreams. Putting aside the fact that he was going to be the emperor in the end, just this scene in front of him had given him a strong sense of satisfaction. Brother Jiang, congratulations. Yan Zhanyun, who was standing next to Jiang Zhenhai, patted his shoulder. The smile on his face was so bright that it looked like a blooming flower. Chapter 468. At that moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Zhenhai. Obviously, the title of emperor could be decided with just a word from Jiang Zhenhai. As long as Jiang Zhenhai nodded his head, Jiang Qin would immediately create a dynasty for him, a dynasty that belonged to the Jiang family. Jiang Zhenhai's face suddenly became serious. He never dreamed that one day, a dynasty that would rule the entire eastern continent would be established, and the title of emperor could be decided with just a word from him. Jiang Zhenhai had never felt that he was so important, and he had never thought that he would one day be so important. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Zhenhai would agree without hesitation, Jiang Zhenhai lowered his eyebrows and became quiet. He didn't speak, and no one in the hall spoke either. Jiang Zhenhai was deep in thought. Being the emperor, standing above billions of people, bringing glory to the entire Jiang clan, and becoming the master of the entire eastern continent. How powerful was that? Who could resist such a huge temptation? This was power and status that no one could even dream of, and now, it was right in front of him. With just a word from him, he would be able to rule the world and possess everything. Every man dreamed of being an emperor, and every man wanted power, and Jiang Zhenhai was no exception. However, when all these were right in front of him, Jiang Zhenhai hesitated. After a while, Jiang Zhenhai slowly raised his head, shook his head, and said, "I'm afraid I have to disappoint everyone, I don't want to be an emperor." After saying this, Jiang Zhenhai relaxed. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed that his good son, Jiang Qin, also let out a sigh of relief. Although power was tempting, Jiang Zhenhai had his own pride, and that was his son. Having such a son would bring glory to the Jiang family, and he didn't need the title of emperor. He knew that Jiang Qin didn't want him to be an emperor, and Jiang Qin would have to leave sooner or later. Jiang Qin didn't want the Jiang family to be too high profile, and in Jiang Qin's heart, Jiang Zhenhai's safety was the first priority. Only when the Jiang family was safe, Jiang Qin wouldn't have anything to worry about. Therefore, Jiang Qin wanted the Jiang family to keep a low profile. Jiang Zhenhai didn't have to be the emperor, but he could be someone that even the emperor would respect. Jiang Qin also hoped that Jiang Zhenhai would focus on his cultivation. He knew how profound the path of cultivation was, and Jiang Zhenhai still had a long way to go. Jiang Qin hoped that one day his father would be able to enter the divine continent, and he also hoped that one day his father would follow him into the immortal realm. Of course, all of this was too far away. Jiang Zhenhai was the man Jiang Qin respected the most, and he was his father. Anything his father wanted, Jiang Qin would give it to him. For example, if Jiang Zhenhai told him that he wanted to be the emperor, Jiang Qin would immediately build a new dynasty for him. Even if Jiang Qin didn't want to, he would still do it for his father. Jiang Zhenhai was the most respected man in Jiang Qin's life. What made Jiang Qin relieved was that Jiang Zhenhai understood his intentions, so he rejected this huge temptation. It's such a pity that the old man doesn't want to be an emperor. Yeah, it's such a pity. In my opinion, the old man should just accept it. That way, the situation in the eastern continent can be stabilized. The old man is probably worried that his cultivation level won't be able to convince the people. With Brother Jiang Chen's support, we will be the first to obey, and we will do our best to support the old man in the future. Master Blissful and Old Man Ling Shan were still trying to persuade Jiang Qin. Alright, since my father doesn't want to be an emperor, then don't force him. Our Jiang family came from a small place like Fragrant Sky City, and we don't have much ambition. Besides, even if my father doesn't want to be an emperor, who would dare to slight him? Even the emperor has to be respectful when he sees my father. Jiang Qin waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop talking. Many people had disappointed expressions on their faces. Jiang Chen wanted to leave, and Jiang Zhenhai didn't want to be the emperor, but someone had to stand up and be the leader. If that's the case, it's not going to be easy. Someone said. Easy? There's no need for the Martial Saint dynasty to be destroyed. In my opinion, the Martial Saint dynasty is still the Martial Saint dynasty. From today onwards, the name will be changed to Martial Dynasty. This is the Wu family's world, and I will let them manage it. Brother Zhou, the emperor will be yours. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Wu Zhou. Wu Zhou was startled when he heard what Jiang Chen said, then a shocked expression appeared on his face. Brother, Wu Zhou had never thought that Jiang Chen would let him be the emperor. After all, the current world was conquered by Jiang Chen. All this while I've only been targeting people, not major powers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed those experts of the Martial Saint dynasty to surrender. The Martial Saint dynasty has undergone a great change, and instead of building a new dynasty, why don't we continue the Martial Saint dynasty and change its name to Martial Dynasty? The world will still belong to the Wu family. Brother Zhou should have been the emperor in the past. Today, Brother Zhou will give you the title of emperor. If you don't want to be the emperor, you can be the retired emperor and hand the throne to Wu Lang. Jiang Chen said with a smile. In fact, he had already made up his mind. As long as the eastern continent was peaceful, there was no need to build a new dynasty. Furthermore, after Jiang Chen left, Wu Zhou would be the most powerful man in the eastern continent. It was only natural for him to be the emperor. Brother, Wu Ji wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen waved his hand and stopped him. What do you guys think? With Brother Zhou's identity, status, and cultivation, I'm sure he deserves it. Jiang Chen looked at the crowd. The crowd exchanged glances and nodded their heads. Since Jiang Chen had already made up his mind, none of them dared to object. Furthermore, Wu Zhou was a very powerful man. If the Martial Saint dynasty wasn't replaced by a new dynasty, Wu Zhou would undoubtedly be the first candidate to become the emperor. That's right. Since the Martial Saint dynasty isn't replaced, Lord Zhou is the most deserving candidate. He is a member of the Wu family, and he has a powerful cultivation base. He has reached the Combat King realm. I'll be the first one to agree to him becoming the emperor. I agree as well. Everyone nodded their heads. In fact, as long as Jiang Chen made up his mind, none of them would disagree. Chapter 469. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, he just quietly looked at Wu Ningzhu. From the look in Wu Ningzhu's eyes, he could tell that this girl in front of him actually had a story behind her. Wu Ningzhu sighed. She raised her head and looked at the full moon in the sky. She took a step forward and said to herself, "Appearance is a woman's greatest pride, but I have hidden this pride." Wu Ningzhu revealed a bitter smile on her face. After that, she fell into deep thought. She seemed to have recalled all the unforgettable memories of her past. Her eyes started to blur. She looked extremely beautiful under the moonlight. That kind of blurry eyes contained a trace of pain. At this moment, Jiang Chen actually felt a trace of heartache. This was the second time he felt heartache for a woman. The first time was for Yan Chenyu. He knew that Wu Ningzhu's story was definitely not simple. Wu Ningzhu didn't say anything for a long while. Jiang Chen stood beside her and didn't say anything as well. He knew that Wu Ningzhu was still hesitating. She was hesitating whether she should tell him her secret or not. Everyone had their own secrets. Some secrets could only be hidden in the depths of one's heart, and couldn't be revealed to others. Jiang Chen also had his own secrets. He was the reincarnation of the world's greatest saint. This secret was destined to only be known by him. That year, I was 10 years old. Wu Ningzhu said. For a 10-year-old child, her memory was already very clear. It wasn't hard to imagine that the 10-year-old Wu Ningzhu was already extraordinarily beautiful, a standard beauty. My mother's name was Gulan. My mother's name was Gulan. She and my father loved each other very much, causing others to be envious of them. But that year, a man who claimed to be my mother's brother, who was also my uncle, suddenly appeared from a faraway place. His appearance changed everything. When that man saw my father and me, he was extremely enraged and wanted to kill my father and me. My mother only managed to save my father and me by threatening him with her life. My mother was taken away by that heartless man to a faraway place. Later on, my father said that he already knew my mother's identity. He said that she came from an ancient clan far away, an unimaginably powerful clan. I still remember that the man who came to take my mother away was extremely powerful. As my cultivation grew higher, I came to understand how powerful that man was. He could destroy the entire southern continent with a single hand. Wu Ningzhu mumbled to herself as she sank deep into her memories. She paused for a moment before continuing, just like that, my mother left my father and me. From then on, she never appeared again. Before she left, she told me, in the future, when you find a man, you must find someone that you love. My mother and my father loved each other very much, but what I saw was the pain between them. My mother paid such a price to love my father, and I witnessed their pain. So, you covered your beautiful face? Jiang Qin asked. He never thought that Wu Ningzhu would have such a story. Not only that, I swore that I would find my mother one day and let her reunite with my father. I wanted to place all my thoughts on cultivation, so I covered my face and swore that before I found my mother, I would never take off my veil. If a man were to remove my veil, there would only be 3 results. As Wu Ningzhu said this, her bright eyes looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He suddenly felt that he had really caused a huge disaster, but he still asked subconsciously, what results? I swore that if a man were to remove my veil, I would kill that man with my own hands. If I couldn't kill that man, I would commit suicide, or I would marry him. The corner of Wu Ningzhu's mouth curled into a faint smile. She was really beautiful when she smiled. So, Jiang Qin's eyes widened. Wu Ningzhu's cultivation had reached the peak late combat soul realm, and with her talent, breaking through to the combat king realm would be a piece of cake for her. All she needed was an opportunity. You said your mother's name is Gulan. Jiang Qin suddenly recalled the name of Wu Ningzhu's mother, and he couldn't help but ask. That's right. Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She didn't seem to mind. Gulan. The Gu family. Could she be from the Gu family? Jiang Qin's heart was filled with respect. The Gu family was an ancient family in the divine continent, and they had a deep foundation and great power. In the past, Jiang Qin and the Gu family had some sort of relationship. According to what Wu Ningzhu had told him, Gulan came from an ancient family, and Gulan's elder brother was so powerful that he was able to destroy the entire southern continent with his bare hands. With such an imposing aura, perhaps he was already a combat emperor. Throughout the entire divine continent, perhaps only that ancient family could have such a powerful family. That family had existed for a very long time, and Wu Ningzhu was the daughter of Gulan. Therefore, the blood of the Gu family flowed in her veins. This was also the reason why Wu Ningzhu was able to reach her current realm at such a young age, and become the #1 genius of the southern continent. What are you thinking about? Wu Ningzhu asked. Nothing, I'm just thinking about how powerful your mother's family is. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. He didn't tell her about the Gu family, because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to explain it. A genius of the Eastern continent who had never been to the Divine Continent could suddenly know so much about the Divine Continent's superpowers. Right at this moment, a group of people from the Nangong family came from afar. When they saw Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu, they immediately cupped their fists and greeted them. "Uncle, is there anything important that you need to tell me at this time?" Jiang Qin asked. When they saw the people from the Nangong family, Nangong Wendian and the others also stood up and walked out. "Brother Jiang Qin, since the matter in the Eastern continent has been settled, we need to return to the Southern continent as soon as possible," Nangong Yunfan said. "Oh. Why are you in such a hurry?" Jiang Qin was startled. Right at this moment, Wu Ningzhu seemed to have thought of something, and she immediately said, "Chief Nangong is right, we need to leave as soon as possible. Last time, you killed 4 of the Demon King Palace's guardians in the Dancing Sun City, which infuriated the Demon King Palace. Demon King Zhanlang is furious, and he has declared war on the Profound River Palace. When we arrived, the southern continent had already fallen into chaos, and many cities were attacked by demon beasts. This matter concerns the safety of the southern continent, so we need to return as soon as possible." "That's right, the Profound River Palace can fight against the Demon King Palace, but there are too many demon beasts in the southern continent, so we, the Nangong family, have to do our part," Nangong Yunfan said. "So that's how it is." Jiang Chen slightly furrowed his brows. The demon beasts in the southern continent were rampant, and Jiang Chen had witnessed it with his own eyes. Now that the southern continent's demon beasts and humans were going to war, the scale of the war would definitely be huge, and many lives would be lost. "Jiang Chen, I'd like to personally invite you to the southern continent to help." Chapter 470. The situation in the southern continent was very serious, and there was no time to waste. It would take Wu Ningzhu and the others at least half a month to get here from the southern continent. After such a long period of time, the southern continent would definitely become more chaotic. Perhaps, the Profound River Palace and Demon King Palace had already started fighting each other. Jiang Chen initially planned to leave for the Divine Continent after everything here was settled. However, it looked like he would have to wait for a while longer. His relationship with the southern continent had made it impossible for him to ignore it. "Fine, even if it's not for the sake of the people of the southern continent, for Sister Ning, I'll still go there. Furthermore, Sister Ning and the Nangong family have come to help during the southern continent's most chaotic time. Jiang Chen is not an ungrateful man. Since the situation in the southern continent cannot be delayed any longer, let's depart now." Without hesitation, Jiang Chen agreed. Hearing Jiang Chen calling her sister Ning instead of Miss Wu, Wu Ningzhu was secretly delighted. This meant that Jiang Chen no longer considered her as an outsider. "This is great. Little Chenzi is able to kill a second-grade combat king warrior. With his help, the Demon King Palace will surely lose." Wu Ningzhu was really happy. It looked like her trip to the Eastern continent wasn't in vain. Not only had she fulfilled her wish, she had also brought back a powerful helper for the Profound River Palace and the Southern Continent, a helper who could fight against 1,000,000 enemies by himself. "Ah, great! We can fight side by side again." Nangong Wendian burst into laughter as he placed his hand on Han Yan's shoulder. "Hee, we have something to do again. We're going to kill those cruel demon beasts, I won't show any mercy," Han Yan said with a smile. Ever since Gu Tianma's bloodline awakened, he had been improving at an incredible speed. However, compared to Jiang Qin, there was still a huge gap. Knowing that he would soon be heading to the Divine Continent with Jiang Qin, Han Yan was really anxious. Perhaps, he might be able to find an opportunity to break through to the next realm by fighting those demon beasts in the Southern Continent. Once he broke through to the late combat soul realm, his combat strength would improve further, and he would have a solid foundation in the divine continent. Big Yellow swung his thick tail back and forth. Obviously, he was very excited about this. He was a guy who craved for the world to be in chaos, and the more chaotic the world was, the happier he would be. Also, he could take a trip to the southern continent, and just thinking about it made him feel satisfied. Brother Yen, De Huang, bring little Yu with you, we'll head to the southern continent together. Jiang Chen turned around and said to Han Yen and De Huang Dog. The situation in the eastern continent had been stabilized, and no matter where he went, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. If he still asked Han Yen and De Huang Dog to stay behind, these two guys would definitely fight him to the death. Yuzi Han and the other two shook their heads. A helpless smile emerged on their faces. They hadn't even broken through to the combat soul realm, and they would only be a burden if they went with Jiang Qin. Therefore, they decided to keep their mouths shut. Zihan, the Black Sect is going to be reorganized once again. You three can stay behind and help out. I've opened up all the energy veins beneath the Black Sect, so you can absorb as much essence as you want and work hard to improve yourselves. Jiang Qin said to Yu Zihan and the other two. De Huang Dog turned around and disappeared from the scene. A few minutes later, he reappeared with Yen Chenyu. Little sister Yu, I'll have to trouble you to help me in the southern continent this time. Wu Ningzhu looked at Yen Chenyu and said. A hint of envy could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Yen Chenyu. Of course I'll help Big Sis Ning. I also want to go to the southern continent to enjoy the scenery. Yen Chenyu said with a smile on her face. Seeing these two girls getting along so well with each other, Han Yen and Nangong Wendian couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. They stared at Jiang Qin as if they were going to eat him alive. Damn it, why was he so lucky? These two girls were so powerful, but they weren't jealous of each other, they were treating each other like guests. Little Chinzi, since that's the case, let's hurry up. With our strength, it'll take us at least half a month to reach the southern continent. Even with little Chinzi's help, I'm afraid it'll still take us quite some time. I hope we can make it in time. Wu Ningzhu said. Lady Wu, don't worry. It's true that it took us half a month to get here from the southern continent, but it'll only take us half an hour to get to the southern continent from the eastern continent. Nangong Wendian said with a smile. Half an hour. Impossible. Wu Ningzhu thought that Nangong Wendian was joking. Not only her, everyone on the scene thought that Nangong Wendian was joking, including Han Yen and Yen Chenyu. Traveling from the eastern continent to the southern continent in half an hour, crossing a huge region. Aw, Nan is right, it'll only take us half an hour. Because I have this. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Qin took out the bronze plate once again, emitting a dazzling golden light. Others might not recognize this bronze plate, but Han Yen and De Huang Dog were no strangers to it. The Island of Ice. Both of them cried out in surprise at the same time. Jiang Chen had never told anyone about the bronze plate. He only remembered and used it when he was in the southern continent. After returning from the southern continent, Jiang Chen had been busy fighting against the Martial Saint dynasty, so he didn't have the time or the chance to tell them about the bronze plate. Therefore, only Jiang Qin and Nangong Wendian knew about the existence of the gigantic teleportation formation. What is this? Wu Ningzhu was startled for a second. The bronze plate didn't disappear, but fused into one. This is the door to the Island of Ice. Jiang Qin then told them about the bronze plate, as well as the time he went to the southern continent with Nangong Wendian. Only then did Han Yen and De Huang Dog understand what was going on. Jiang Chen's luck was so heaven-defying that he was able to obtain such a treasure. As for Wu Ningzhu and the people of the Nangong family, it wasn't as simple as that. A gigantic teleportation formation that could teleport people from the eastern continent to the southern continent was something that even they had never seen before. If this is true, then that's great news. Nangong Yunfan said with mixed emotions. Dad, of course it's true. If not for this bronze plate, we wouldn't have been able to make it back to the family in time. Nangong Wendian said. Let me find the location of the island of ice first. The teleportation formation is located on the island of ice, so we need to find it first before we can enter it. After saying that, Jiang Qin immediately sent his divine sense into the bronze plate. In an instant, a route became very clear to him. It still led to the northern sea, and in the depths of the northern sea, there was a bright spot. That bright spot was the location of the island of ice. I found it. Although the island of ice's location is constantly changing, it hasn't left the northern sea yet. It's currently in the center of the northern sea. Let's go there now. After Jiang Qin said that, the group didn't waste any time. They immediately flew up into the sky and flew toward the northern sea. All of them were combat soul warriors, and with the help of an abnormal monster like Jiang Qin, it only took them half an hour to arrive at the northern sea, and they found the location of the island of ice. Jiang Qin tossed the bronze plate into the air. After connecting with the island of ice, the bronze plate transformed into an illusory door. Under Jiang Chen's lead, the group successfully entered the door. After a bright flash, the group appeared on top of the black altar. Swoosh! The chilly wind blew across the place, causing everyone to shiver. Han Yen and De Huang Dog were fine, as they had been to this place before. However, Wu Ningzhu and the others were shocked by what they saw. They were filled with curiosity toward this unique space. This is the teleportation formation. Nangong Wendian pointed at the gigantic teleportation formation not far away from them. Damn it, when we left the island of ice, I sensed something unusual about this teleportation formation. But, I was in a hurry to leave the island of ice, and I didn't have the time to study it. I never expected this teleportation formation to be so useful. De Huang Dog said. When the island of ice was about to close, they had to leave the island of ice at the last moment. If they didn't, they might be trapped in the island of ice for more than 100 years. Therefore, they didn't have the chance to take a look at this teleportation formation. However, they never expected that Jiang Qin would be the one who obtained all the benefits. With the bronze plate, the island of ice could now be considered as Jiang Chen's backyard. Jiang Chen walked toward the teleportation formation and placed the bronze plate in the center of the formation. Immediately, the formation unleashed a bright light, and it started operating at a high speed. Not long after that, an illusory black tunnel appeared, and a powerful suction force was coming out from it. After Jiang Qin chose the southern continent's coordinates, he shouted out, "Let's go." The group followed Jiang Chen's lead and entered the tunnel. Half an hour later, above a vast mountain range in the southern continent, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Many figures were thrown out from the crack like cannonballs, and all of them looked extremely messy. Except for Jiang Qin and Nangong Wendian who were experienced, all the others were smashed into the ground and created a huge crater. Of course, Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu were helped by Jiang Qin, and they landed safely on the ground. Cough cough. Damn it, this force is too strong. Damn it, Daddy almost died from the fall. De Huang Dog and Han Yen crawled out from the crater and cursed in a gloomy manner. Nangong Wendian who stood next to them was laughing out loud, as if he was taking pleasure in their misfortune. All the men from the Nangong family crawled out from the crater one after another. Luckily, they were all combat soul warriors with thick skin and thick muscles. If it was any other heavenly core warrior, he or she would have been killed by the fall. Feeling gloomy, the group tidied up their bodies and started looking around. We're finally in the southern continent. That teleportation formation is really amazing, it saved us a lot of time. Wu Ningzhu said in a pleasantly surprised manner. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's teleportation formation, they would have had to fly across another big region and come back, and that would have taken too much time. This place is really unusual, I can't see anyone, not even a single demon beast, this is really strange. Chapter 471. Nangong Wenyan's words woke everyone up. Only now did Jiang Qin and Nangong Wendian notice that this mountain range was the same one they landed in the last time they came to the southern continent. Although there weren't many people here the last time they came here, there were still quite a few of them, and they could clearly sense the aura of demon beasts. However, today, this place was unusually quiet, and not a single person could be seen. It's indeed unusual. This mountain range is filled with demon beasts, and it's filled with natural treasures. That's why many powers come here to train themselves, and many caravans come here to hunt demon beasts and look for natural treasures. But, it's so quiet now. Nangong Wendian said. It looks like the situation in the southern continent is getting more and more tense. If I'm not mistaken, the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace have started a full-scale war. Let's leave this place as soon as possible and head to the Profound River Palace. Wu Ningzhu said with a serious expression. Anything unusual in the southern continent could be caused by the war between the two superpowers. Jiang Chen nodded his head. The reason he came here was to help the Profound River Palace and the humans of the southern continent. Although the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace would start a war sooner or later, the fuse was caused by him killing the 4 great guardians. The group flew at an incredible speed toward the Profound River Palace. In just a short period of time, they had already flown past many cities. Some of these cities were once flourishing, but now, they were in ruins. Obviously, they had gone through a great battle. It looks like a lot of battles have taken place during this period of time, and many cities have been attacked. Nangong Yunfan said with a serious tone. After flying for a while longer, they arrived at a city in front of them. Black smoke could be seen billowing out from the city, and there were flames around it. However, there were no signs of battle. With their eyesight, they could easily tell that this city had just gone through a great battle. Although the battle had ended, the city was badly damaged. They couldn't help but increase their speed. Very soon, they arrived in the sky above the city. Inside the city, they saw that it was a complete mess. Corpses of demonic beasts and humans were everywhere. Fresh blood covered the entire city, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. As far as the eye could see, there were howls and howls everywhere. Some of the corpses of the demonic beasts were tens of zhang tall, and some were as big as small mountains. There were also human cultivators who were roaring and venting their anger on the corpses. The whole scene was too horrible to look at. It reminded Han Yen and the others of the time when the dimensional beasts were wreaking havoc on the other side of Mount Origin. This is Evergreen City. It used to be an extremely prosperous capital city. I didn't expect it to be ravaged to such a state. It seems that the war between the human clan and the demon clan has reached the point where fire and water cannot tolerate each other. Nangong Yunfan's expression turned extremely unsightly. Both Han Yen and Yen Qinyu were shocked. In the Saint Origin realm, the human clan and the demon clan were 2 different species, and they were natural enemies. However, in most of the places, the human clan was still the leader. For example, in the eastern continent, although there were also many demonic beasts, there were very few powerful demon clans, let alone the Demon King Palace, which was powerful enough to fight against the human clan. However, in the southern continent, Han Yen and Yen Qinyu had truly experienced something different. The environment here was more suitable for the demonic beasts to live in. Both the human clan and the demon clan had their own territories, and once the war broke out, the entire eastern continent would be plunged into chaos. Since I, Jiang Qin, am here, I will break the order in the southern continent. I will destroy the Demon King Palace and let the human clan take over this place. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. The reason why he wanted to deal with the demon clan was simple. He was a human, a true member of the human clan, and he didn't want to watch the demon clan massacre his own people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, 6 powerful figures flew out from Evergreen City and arrived in front of Jiang Qin and the others. The leading man was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He was a mid-combat soul warrior, and the few men behind him were all combat soul warriors as well. Among them, there were 2 young men who looked proud. Being able to break through to the combat soul realm at such a young age, they did have the right to be proud. When the old man saw Wu Ningzhu, he immediately walked up and bowed toward her. Holy Maiden, you're back. Greetings, Chief Nangong. Elder Su, what's going on here? Wu Ningzhu asked. These men were all from the Profound River Palace, and Wu Ningzhu was very familiar with them. The old man's name was Su Danian, and he was a man of virtue and prestige in the Profound River Palace. However, his status was still lower than her, the Holy Maiden. After the Holy Maiden left, the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace started a war, and both sides suffered many casualties. Under the control of the Demon King Palace, the Demon King Palace has started a war, and they often attack human cities. During this period of time, 3 cities have been completely destroyed. The war in Evergreen City happened too suddenly, and we came here as soon as we received the news. Only then did we stop the war. Su Danian said. The Demon King Palace is a brutal race. Someone killed 4 of the Demon King Palace's great guardians in the Dancing Sun City, and that completely infuriated the 3 Demon Kings of the Demon King Palace. That's why they started a war with the Profound River Palace, causing the entire southern continent to fall into chaos. A young genius from the Profound River Palace said. His tone was filled with anger. The Demon King Palace is indeed a brutal race, but the Demon King Palace is also a very powerful force. All 3 palace masters are demon kings, so it's going to be very difficult to deal with them. Nangong Yunfan said. However, when he saw Jiang Qin, his tone became much more relaxed. No matter how difficult it was to deal with the 3 demon kings of the Demon King Palace, with Jiang Qin's help, it would be much easier. What Chief Nangong said is correct. The Demon King Palace has 3 demon kings, and among them, the head palace master has reached the 2nd grade Demon King realm, which is the same as our palace master. However, the Profound River Palace only has 2 combat king warriors, while the Demon King Palace has 3 demon kings. If we start a war now, it will be very disadvantageous for us. However, if the Demon King Palace really wants to attack the Profound River Palace, with the Profound River Palace's resources, we would be able to use the power of 3 combat king warriors. Too bad, the Demon King Palace has used a despicable method. Su Danian said angrily. Elder Su, what happened? Wu Ningzhu asked. During this period of time, the Demon King Palace has been capturing human geniuses from all over the world. Up until now, I'm afraid they have captured more than 300 human geniuses, including dozens of our Profound River Palace's geniuses. The 3rd Palace Master, Lord Nether, has announced that he will execute all the human geniuses in the Nether Mountain tomorrow. The more Su Danian said, the angrier he became. Hearing this, the expressions of Wu Ningzhu and the others immediately changed. This is a conspiracy. Wu Ningzhu said. The Saintess is right, this is the Demon King Palace's conspiracy. Their ultimate target is the Profound River Palace, and if it's just a simple battle, the Demon King Palace wouldn't need to capture these human geniuses. With their characters, they would just kill them. The reason why Lord Nether is doing this is to lure the Profound River Palace's people into the Nether Mountain to rescue the human geniuses. If they want to rescue the human geniuses, the Profound River Palace will need to send at least one combat king warrior, and even then, they might not be able to do it. Su Danian said. If the Profound River Palace sends a combat king warrior into the Nether Mountain to rescue the human geniuses, the other two palace masters of the Demon King Palace will gather their forces and attack the Profound River Palace. At that point of time, the Profound River Palace will only have one combat king warrior left, and they won't be able to defend against the Demon King Palace's attack. The Profound River Palace's Profound River Grand Formation requires 2 combat king warriors to operate, and with 2 combat king warriors operating the Profound River Grand Formation, it will be able to unleash the strength of 3 combat king warriors. This is also the reason why the Demon King Palace is afraid of the Profound River Palace, and that's why they are using this method to divide the Profound River Palace's combat strength. If the Profound River Palace rescues the human geniuses, they will kill those few hundred geniuses and boost the morale of the demon clans, which will deal a heavy blow to the human race. At the same time, the Profound River Palace's prestige in the southern continent will also suffer a heavy blow. What an insidious method! Wu Ningzhu's beautiful eyes emitted a cold glint. The Demon King Palace's plan was extremely insidious, forcing the Profound River Palace to rescue the human geniuses. Those who were captured were all geniuses of the younger generation, and if they were all killed, it would be a great loss to the human race. Not only that, it would also boost the morale of the demon clans, which would be very disadvantageous to the war between the human race and the demon race. And if the Profound River Palace decided to rescue the human geniuses, the other 2 demon kings of the Demon King Palace would launch a full-scale attack on the Profound River Palace. Therefore, no matter what, Lord Nether's plan was extremely advantageous to the Demon King Palace, and it could even be said to be a deadly move. After getting angry, the expression on Wu Ningzhu's face gradually calmed down. A faint smile could be seen on her face, and she didn't seem to be nervous at all. If it was before, the Demon King Palace's plan could indeed take the life of the Profound River Palace, and even the entire human race in the southern continent would fall into the hands of the demon race. Once the Demon King Palace defeated the Profound River Palace, the entire human race in the southern continent would become the demon race's slaves, and the consequences would be unimaginable. To put it bluntly, the human race in the southern continent had fallen into a real crisis. However, that was before. Now that Jiang Qin was here, everything would change. They had to rescue the human geniuses, and the Demon King Palace had to be destroyed. What's the palace chief's decision? Wu Ningzhu asked. When Su Danian and the men from the Nangong family heard about the Demon King Palace's conspiracy, but they still remained calm, as if nothing had happened, Su Danian and the others couldn't help but feel gloomy. At this critical moment, they still didn't know what was going on. They threw a glance at Jiang Qin and the others, but they didn't pay much attention to them. The palace chief has decided to let the Great Elder go to the Nether Mountain to rescue the human geniuses. He has no choice but to support the Profound River Palace by himself. Su Danian let out a sigh. There's no need for that. Elder Su, go back to the Profound River Palace and tell the palace chief to let him and the Great Elder protect the Profound River Palace. We'll rescue every single one of the 300 human geniuses in the Nether Mountain, and we'll also bring back Lord Nether's head. Wu Ningzhu said with an indifferent tone. She was going to rescue the human geniuses, and she was also going to kill Lord Nether. How could she make such a difficult task sound so easy? What? Chapter 472. What? Didn't you hear what I just said? Wu Ningzhu widened her eyes. Su Danian and the others dared not show any disrespect. They immediately bowed toward Wu Ningzhu. As the profound river palace's holy maiden, Wu Ningzhu's status was much higher than theirs. Furthermore, with Wu Ningzhu's incredible cultivation, she was the profound river palace's most promising disciple who could break through to the combat king realm in the shortest time possible. Therefore, none of them dared show any disrespect. However, Su Danian still asked, "Holy Maiden, Lord Nether is not an ordinary demon king. He has a powerful cultivation, and he's extremely cruel. He's not easy to deal with. Do you have any way to save him?" Normally, Su Danian wouldn't dare question Wu Ningzhu's words. However, this was a very important matter. Not only was it related to the profound river palace's reputation, it was also related to the survival of the human race. Most importantly, it was related to Wu Ningzhu's life. Therefore, Su Danian had no other choice but to ask about it. With this, he would be able to give the palace chief an explanation. "Let me introduce someone to you." Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Qin with an infatuated and proud look in her eyes. "This young master's name is Jiang Qin, the man who killed the 4 guardians in the Dancing Sun City, and the man who defeated me in the Nangong family. He's also the peerless genius who attracted heavenly tribulation when he's just an early combat soul warrior." What? After listening to Wu Ningzhu's introduction, Su Danian and the others once again cried out in shock. They immediately threw their glances at the young man in white. They didn't take this young man seriously at first, but they never expected him to be the peerless genius who had once caused a stir in the southern continent. A few days ago in the Dancing Sun City, a young man dressed in white suddenly appeared and attracted heavenly tribulation with his early combat soul cultivation base, killing 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. He had made a great contribution to the human race, and after that, the profound river palace had been looking for this genius, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Su Danian immediately cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin. He was a peerless genius who attracted heavenly tribulation when he was just a combat soul warrior, killed the 4 guardians of the Demon King Palace, and defeated the #1 genius of the southern continent, Wu Ningzhu. Su Danian didn't have the right to treat him with disrespect. Young Master Jiang Qin is a late combat soul warrior now, and he has just killed a 2nd-grade combat king and 2 1st-grade first in the eastern continent. Go and tell the palace chief, ask him and Great Elder to protect the profounds to the profound Jiang Qin. Jiang. He, Jiang the Jiang Yang say. Jiang Qin Danian said with confidence. Wu Ningzhu's words were filled with confidence, as if Lord Nether was already dead. Not only her, everyone on the scene was filled with confidence. It was the confidence they had in Jiang Qin. Those who had witnessed Jiang Qin's abilities would have no doubt that Jiang Qin could kill Lord Nether. Hearing what Jiang Qin said, Su Danian and the others widened their eyes and mouths as they stared at Jiang Qin. Their faces were filled with shock. A late combat soul warrior killing a 2nd-grade combat king warrior. If this didn't come from Wu Ningzhu's mouth, they would definitely think it was a joke. However, since it came from Wu Ningzhu, they had a reason to believe it. With Wu Ningzhu's style, she wouldn't make such a big decision without absolute confidence. Not only that, it had only been a month since Jiang Qin had broken through to the combat soul realm in the Dancing Sun City. Jiang Qin had used just a month to break through from the early combat soul realm to the late combat soul realm. Such a cultivation speed could only be described as shocking. However, when it came from a peerless genius who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, it seemed normal. Alright, we'll return now and wait for young Master Jiang Qin and the Holy Maiden's triumphant return. Su Danian cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu. After that, he brought all the men of the Profound River Palace and flew toward the Profound River Palace. Their faces were filled with excitement as they left, as if they had seen the hope of victory. Of course, in their minds, it was still unknown whether Jiang Qin could defeat Lord Nether. Although Wu Ningzhu had said so, none of them had witnessed it with their own eyes. The gap between a combat soul warrior and a combat king warrior was simply too huge, and it was extremely difficult for a combat king warrior to kill a combat king warrior with a higher cultivation. However, the Profound River Palace didn't have much of a choice right now. They could only place all their hopes on Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu. If not, the Profound River Palace would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Once the Profound River Palace collapsed, it would mean the destruction of the entire southern continent. Little Qinzi, let's go to Mount Nether. Wu Ningzhu turned to Jiang Qin and said. All right. Jiang Qin replied with a smile on his face. Their purpose in coming to the southern continent was to help, and it would be great if they could kill a demon king first. Furthermore, Jiang Qin was very interested in this Lord Nether. Killing demon beasts was different from killing humans. Jiang Qin's dragon transformation skill allowed him to absorb any demon beast's demon soul. With his current cultivation, if he could absorb a demon king's demon soul, it would be extremely beneficial to him. After that, the group didn't stop at Evergreen City. They changed their original route and flew toward Mount Nether. Brother Jiang Qin, that Lord Nether isn't easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Along the way, Tu Yi reminded Jiang Qin. He's just a first-grade demon king, he can't pose any threat to me. Jiang Qin casually shrugged his shoulders. Brother Jiang Qin, you can't underestimate this Lord Nether. He just broke through to the Combat King realm a few years ago, and it hasn't been long since he became the third palace chief either. However, he is a ruthless man, and his body is covered with deadly poisons. When he was still a mid-combat soul warrior, even late-combat soul warriors didn't want to fight him. Nangong Yunfan reminded Jiang Qin as well. Deadly poisons. What is this Lord Nether's true form? Jiang Qin asked curiously. The Lord Nether's true form is a rare venomous nether toad. His combat strength is average, but his deadly poison is very hard to defend against. Therefore, Chief Nangong's warning isn't without reason. We will definitely fight him tomorrow, so little Qinzi, you have to be extremely careful. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that Mount Nether finally became restless. Following a series of deafening beast roars, it sounded like a horn being blown, causing the entire Mount Nether to boil up. It was impossible for anyone to find them. Humph. The Profound River Palace is really good at holding back. The Nether Demon King coldly harumphed. After that, he threw his ice-cold glance toward the cage. Do you see that? Many of you so-called human geniuses are geniuses from the Profound River Palace. In the eyes of the Profound River Palace, you're nothing, and the Profound River Palace doesn't care about your lives. Are you sad? Are you disappointed? The Nether Demon King said with a mocking tone. Huh, you little toad. If you want to kill us, just kill us. The Profound River Palace will avenge us sooner or later. A man who looked to be in his late 20s said with a loud voice. He had the most serious injuries, but his cultivation wasn't weak. He had reached the early combat soul realm at such a young age, and his face was filled with pride. Even when facing death, he didn't even frown. You're courting death. The Nether Demon King's expression became cold. He opened his mouth and spat out a green stream of energy. The green stream of energy shot toward the young man like a sharp sword and pierced into the young man's forehead. Sizzle, arg, the green stream of energy was the most poisonous substance in the world. Even though the young man was a tough man, he still couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. The green stream of energy quickly covered his entire body, from head to toe. In an instant, the young man was turned into a pile of charcoal. The scene was absolutely terrifying. Those who stood closest to the young man were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies, and their bodies started trembling. Bastard! Wu Ningzhu, who was standing far away, immediately became furious. With a sway of her body, she dashed toward the Nether Demon King. The genius who was poisoned to death just now was a genius disciple of the Profound River Palace, and Wu Ningzhu couldn't just watch the Nether Demon King kill a genius of the Profound River Palace without doing anything. If she didn't do something, many more people would die in the hands of this toad. Let's go! Jiang Qin shouted. He was the first one to fly toward Wu Ningzhu. The Huang dog was also extremely fast, and he followed closely behind them. The people from the Nangong family had also caught up, and soon, they arrived in front of the Nether Demon King. Stinky toad, let go of that man! Wu Ningzhu shouted at the Nether Demon King. The sudden appearance of this group of people startled all the demon beasts, and even the Nether Demon King was shocked. Especially the demon beast, who reported that there were no humans within a 1,000-mile radius of the Nether Mountain. The demon beast's expression darkened. These people had been hiding outside the Nether Mountain all this time, and he hadn't even noticed them. It wasn't because he wanted to play with a toad, but because he wanted to give those geniuses who had been imprisoned for a long time a chance to vent their anger. I don't believe you can really fight a demon king, and I don't believe you're really immune to all kinds of poisons. Lord Nether was furious. With a sway of his body, he transformed back into his true form. A poisonous toad that was more than 30 meters long appeared in the sky like a dark cloud. This poisonous toad had an extremely ugly appearance, and its body was filled with bumps and tumors that glowed with a green light. It had a pair of vicious eyes that looked like they came from the depths of hell, and no one dared to look at it directly. The bump on its forehead had become even bigger. Croak! Lord Nether let out a croak toward Jiang Qin. The sound was extremely unpleasant and ear-piercing. Layers of light waves were unleashed from its mouth, and each of these light waves looked like a sharp sickle, slicing through the void. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was unparalleled. With a pair of iron fists that could shatter the world, he punched toward those light waves. On the other side, the battlefield had reached its climax. Although there were a lot of demon beasts, the number of combat soul demon beasts was limited. For abnormal geniuses like Wu Ningzhu and Han Yan, having any demon beasts below the combat soul realm made no difference. Even if they were facing a combat soul warrior of the same level, they could still fight 10, or even 100, at the same time. On top of that, all the geniuses were filled with killing intent and fury. Therefore, although they were outnumbered, they were still able to kill all the demon beasts, causing them to scream out in pain. The black-clothed young man was like a mad demon king, slaughtering his way back and forth. In just a short period of time, he had killed at least 200 demon beasts, and 5 combat soul demon beasts. Bastard, die now! Right at this moment, a muscular man dashed toward the young man in black. This muscular man's true form was that of a male lion, and he had a formidable cultivation base at the late combat soul realm. He was one of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. Out of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, 4 were killed by Jiang Qin in the Dancing Sun City. Today, 2 of them came with Lord Nether, and this lion was one of them. Heavenly Astral Wave. The black-clothed young man let out a furious roar and unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, a gigantic wave appeared in the sky, and countless razor-sharp energy beams were formed within the wave. The energy beams sliced through the air as they flew toward the lion. Rumble, the black-clothed young man was extremely ferocious. No wonder he was a half-step combat king warrior. With just a single strike, he was able to send the lion flying away. The lion let out a miserable cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. The black-clothed young man didn't show any mercy. He once again dashed toward the lion. Right at this moment, the other great guardian of the Demon King Palace was also being suppressed by Wu Ningzhu. It looked like it wouldn't take long for her to kill him. The entire scene was extremely horrifying. Mount Nether had turned into a hellish place. Blood and flesh were flying all over the place, and miserable screams could be heard. All the geniuses of the human race were fighting in a frenzy. Some of them ignored their own injuries, while some of them were severely injured. The battle between Jiang Qin and Lord Nether had reached its climax as well. However, Lord Nether was feeling extremely depressed, because no matter what kind of powerful attack he unleashed, his opponent was able to withstand it with ease. What made him even angrier was that his opponent was really immune to all kinds of poisons, and his venom had no effect on him at all. This young man wasn't using some kind of method to block his venom, but instead, he was directly absorbing it. This was extremely frightening. I don't believe I can't kill a little human teenager. Brat, you've really angered me. Chapter 475. That meat bump was the center of all the poison in Lord Nether's body. All the poison in his body was secreted from this meat bump, and it was the true king of all poisons, the one that could strike fear into the hearts of ghosts and gods. Croak. The Nether Demon King kept making croaking sounds. The meat bump had already become big enough, and a crack actually appeared in the middle. Immediately. Swoosh. That crack was like Lord Nether's third eye. A green beam of light shot out like a fountain at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Jiang Qin. This green beam of light was composed entirely of green sticky liquid. It was extremely stinky, and it could even corrode the air. Wherever it passed, cracking sounds could be heard. This was Lord Nether's most powerful attack, and it could even be considered as an innate ability. Apart from the fierce poison, the attack was also extremely powerful. Once someone was hit by it, they would definitely die. Even a powerful combat king warrior wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of poison. Great! True thunder fire! Jiang Qin shouted coldly. He waved his hand and unleashed a fire dragon. This flame was the combination of the true dragon flame and the true thunder fire. It could burn anything in this world, and it was also the nemesis of evil. As soon as the fire dragon dashed out, it immediately wrapped around the poisonous liquid, producing cracking sounds. The green poisonous light beam was extremely powerful. After all, it was a powerful attack unleashed by a demon king warrior. However, Jiang Chen's flame was even more powerful, and it directly dispersed the green poisonous light beam. Not only that, the impurities in the poisonous liquid were completely burned away by the flame. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed a ball of green liquid. After that, he opened his mouth and directly swallowed it. What? It was as if Lord Nether's neck was being choked. Seeing Jiang Chen's actions made him feel like the world was spinning around him. Apart from shock, he was also extremely shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. This guy in front of him had just extracted his venom and eaten it. How was this possible? It should be known that the poison that was extracted was the original poison of the Nether Goblin King. Its toxicity was so strong that even a poisonous creature with a highly toxic body would not be able to absorb it. However, Jiang Qin ate it just like that and did not feel any discomfort at all. After the Nether Demon King performed such an attack, his expression became visibly dispirited, and his aura was no longer as strong as before. I don't want to play with you anymore. Nether Demon King, die. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated wildly. Using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he arrived at Lord Nether's body in the blink of an eye and stomped hard on his back. Bang! Ah! Accompanied by a mournful scream, the Nether Demon King's body, which was dozens of feet tall, was directly crushed by Jiang Chen's stomp. It turned into a blood mist and drifted down. With just one move, the powerful Nether Demon King was only left with a huge head. However, the Nether Demon King did not die because of this, and was still in pain. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared. He pointed his finger like a sword, and a golden light rushed out from his finger like a sharp sword. With a poochie sound, it pierced into the Nether Demon King's head. The Nether Demon King's head, which was as hard as steel, was directly cut open. A green demon spirit the size of a fist flew out from the Nether Demon King's head. Although Lord Nether was dead, his demon soul still had its own consciousness. After it rushed out, it flew far away, trying to escape. But too bad, the demon's soul didn't have any attack power, so there was no way it could escape from Jiang Chen's grasp. What Jiang Chen wanted was this demon's soul. Every demon they killed meant one less demon beast, and this was equivalent to getting rid of a hidden danger for the human race. They had no way to repay Jiang Chen for saving their lives, and since they were going to fight against the Demon King Palace, they had no reason not to kill their enemies. Alright, since that's the case, let's go to the Profound River Palace now. Wu Ningzhu unleashed her aura and took the lead, flying toward the Profound River Palace. Jiang Chen and the others followed closely behind her, and the geniuses followed behind. Their speed was obviously much slower than Jiang Chen and the others, and they were soon left behind. However, there were disciples of the Profound River Palace among them, and they knew the location of the Profound River Palace, so they were able to find it easily. Little Chenzi, with your help, we won't have to worry about the Demon King Palace anymore. Thank you so much. On the way, Wu Ningzhu said to Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. She had made the right decision to go to the eastern continent with the Nangong family, and asking Jiang Chen for help was the best decision of all. She believed that the Profound River Palace's palace master would be delighted to see Jiang Chen. Sister Ning, do you still need to be so polite with me? Jiang Chen smiled. Of course, I won't be so polite with you in the future. Wu Ningzhu gave Jiang Chen a flirtatious look in front of everyone. Jiang Chen quickly coughed and avoided Wu Ningzhu's gaze. Thinking about the oath Wu Ningzhu had made, Jiang Chen's heart was beating like a drum, and he cursed himself for uncovering her veil. Why can't we find that black-clothed guy? Only now did the crowd remember that during the battle at the Nether Mountain, there was a black-clothed young man who was extremely powerful. Just like Wu Ningzhu, he was half a step into the Combat King realm, and he was able to easily kill the guardians of the Demon King Palace. But now that the battle was over, that black-clothed young man had disappeared. He's gone. Jiang Chen said. I've never seen that man before, so it's highly possible that he's not from the southern continent, and was accidentally dragged into the conflict of the southern continent. Nangong Yunfan said. That's right, that man's cultivation isn't any weaker than the Holy Maidens, and it's impossible for someone like that to remain unknown. If he's from the southern continent, he would definitely be known. Tu Yi said. Forget it, no matter what, he's not our enemy. Wu Ningzhu said. After the demon beasts escaped from the Nether Mountain, the news swept across the entire southern continent like a storm. At this moment, the entire southern continent was in an uproar, and everyone was talking about it. When the humans heard the news, all of them were celebrating. The third palace master of the Demon King Palace was dead, and for the humans, there was no better news than this. Great, this is great. We didn't lose any geniuses from the human race, but the demon race suffered a great loss. We have to thank the Holy Maiden and that young man for saving us. I heard that the man who killed Lord Nether is the genius who went through his heavenly tribulation in the Dancing Sun City, but he disappeared after that. I never thought he would show up again today, and he even killed a demon king. He's truly a monster. That young man is indeed a monstrous monster. He is able to kill a demon king with just a combat soul cultivation. With the help of such a mighty warrior, the Profound River Palace will have enough strength to deal with the Demon King Palace. We humans will most likely win this war. I heard that the Profound River Palace only has 2 combat king warriors, but with this young man's help, it's like they have another combat king warrior. The Demon King Palace originally had 3 demon kings, but now that one is dead, they only have 2 left. Their overall combat strength is no longer comparable to the Profound River Palaces, and they will definitely lose in the upcoming war. This is great. In the various regions of the southern continent, those who heard the news were all extremely excited. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. Ever since the war with the demon race began, the human cities were often harassed by the demon race, causing the human race to suffer heavy losses. If they could destroy the Demon King's palace, then the human race would become the rulers of the southern continent. This was something that all humans desired. The Profound River Palace was located in the holiest place in the southern continent. The Profound River mountain range covered an area of a few thousand miles, and it was a vast and boundless land. It was filled with green mountains and clear waters, and beautiful waterfalls. Ancient-style palaces stood in great numbers, and mist lingered above the mountain, making it look like a paradise. It was a place suitable for cultivation. The news from Mount Nether came too quickly. Before Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu could return, the Profound River Palace had already received the news. Yesterday, when Su Danian brought back the news about Wu Ningzhu, the palace master and the great elder had been extremely worried. They knew how frightening Lord Nether was, and it was not an easy task to get to Mount Nether. Even if the Great Elder were to personally rescue Lord Nether, he still wouldn't be able to do so. However, right at this moment, in the Profound River Palace's conference hall, all the upper echelons were sitting in 2 rows. Their faces were filled with shock and excitement. An old man wearing a Daoist robe was sitting in the main seat of the hall. He looked to be in his 50s, and he had a long black beard. His eyes were bright and captivating. He was the palace master of the Profound River Palace, Daoist Profound River. He was a frightening second-grade combat king, and he was in existence on the same level as the old great emperor of the martial Saint dynasty. Sitting next to Daoist Profound River was a white-haired old man of the same age as him. His cultivation base was equally powerful, and he was surrounded by the spatial energy. He was also a combat king warrior, and he was the Profound River Palace's great elder. Although he was only a first-grade combat king, no one in the southern continent dared to look down on him. You've all heard the news. Lord Nether was killed by that guy named Jiang Qin. Daoist Profound River said. Finally, a smile emerged on his face. Palace Master, this is great news. That Jiang Qin killed the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, and he saved the Holy Maiden's life. He has made a great contribution to the Profound River Palace. Furthermore, not only did he attract heavenly tribulation when he was only a combat soul warrior, he also broke through to the late combat soul realm in an extremely short period of time. I'll be able to suppress that Daoist Profound River, and that great elder is no match for you. As for that young man, I don't believe a young combat soul warrior can be so heaven-defying. I'll definitely kill him with my own hands, and avenge third brother. That's right. An insidious glint could be seen in Demon King Zhonglang's eyes as he spoke with an indifferent tone. The southern continent has fallen into complete chaos, and the war between us and the profound river palace is inevitable. What should we do now? Demon King Baoju turned to Demon King Zhonglang and asked. The humans have just won a war, and their morale is at its peak. Now that the profound river palace has obtained the help of this mysterious young man, I'm sure their confidence will be boosted, and they will launch a massive attack on the Demon King palace. Therefore, we'll just wait here, and when the profound river palace arrives, they won't be able to leave this place alive. A cold killing intent was unleashed from Demon King Zhonglang's body, causing the souls of those who looked at him to tremble. Although Lord Nether had been killed by Jiang Qin, the overall combat strength of the Demon King Palace was not to be underestimated. A second-grade combat king, a first-grade combat king, dozens of late combat soul demons, and the tens of thousands of demon beasts below them. This was a force that could shock the world in the southern continent. Therefore, on the surface, even though the profound river palace had obtained Jiang Qin's help, it still wouldn't be easy for them to defeat the Demon King Palace. Both sides would engage in a bloody battle, and blood would flow like a river. On the other side, when Jiang Qin, Wu Ningzhu, and the others arrived at the profound river palace, Daoist Profound River, the Great Elder, and all the upper echelons of the profound river palace came out to greet them. Brother Jiang Qin, as far as I know, the palace chief of the profound river palace has never personally come out to greet someone before. You're really honored by such a grand scale. Nangong Yunfan said with a smile on his face. Daoist Profound River was a second-grade combat king warrior, and he stood at the peak of the southern continent. In the entire southern continent, there was no one who could make Daoist Profound River personally come out to greet them, and without a doubt, Jiang Qin was the first. When both sides met, there was no need for introductions. Everyone from the profound river palace immediately threw their gazes onto Jiang Qin. No one here was an idiot, and all of them had their own eyes. Among the people in front of them, the one who could stand side by side with Wu Ningzhu was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe. No matter it was his bearing or aura, every movement he made carried a domineering aura that didn't match his age. Without a doubt, this white-robed young man was none other than Jiang Qin. Welcome to the Profound River Palace, Brother Jiang Qin. Daoist Profound River was a forthright person. He cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin hastily returned the gesture and said, Palace Master, you're too polite. Brother Jiang Qin killed Lord Nether. You're truly a talented young man. With Brother Jiang Qin's help, the southern continent will definitely be able to defeat the Demon King Palace. On behalf of all the humans in the southern continent, we, the Profound River Palace, would like to express our gratitude to Brother Jiang Qin. Daoist Profound River said again. Palace Master, what are you talking about? Sister Ning came all the way to the eastern continent to help me, so it's only natural for me to help her. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the crowd finally realized that Jiang Qin was actually from the eastern continent. However, after giving it a second thought, they realized that if Jiang Qin was from the southern continent, with his talent, he wouldn't be a nobody. After that, Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder turned to look at Wu Ningzhu. A look of admiration could be seen in their eyes. It looked like the reason why Jiang Qin helped them was because of Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu had indirectly contributed a great merit to the human race in the southern continent. Palace Master, Great Elder, these are our friends from the eastern continent. Now that Lord Nether is dead, the demon race's morale is low. We should discuss our next step. Wu Ningzhu said. Palace Master and I have come to an agreement. We're going to attack the Demon King Palace and fight to the death with Demon King Zhonglang. What do you think, Brother Jiang Qin? Daoist Profound River looked at Jiang Qin with an inquiring tone. Of course, the Demon King Palace is nothing to worry about. While the demon race's morale is at its lowest, the Profound River Palace will launch an all-out attack and deal a fatal blow to the Demon King Palace. We'll kill 2 of their demon kings, and bring peace to the southern continent. Jiang Chen said with an imposing manner. If the Profound River Palace didn't choose to launch an attack at this moment, they would be really stupid. Alright, since Brother Jiang Chen has said so, let's start the war with the Demon King Palace. Everyone in the Profound River Palace is ready, and we can set off at any time. Daoist Profound River's energy fluctuated as well. Although this was the first time he met Jiang Chen's bearing and domineering attitude had won him a lot of respect, and he liked it a lot. After that, the Profound River Palace set off toward the direction of the Demon King Palace. Before Jiang Chen even arrived, the Profound River Palace had been fully prepared, and all their combat soul warriors had been mobilized. They were going to fight the Demon King Palace to the death. The number of combat soul warriors sent by the Profound River Palace was much higher than that of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Because the Profound River Palace represented the entire human race in the southern continent, not only were the combat soul warriors sent by the Profound River Palace, they had also sent a large number of human warriors. Together with those geniuses who were rescued by Jiang Chen, there were more than 1,000 combat soul warriors in the Profound River Palace. Just thinking about such an enormous force was enough to make anyone shiver. Rumble, a gigantic golden battleship from the Profound River Palace streaked across the sky like a shooting star with incredible speed. More than 1,000 combat soul warriors were on the battleship, and it was a majestic sight to behold. Wherever it went, it would immediately attract the attention of all the humans and their allies. Daoist Profound River coldly harumphed. He was now bursting with confidence, and he wasn't afraid of Demon King Zhan Lang, his old rival. When Demon King Nether's name was mentioned, both Demon King Baoju were instantly enraged. Demon King Baoju immediately shouted, "Who killed my 3rd brother? Step out!" Demon King Baoju's words immediately attracted the Huang Dog's attention. When the Huang Dog's eyes fell upon Demon King Baoju, a strange light immediately shone in his eyes. He licked his lips, as if he had smelled some delicious blood. It's actually a flaming colt. Damn it, what a great fortune. Little Chenzi, help me kill this colt, let this master dog drink all of its blood, and eat its demon soul. The Huang Dog said. He didn't try to hide his voice, so when Demon King Baoju heard his words, 2 sharp beams immediately shot out from his furious eyes. A dog dared to say that he wanted to eat his demon soul and drink his blood. This was preposterous. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He had also seen through Demon King Baoju's true form. Although a level 1 Demon King's demon soul would be very beneficial to him, it couldn't be compared to the Huang Dog. The Huang Dog was a dragon horse, a type of colt. However, it belonged to the pinnacle of kings. The flaming colt was a rare beast. If the Huang Dog could obtain the flaming colt's bloodline and demon soul, the benefits would undoubtedly be huge. With the Huang Dog's foundation, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the Demon King realm. The speed at which a dragon horse's bloodline changed was simply unimaginable. Not to mention, the Huang Dog was a strange beast among strange beasts. Even Jiang Chen couldn't predict when this dog would break through. Kid, you're the one who killed my 3rd brother. Demon King Baoju looked at Jiang Chen. I don't know who your 3rd brother is, but I did kill a venomous nether toad. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. With a flip of his palm, the venomous nether toad's demon soul appeared and hovered above his palm. An extremely pure energy was leaking out from the demon soul, causing one's heart to palpitate. Bastard! Demon King Battle Wolf was enraged. He and Demon King Baoju could naturally recognize that the demon soul in Jiang Chen's hand belonged to Lord Nethertoad. Damn it! Return my third brother's demon soul! Demon King Baoju shouted. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the two Demon King's anger. He opened his mouth and put the demon soul into his mouth, then swallowed it with a gulp. This scene shocked everyone, including Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder. Eating a first-grade Demon King's demon soul, this was really domineering. There was a huge difference between humans and demons, and there was a huge difference in their origin. If a human wanted to absorb a demon soul, they would have to carefully remove all the impurities from the demon soul, and only then would they be able to slowly absorb the pure energy within. Therefore, eating a demon's soul raw like Jiang Chen was something that no one had ever heard of before. Boom! However, after eating the demon's soul, not only did Jiang Chen not show any abnormalities, his aura had actually skyrocketed. After the dragon transformation skill had gone through 2 transformations, its circulation speed had become extremely fast, and the speed at which he absorbed the demon's soul was also extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, the first-grade Demon King's demon soul was completely absorbed. Just like what Jiang Chen had expected, the first-grade Demon King's demon soul had given him another 2,000 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 18,000. He only needed another 2,000 dragon marks to break through to the Combat King realm. Therefore, Jiang Chen threw his glance at Demon King Battle Wolf. The energy contained in a second-grade Demon King's demon soul was not something a first-grade Demon King could compare with. With this demon soul, Jiang Chen would have the opportunity to break through to the Combat King realm. However, there was a huge gap between the Combat Soul realm and the Combat King realm. The closer one was to breaking through to the Combat King realm, the harder it would be to form new dragon marks. If Jiang Chen could obtain Demon King Battle Wolf's demon soul, even if he couldn't break through to the Combat King realm, he would still be able to reach the peak of the late Combat Soul realm. At that point of time, he would be able to fight a third-grade Combat King with ease. Damn it, I'm going to tear you into a million pieces. Demon King Battle Wolf was furious. Without hesitation, he let out a loud shout, "All demons, listen up. Kill them." Rumble, roar, roar, furious roars resounded through the sky, causing powerful shockwaves to sweep across the entire mountain range. The sky above the mountain range was filled with killing intent. Countless demon beasts had turned into a massive wave of demon beasts, and they all charged toward the men of the Profound River Palace. Kill! Daoist Profound River held a long sword in his hand and swung it toward the sky, causing a deep crack to appear in the sky. The warriors of the Profound River Palace were roaring furiously as well, and in an instant, they engaged in a fierce battle with the demon beasts of the Demon King Palace. Rumble, in an instant, the entire battlefield became extremely violent. Powerful shock waves covered the sky, and the space was torn apart. The battlefield stretched on for over 1,000 miles. There were a lot of demon beasts, but most of them couldn't do anything to help. They were simply throwing their lives away. Although the men of the Profound River Palace were few in number, all of them were combat soul warriors, the elites of the elites. Among them, there were many geniuses like Wu Ningzhu, Yan Chenyu, and Han Yan. Daoist Profound River was the first one to dash forward. In just the blink of an eye, he and Demon King Battle Wolf had opened up a new battlefield. The Great Elder also took the lead and started fighting with Demon King Baoju. Everyone from the Profound River Palace had joined in the battle, and Jiang Chen was the only one who had nothing to do. Facing this situation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a helpless smile. Initially, he wanted to attack and kill Demon King Battle Wolf and Demon King Baoju, ending the battle as soon as possible. But he didn't expect Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder to be so hot-blooded. They were the first ones to attack, and now, he couldn't find any opponents to fight against. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen decided not to be in a hurry. He wanted to see how strong Demon King Battle Wolf was. Demon King Battle Wolf was one of the strongest demon beasts, and no human of the same level could be his match. Perhaps, even Daoist Profound River would be suppressed by Demon King Battle Wolf. With Jiang Chen's previous cultivation, killing Demon King Battle Wolf would be much more difficult than killing the old Great Emperor of the Martial Saint Dynasty. But, after absorbing King Nether's demon soul, Jiang Chen's combat strength had once again increased. Killing Demon King Battle Wolf would be a piece of cake for him. Swoosh! On the other side, Baoju Demon King let out an earth-shattering cry and transformed into his true form. He was a golden warhorse that was 3 feet long. He looked extremely mystical, and a casual movement of his would cause endless waves of air to surge out from his body. Demon King Baoju's aura was too powerful. A sharp horn appeared on his head, and a bright light shot out from it, sending the Great Elder flying away. Puff the Great Elder coughed out a mouthful of blood. Although he was also a first-grade combat king, the gap between him and an existence like Demon King Baoju was obvious. Demon King Baoju was an unusual species with a powerful fleshly body. It was very difficult for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. "Ah, old fool, you want to fight me? Let me show you how powerful I am." Demon King Baoju burst into laughter, then charged toward the Great Elder once again. Right at this moment, Daoist Profound River was hit by Demon King Battle Wolf and was knocked back dozens of meters. His face was extremely unsightly. In a fight between a human and a demon at the same level, there wasn't much of an advantage, unless the opponent was a monstrous monster like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Demon King Battle Wolf. In an instant, a boundless battle intent burst out from his body. He didn't get Demon King Baoju's demon spirit, but he would never let go of this Demon King Battle Wolf's demon spirit. Jiang Chen used the dimensional shift and appeared in front of Demon King Battle Wolf in a beam of light. When Demon King Battle Wolf saw Jiang Chen, flames of fury immediately shot out from his eyes. "Damn human! You killed my second and third brothers. Hand over your life to me." Demon King Battle Wolf was furious. Both Demon King Nether and Demon King Baoju had died in the hands of this young man in front of him, and this made him unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He had to kill this young man to vent the hatred in his heart. Not only that, after killing this young man, Demon King Battle Wolf would annihilate the entire Profound River Palace, as well as all the people who came here today. A layer of golden armor emerged on Demon King Battle Wolf's body, and numerous golden beams shot out from his body. Every single movement of his was enough to tear the space apart. Demon King Battle Wolf bravely charged toward Jiang Chen. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jiang Chen suddenly let out a loud shout and unleashed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Previously, he had used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to kill the old Great Emperor. Although the old Great Emperor's true combat strength was not as strong as Demon King Battle Wolf, with the addition of 2,000 dragon marks, Jiang Chen had made up for the gap. Therefore, there wasn't much of a difference between Jiang Chen's fight against Zhanlang and his fight against the retired emperor. Boom! Jiang Chen's speed was incredibly fast. With the first step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he landed on Demon King Battle Wolf's body and collided with him head-on. The power of this step was beyond anyone's imagination. A huge hole was created in the air, and Demon King Battle Wolf's attack was forcefully shattered by Jiang Chen. The golden beams were completely destroyed, and cracks had even appeared on Demon King Battle Wolf's golden armor. Demon King Battle Wolf let out a furious roar as his gigantic body was knocked back. So strong. Seeing this, Daoist Profound River was shocked as well. He felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. He hadn't seen Jiang Chen's true strength, so he had no idea how frightening Jiang Chen was. After killing Demon King Bao Ju with such ease, he was able to knock back a second-grade Demon King Battle Wolf. And he was only a late combat soul warrior. Jiang Chen's actions had attracted the attention of many people. Demon King Bao Ju was dead, and Demon King Battle Wolf was knocked back. All the humans had excited expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but feel excited. This was a battle that none of them had ever dreamed of. On the other hand, the demon race's morale wasn't high to begin with. Now, another demon king had been killed, and even their strongest palace master was no match for Jiang Chen. Not to mention, this young man who came out of nowhere was so frightening. They had no hope of winning, and their fighting spirit was quickly disappearing. Humph. Ignoring Demon King Battle Wolf's shocked expression, Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He didn't show any mercy, and without any hesitation, he immediately unleashed the second step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. This was a truly frightening true dragon combat skill. Every step Jiang Chen took could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crumble. After taking the second step, Jiang Chen disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he reappeared above Demon King Battle Wolf's gigantic body. Boom! The foot landed squarely on Battle Wolf Demon King's body. Battle Wolf Demon King, who was like a small mountain, immediately let out a shrill scream. The sound reverberated through the entire mountain range. Everyone saw that the armor on Battle Wolf Demon King's body was directly shattered. Blood spurted from his body like a fountain. Chapter 480. Roar! Battle Wolf Demon King's blood-curdling screams reverberated in the ears of every human clan and demon clan. Blood sprayed across the sky. At this moment, both the demon clan and the human clan temporarily stopped what they were doing and stared at the tragic scene in the sky with widened eyes. The originally chaotic battlefield also quieted down in an instant. High up in the sky, Demon King Zhanlang's blood kept flowing out, and his body was badly mutilated. Jiang Chen's eyes shone like torches as he stood there calmly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he moved again. Rumble! Jiang Chen took a step forward and took the third step. With his current cultivation, he could only take the third step, but this step was more than enough to take Demon King Zhanlang's life. Dong! Just like when he killed the old Great Emperor, Jiang Chen's foot landed directly on Demon King Zhanlang's head, shattering it and turning it into a bloody mist. A golden demon's soul popped out from the shattered head. Jiang Chen grabbed the demon's soul and unleashed the true lightning flame, destroying the remaining consciousness of Demon King Zhanlang. After that, Jiang Chen stored the demon's soul into his storage ring. Demon King Zhanlang was dead. He was killed by Jiang Chen's foot. His head was shattered, and his huge body fell down from the sky like a small mountain, crashing into the mountain range and creating a deep crater. Swoosh! The entire scene became restless. Everyone was shocked, and no one could remain calm. Killing a first-grade demon king and killing a second-grade demon king were two completely different concepts. Daoist Profound River was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and even breathing became difficult. As a second-grade combat king warrior, he knew very well how frightening Demon King Zhanlang was. However, Jiang Chen's footwork just now could be considered as earth-shaking. Daoist Profound River had no doubt that if Jiang Chen used the same technique on him, he would only be able to last until the second step. The Great Elder and all the people from the Profound River Palace were breathing rapidly. They stared at the white-clothed young man without blinking their eyes, and their eyes were glowing with a blazing light. Too strong, too abnormal. Jiang Chen's existence had overturned all their previous thoughts, including those demons from the Demon King Palace. They had never thought that a combat soul warrior could be this strong. No wonder he was able to attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm. Perhaps, only a peerless monster like him could have such heaven-defying combat strength. The war had only just begun, but it was already over. There was no longer any meaning in the following battles. If the demon beasts continued to resist, there would only be one outcome, and that was death. Daoist Profound River's gaze swept across the crowd. Looking at the tens of thousands of demon beasts, each of them trembling with fear, he said loudly, "From today onwards, no large-scale demon clans are allowed to appear in the southern continent. I'll spare your lives today." Scram! Daoist Profound River spared the lives of these demon beasts. The Saint Origin Realm was a place where all living beings coexisted, and both the human and demon clans had to exist. This was the law of survival. In this calamity, the human race had obtained the final victory, and had established the status of the human race, making the human race the ruler of the southern continent. This was more than enough, and there was no need for them to kill all the demon clans. That way, they would be able to create a pseudo-heavenly Tao reincarnation. None of the demon beasts dared to object, and they immediately fled in all directions. From now on, the Demon King Palace no longer existed. 3 demon kings had been killed, so what could the rest of them do? The men from the Profound River Palace invaded the southern continent and looted all the treasures of the Demon King Palace. After that, they set the entire mountain range on fire, burning it to ashes, making this place history. The war was over, and it ended very quickly. In this war, the human race basically didn't suffer any losses. No one would ever forget that young man in white who was as valiant as a god of war. This young man who appeared out of nowhere had killed the 3 demon kings of the Demon King Palace all by himself. Instead of saying that the Demon King Palace was destroyed by the Profound River Palace, it would be more accurate to say that it was destroyed by Jiang Chen alone. Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder brought over 1,000 warriors of the Profound River Palace and approached Jiang Chen. Representing the human race of the southern continent, they bowed at Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang Chen, the human race will never forget the kindness you've done for the southern continent," Daoist Profound River said in a very serious and sincere manner. Gratitude could be seen on the faces of the other warriors as well. They knew very well what Jiang Chen had done in this war. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, who knew how many of them would have survived this bloody war? Killing Demon King Zhan Lang and Demon King Bao Ju would have been impossible. "Palace Master, please don't say that. As a human, it's my duty to help." Jiang Chen cupped his fist. He was telling the truth. Since he had encountered such a situation, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, he was the biggest beneficiary of this war. A first-grade Demon King's demon soul and a second-grade Demon King's demon soul could bring him great benefits. Soon, Jiang Chen would have to enter the Divine Continent. If he could break through to the Combat King realm before leaving for the Divine Continent, it would undoubtedly increase his foundation, and he wouldn't be too weak in the Divine Continent. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was regarded as the hero of the human race, the happiest ones were, of course, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu. Needless to say, in her heart, her Chen Gij was the best. As for Wu Ningzhu, she had her own reasons to be happy. Jiang Chen's performance had proven her foresight, and at the same time, it made her feel lucky that the person who unveiled her veil was Jiang Chen, and not someone else. Now that the war has ended, and the human race has won a great victory, Brother Jiang Chen, you must come to the Profound River Palace as a guest, so that I can show you my hospitality. Daoist Profound River was in a good mood, so he invited Jiang Qin. Alright, you guys go back first, I'll be right back. After saying that, Jiang Qin turned into a phantom and flew off in a certain direction. Where did Brother Jiang Qin go? The great elder asked curiously. He went to look for his dog. Nangong Wendian said with a smile. Jiang Qin knew that De Huang dog was, in fact, cultivating and breaking through. Under such circumstances, he had to find a good environment. The changes in the natural energy couldn't be too drastic, or else, it would affect De Huang dog. After all, returning from the southern continent was different from coming here. There was no teleportation formation, and they would need to fly back. The journey was long, and it would take a long time. If he brought De Huang dog back like this, the natural energy would constantly change, and it would affect De Huang dog's breakthrough. Therefore, Jiang Qin would rather stay here for a while, and wait for De Huang dog to completely break through before leaving. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.